Today is Wednesday, October 27th, 2021. It is 9 a.m. We're in the city chambers, and I call this City Commission Workshop, Strategic Planning Workshop, to order. We have Commissioner McDowell, Commissioner White, Commissioner Langdon, Vice Mayor, and Vice Mayor Emmerich and Mayor Luke. We also have our city attorney sitting up above. Our city clerk doing the same thing. We have our city manager joining us here at the table. We have our recording secretary, Baker. And we have our consultant, Doug, I forget your last name. Thomas. All right. We're going to have a Pledge of Allegiance, and I didn't give her any heads up or warning. We have a young lady who works very diligently up in the city manager's office, Ms. Anna Duffy. If you would lead us in the pledge, I would appreciate it. Exactly, front row, you get it. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, thank you very much. So, City Manager, I'm going to allow you to introduce Doug Thomas again if you want to, and then you can start us off.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for attending or viewing. We want to welcome Doug Thomas back to the city of Northport. We have worked with him in the past, and we appreciate.
Excuse me. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you just give us like 2 minutes? We loaded the wrong meeting.
I'm sorry.
We loaded the wrong meeting. We just need 1 minute to upload the new meeting.
Okay.
Just 1 second, please.
Stand by, everybody.
Right.
No.
Okay, we're good, Mayor.
Okay, we're going to go ahead. We're lined up with our technical things. We're going to go ahead and enter back into the proper meeting. So welcome, everyone. Our city manager is going to introduce our consultant. We do have a lot of staff here with us. We want to recognize our staff and thank them for what they're going to be presenting today. So I'll put it in your hands, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, thank you, everyone, for being here. Thanks for those who are viewing, staff in attendance. Doug Thomas, thank you for joining us and leading us today. We do appreciate it. We are happy to welcome you back to the city of Northport. This is a very important day and effort as we get some direction and clarity and some things prioritized from our leadership as we are going to set off on the next 12 months of ensuring that we produce some deliverables for the city in a way that will make us stronger and more efficient. So thank you, Doug. Doug, do you want me to introduce the staff?
Sure, if you want to go ahead, because several of them will be speaking today, I'm sure.
All right, absolutely. I will introduce you as I see you. It's our Finance Director, Ms. Kim Williams. Thank you for being here. Farrell.
Did you change your name when you got married? Imagine that.
Yeah, I thought I saw a change on the auto signature.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go, Mr. Eric Ryan. Thank you, our IT director right there. Sandy, I forget your last name.
Fun Hedler.
Thank you for attending our Parks and Rec director.
I didn't mean this to be stressful for you.
Yeah.
Well, I got here 3 weeks.
And I got the first name. The last name is me.
Fun Hedler is a little hard.
Madison, thank you from our PIO's office in place of Joshua Taylor, who is not here. We appreciate you being here. Christine McDay, thank you, our HR director. Jason Yarborough, Assistant City Manager. Julie Belia, thank you, Acting Assistant City Manager. Chuck Speak, Public Works. Acting Public Works. Thank you so much. Allison Christie, our Acting Planning and Zoning Manager, Mel Thomas, thank you, our Economic Development Division Manager, as well as Derek Applegate, our acting. No.
He's official now. He's
Thank you.
official.
Thank you so much.
Trish Wilson.
Trish, thank you, Trish. My apologies. Thank you, ma'am. My apologies. Val. Yes, thank you. Our grants manager writer, thank you. And Janet Carrillo, our social services director.
And then Anna Duffy.
And Anna Duffy, she does everything, but she is the heartbeat of the city manager's office.
Guys in the back need to
Yes.
stand up so he can see you.
I see Deputy Chief Morales in the back from the police department, Chief Garrison in the back, Michael Blue in the back. Mike, I forgot Michael's title.
Interim utility director.
Interim utility director, and Deputy Chief Healy
Nick, yeah, Nick.
from the fire department.
Division Chief Nick Early.
Yeah, her-
Well, you just got promoted.
yeah. All right. I hope I didn't miss anyone.
No, that was a great
Thank
job.
you. Man. Those are the test. Yeah. So I'll turn it over to Doug now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerome. And,
Absolutely.
yeah, as I said, I didn't realize I forgot that it's been a couple weeks since you officially started, so great job in terms of getting that.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. Well,
Oh, there you go,
See, we're breaking chairs, throwing
Right.
mics.
Debbie, we got you working. Your chair was broken. You're calling me tables to get things fixed. I hope this is not an omen. Well, and I do want to start the PowerPoint presentation back. IT, I'm told they have to push. There we go. Great. Okay, super. Well, first and foremost, it's great to be back in Northport. As many of you know, I've got kind of an ongoing relationship with you guys at this stage now.
Yeah.
Certainly, most recently with working in the selection of Jerome as your city manager.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. My pleasure. Appreciate the vote there. And we were pleased and honored Jerome and the team very quickly after he hit the ground running, wanted to get his arms around your strategic planning process, issued an RFP, and we had a chance to submit on that. And we're obviously very pleased and honored to be selected to continue our working relationship with you guys. So I think what you're going to find in today's session is a pretty engaging opportunity. We obviously had a chance to chat with each of you beforehand to kind of set the table. Number one, first and foremost, I'm thankful that you're here today. And we had a meeting last night. You turn around and you're right back again this morning. Pete, plenty of coffee. We got you covered, right? Along the line. And I understand Debbie brought over some lots of sugar and stuff to kind of keep us going throughout the day. Abby's doing. So get the plug. Exactly, get the plug as well. So what we're going to do today is really chart the vision and look at what you've done in previous work as a sitting commission. And then obviously with two newer members, I can't say new now because you've been in office for a while at this point, but this would really be the opportunity for both Alice and Barbara to get their arms and kind of touch this process in a meaningful way going forward. And I know that was certainly important to Jerome as well. And the other outcome that Jerome was looking for in the process was to kind of touch where you are, get everybody back, regrouped, review the current plan, talk about potential changes and issues. But most importantly, and as we'll all recognize today, and many of you recognize as I had my advanced interviews with you, is there's some disconnects that are happening in terms of the way the city has traditionally planned and the way it's traditionally tried to implement. And as a new manager, Jerome was trying to get a handle of how do I track? How do I know if we're making progress? And so that's what we're really going to be doing through not just today, but in a series of several other meetings that we're going to have later in the year as well, with the goal of having a revised strategic vision and operating plan. And from there, also a whole series of not only your stated vision and direction and outcomes that you want as a commission, but then staff will have developed, working with us, a series of KSIs, key success indicators, performance metrics, things of that nature, so that you can actually track and your community can track, am I going anywhere with regards to this plan? Where are we making progress? Where might we be stalled? Things of that nature. And I think it was pretty much recognized by not only your team, but certainly by you as elected officials that was a piece that was lacking. So that will be certainly an outcome that will be coming out of this as well. So did this morning because I thought this was a good omen. I stepped out this morning after I was out at the hotel. Yeah, exactly. And I said, my gosh, what a beautiful morning. And I thought, you're about to do some pretty significant things here today. And I just thought that was a way to set the tone. I mean, what a great way to start the morning.
There's our Hampton Inn.
That's right, yeah, that's your hotel there. It's great to have a hotel in Northport, so I could be right down the road from you as well. But I couldn't pass on that. I thought I got to add that this morning.
I was at Abby's picking up and.
Just, yeah, as I say, we, welcome. Got stuff that we get in Florida we don't see elsewhere. So great opportunity. I thought that was an appropriate way to go forward. Most of you know about SDR. I just thought it'd be helpful to just kind of regroup because you've seen me in different capacities, and most recently, obviously, in the recruitment aspect. But I just want to reiterate that we are very much integrated in a lot of things in local government. And my background was in city management in Lakeland for about 12 years, for about 35 years in a variety of other communities and states as well. And so when I joined the firm, it really was a natural fit to do the things that I'm passionate about. So I always felt that it's important to hire the right people for the right places, that will pay dividends. And you'll have kids and grandkids and great-grandkids that will all come out of that process in terms of the things that they'll bring to the organization. But we really are there to help serve communities across the country. And you can see our vision and our core values in the process, but this is something that I'm really passionate about. As a city manager, I've always done a lot of strategic visioning and strategic planning for my organizations. I figure if you can't set the direction as elected officials, we're just kind of like wandering in the desert, not sure where we're going to go. So we're going to really focus on what your vision and what your desired outcomes are going to be as elected officials, because that's one of the most important things you do as an elected official, is to set that tone. And then from there, your staff will work with that to really help move that process along. And so I do a lot of these strategic visioning and planning sessions, and as I spoke to you, we come at each community wherever they may be on that journey. There are some communities that have done no strategic visioning, and there are some that have a very robust and do priority-based budgeting, and we kind of meet them where they're at and say, okay, here's what we're suggesting you do and where you can try to get to. But I will tell you, from somebody that's done this for a long time in my business, is you don't get there overnight. Basically, it is a journey. I know, Jill, you're going to want to get there like 100 miles an hour right off the bat, like a Tesla car or something. But you won't get there overnight because, especially as you become a larger, more sophisticated operation, look at all the people that are going to touch this process. And this is just your senior staff. Eventually, for this to work, everybody all the way down to the person that's mowing grass has to understand their role in what you're trying to accomplish. And so the bigger, the more sophisticated, the more complex you get, the longer it takes to kind of move that bar. That doesn't mean you can't have wins, and we're going to help you find ways to get some early wins and some efforts forward, but it does take time to develop a robust, truly integrated strategic visioning and a process that many of you talked about of making sure you're allocating your resources appropriately. So this is at the front end of that, and you're probably at the lower end of that. You do have a plan, you do have mission, vision, values. Your implementation process is needing some work, and that's what we're going to work on here. And then that will get better as your staff and you become better in this effort. So set expectations. We're going to help you move that bar, but you probably won't get from A to Z in 1 year. It's going to take some time to get to that point. So first things first, and Debbie, I appreciate that. As you all know, I fly a lot. So before the pandemic, Southwest used to have a great magazine, and now they don't do that. You have to do that online. But this was one I had a point, and I do so many of these meetings that 2/3 of people are more likely to attend. Getting ready for strategic visioning, I want to do kind of a team building exercise to get a chance to you all know each other a little bit better as well. I've given you some background material, the advanced thought material. It's interesting, I know we have a teacher in the group, but I gave you all some homework to do ahead of time so that hopefully we can be productive with our time. So we'll go through a SWOT analysis. We're also going to go through the review of the vision, mission, and values of the organization, because that really is the cornerstone of what everything else happens. Where you want to take the organization comes off your vision and your mission and your organizational values as well. Then what we're going to do, as you all know, but for the benefit of the audience and those who may be watching, I had a chance to meet with all of you about an hour apiece, and I had a whole series of questions that kind of got you thinking about strategic visioning. And so we're going to go through that because, as you know, in Florida we have all these one-on-ones, but you never know what your other ones say until you're in a public session. So they're intended to really set the table, and you'll start to see some themes. As I'm looking at some of the things that you want to do, there's a lot of agreement on that, but there's also some other elements that we're going to need to work through and just work through the details on as well. So we'll go through that effort. And then a good portion of the day then we're going to spend some time talking through where you are on your current plan. So I'm going to be reviewing the current goal, strategic goals. We're going to talk about some nomenclature because you guys use some different terms than I've normally seen, and we'll figure out if we're going to call them goals or pillars or priorities, whatever. We'll get to a common frame of understanding there. So we'll talk about what that is and what those statements are, and then we're going to talk about the outcomes just at a high level. You all got your plans in front of you. And then because you have not, as an organization, really had a chance to sit and deal with this in any reasonable way in the past year because of all the things you've been going through, we're going to have staff provide very brief, high-level overviews of things that were accomplished and things that are significantly underway. So everybody has a common framework of where you are. And I realize that, that is something you have not done. That's something you're certainly going to be doing going forward on a much more frequent basis. You can keep track.
Amen.
And so after that's done, then we're going to go back and revisit each of those goal areas or pillars or strategies or whatever we want to call them and say, are they the right ones? Do we need to morph anything? And then we're going to go back into the desired outcomes and saying, okay, are those things still appropriate? Do we need to add some, delete some, merge some, get rid of them, whatever that looks like? So we're going to spend a good portion of the day working through those 8 areas that you presently have, because that's what you've got for foundation. And there's also going to be an opportunity to say, are those the right 8? Can some of these be merged? Is there 6? Is there 7? Or are there some areas that haven't really been touched in your plan? And we'll have a chance to go through that as well. And then if they're adding something, we'll capture the thoughts of what are the outcomes that you want to do if there's a different area from that point. And then after that, we'll have a chance to just say, all right, this is the next first step of a multi-step process. We'll let you know where we're at, what's coming next, when we're going to be regrouping and go from there. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's a busy day. So I want to start off with an opportunity for you as a group, because I know you get together around the table a lot and you get to get a sense of each other. But I always like to start my sessions off with a kind of an icebreaker to learn a little bit more. You can learn a little bit more about the people you're working with. So although this is not a plug for Progressive, but every time I've seen this, I thought it was an appropriate way to break the ice. So let's hear what Dr. Rick has to say here first, and then we'll go to the next step here. Now, if I can click here.
Yeah, they're funny.
My job is to help new homeowners who have turned into their parents. I got into this because I was a sufferer. I turned into my dad, but I came back. And I'm here to help others come back. This is my baby right here. Dr. Rick, on Becoming Your Parents. It came about where my parentology thoughts, I was coming up with so many of them, I thought, I don't need to just have this, the world should have it. So I just birthed it, right out of me. Sometimes we have a victory, and I relish those.
Probably need a hacksaw at some point.
Nope. But most of the time we don't. General rule of thumb with throw pillows, if there's nowhere to sit, you have too many. Parentology is not an officially recognized field yet, but I think we're making strides in that direction. You just have to keep reminding them, you are your own person. You're not your parents, you're you.
Unplug for an outside friend. What I want to do is, should be coming up here, have each of you think about one trait or a series of traits that you have learned from your parents, whether they're good or bad, just to share a little bit and learn from each other about your background. Because if you've been through some of my sessions before, I typically ask you about what was the toughest part you had about growing up as a kid. It's another area, but several of you have been through that, so I didn't want to have to do that again. But the fact that you can share about things about each other will make you stronger as a team. Because we're going to talk a little bit about governance and about the role of your responsibilities as elected officials. So who wants to start off with anything that they've learned, good or bad, from their parents that they probably still do today?
This is recorded, isn't it?
It's just gonna be all good points.
That's right.
All right, go ahead, Jill.
A definite yin and yang in my parents. My mother, I was determined as a teenager that I would be 180 degrees different than she. And my father, I wanted to emanate him. Great leader, logical head, devoted, diligent. I mean, any adjective you put to my father, he is. He was the man of my life, and the wind under my wings. I mean, I am because of him.
You want some time to think about this?
The only thing I can think of is being on time. I strive to be on time. And that was always pointed through from mom and dad, your ass will be there on time. So,
Okay, great.
I'll go. I use the expression a lot, I am my mother's daughter, and that my mom liked to be involved in things. Yeah. So when people say, why do you do these things? I'm my mother's daughter. That's what she did. And my dad thrived on routine. I'm really very resistant to change. My son will tell you. And I tell him why I'm my father's daughter, because my dad just was very constant with everything. But those two things, like you said, yin and yang, work together.
My family was very much yin and yang too. My mother, this is not a bad thing, she was a stay-at-home mom. And she was very dependent, so I learned not to be dependent. I became very independent. And from my father, I learned that, hey, life is short, live it, but always trust yourself. Look at yourself in the mirror. If you can't do that, something's wrong.
Yeah, I grew up in a multi-generational home. My mother was stay-at-home. My dad was a Boston firefighter, hence my affection for our first responders. And my grandmother and my Aunt Mary lived on the first floor, and my Aunt Mary worked. So every morning she got a dress and she went to the registry of motor vehicles and she ran the insurance department, 100 clerks under her. So I sort of had both models in my head. But for my family, we were raised to be very self-reliant, and our family had very high expectations of what we would accomplish. It was, you will be this, or it wasn't, you will be this, or you will be that, but just that you will have an impact. Whatever you do, have an impact.
I'm an overachiever. The AA type thing, I am an overachiever. And I am, because of striving to get my father's attention. It was the yin and yang. My father, I had a mother who stayed at home, a father who went out. And because I so cherished him, I wanted his attention. And I didn't get it very often. So oftentimes in that type of setting, you do become that overachiever. And nothing but perfection was good enough for me, trying to gain that attention.
Bars were set, now I gotta perfection. Gerard? Yeah.
So I'll say that, I was raised by, in a single parent home by my mother, absentee father. So, nothing was given to her, and she worked very hard. And if anything, I would say she gave me her work ethic of, if you want something, you go get it.
Those that know me well know so I'm the third of three children. My dad was a mechanical engineer, worked for United States Steel and large steel companies across the country. Mother was largely a stay-at-home mom, but she did some side work as a bookkeeper and accountant type work. I can remember, so my dad is an engineer. When I remember when I started going for undergrad, and I said, well, I'm thinking about political science and history. And both my brother and sister went on, worked for big businesses and big multinational corporations. And I'm thinking, I'm interested in like governance and politics and stuff like that. So it was an interesting transition from that area. And it was on my mom's side that said, hey, you got to follow your passion, your dreams. You got to do what you want to do and don't worry about what dad wants you to do or something of that nature. But now as a city manager, working with a lot of engineers, I can't tell you how many times I've been across the table and said, stop being like my dad. There are shades of gray in this world. It's not just black and white in the process. So we all learn that. So, but I appreciate that. I mean, it's helpful. Hopefully you've learned a little bit about each other that you didn't know about before. It's amazing. How many hours do you sit across the table and across the dais and you don't really get a chance to share some of your background as well. So that element of trust and being able to share and be part of a team is something that's really, really important in governance. That's a whole different session, but I just thought it'd be helpful to kind of start things off to kind of set the tone on that as well. PowerPoint back again. Okay, so let's talk about strategic visioning. So this is an opportunity at least once a year where you sit down and can say, I want to vision what the future ought to be. And you typically do that a lot to day, but you are so busy with all the other tasks and responsibilities, you're more worried about what the next thing in front of you is versus looking down the road. And so what we find is organizations that don't have that long-term vision, they're okay at executing the first step. But the problem is, it's just like now, how many times have you seen people with cell phones and they're walking into fountains or bumping into poles? They're so focused on what it is day to day that they have lost track of really where they're trying to go in the long run. And so I'm going to talk a lot, and I think I've told several of you this, the analogy of strategic visioning to an organization is like your GPS system. You enter a destination into that spot where you want to go. Now, you may have some wayfinding spots. If you're traveling across the country or something of that nature, you want to stop at this area or that area to see that, and you enter those as waypoints. Those are some of the kind of the goals that you want to accomplish along the way. But you never lose sight of the final destination. And so just as your GPS will reroute you because you've hit traffic or you've hit construction or something else has come about, you are going to get rerouted. And we all know, I mean, COVID hit, nobody thought of COVID. And so despite that, you're going to hear a lot today about things that still got accomplished despite a pretty significant roadblock. You went through a transition in your city manager. You've got a lot of, I've lost track of how many acting people there are there. I'm hoping I have a future here for future recruitments for you as well along the line. But the bottom line is you've encountered a lot of those things, just like your GPS has had to route around them. And I think you're going to be impressed when you hear some of the things that still got accomplished, but they were just kind of under the radar because you haven't had a chance to sit and focus on that. So the bottom line is I want you to just say one of the great quotes, and it's if you don't know where you're going, you might end up somewhere else by Yogi Bear. So want to always keep that idea of where do you want to be? Where do you want to take this community? Where do you want to take this organization? And then today we'll be talking about how you get there along the way. So this is something, many of you, I know some of you are involved with the Florida League of Cities. Sometimes you can buy these on coffee cups. Different leagues of cities, National League of Cities have this, the Athenian Oath. It's something that I think, I'm not going to read it, you can get through there, but the bottom line of this, over 2,000 years ago, at the end, that last sentence, thus in these ways will transmit the city not only, not less, but greater and more beautiful than it was transmitted to us. I ask you all, and we'll repeat that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a hands up. Most elected officials run for office because they want to accomplish something. They want to do something. And what I find, especially at the local level, they want to do something to help improve their community. They want to leave it better. The footprint that they've left is better than the one that they stepped into to begin with as well. And that's really what you're talking about today in this process as well. So, this is going back a long time. I mean, they had it right. The Athenians had it way back right over 2,000 years ago. Now, another thing that we do, we're really big in SGR in teaching servant leadership. It's somewhat, I feel like there's days where I feel like we're Don Quixote planting the flag and tilting at windmills, but we all see what's happening at the federal level and to some extent at the state level, and now more recently at the local level, where the vitriolic debates and the discussions and the sharpness and the edge has really permeated our society, and it's certainly permeated a lot of daises that we work with. And so we started teaching strategic visioning with the goal of saying, well, there's 12 principles. It's a whole different session, but if we can help local government officials understand the value of the value of servant leadership, maybe, just maybe, as they move from the local level to the state level and from the state level to the federal level, if that's their goals, that some of those 12 principles stay with them. And so, as I say, sometimes I feel like we're Don Quixote because it's a big world out there. There's a lot of anger. But the highlight that I mentioned here is out of those 12 principles, foresight is one of those areas of strategic of visioning, and certainly a principle of servant leadership. And so this is something that we really feel strongly about in governance models of your responsibilities, to understand the foresight, to understand where the community is going, to anticipate challenges and issues that may take place. So I want you to think back. You all decided to run for public office, and this is your opportunity to help make that a reality, because you didn't run just because you wanted the extra money. You ran because you wanted something to be done. And I know you're all making a ton of money as elected officials. But the bottom line is, it's probably not the motivation for the dollars. It was the motivation of what you wanted to do and be part of something bigger than yourself. And so today is that opportunity to really exercise that and to kind of throw those items out there and towards the win as well. So, some rules of the road. We're going to have a lot of different thoughts and opinions. I've worked enough with you. I think you work pretty well as a group, but generally speaking, sometimes you'll get into different thoughts and opinions that will go forward. So I want you to just remain focused. You're part of a team. In this group, with 5 of you, it takes 3 to get something advanced. So that means you got to find common ground amongst your thoughts and elements and reach across the table to deal with those items. The other elements that I want to do is, have you ever heard the concept of Q-tip?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, it's not the fuzzy little things that your mom or dad told you not to stick in your ear. Q-tip actually stands for a process of saying, quick, taking it, and you can't see it personally. So a lot of stuff, not that you're going to get it from each other, but a lot of the stuff you're going to be advancing may not necessarily be fully united in your constituency. And sometimes, because they may not be following servant leadership principles, they may be pretty angry with you. The number of you talked about, you've gone through a lot of stress as this community in the past month or so, especially, with national foresights and in news that was happening. And that forms edges and sharpness, and you sometimes become the target of that. And I know it is hard as elected officials, but you got to be able to say, hey, I'm here, going back to that previous line, why did I run for office? What do I want to do? I realize not everybody's going to agree with me. So I have to be able to deflect that stuff as much as possible. And I know it's tough. I know it's tough. So the other concept is you are all going to have different thoughts and opinions. And that's okay. That's what makes you stronger. What we typically find now in organizations that are very diverse, culturally, ethnically, race, sex, all that, the more diverse you are, typically the stronger the organization you are. And that's the point. You want to have different viewpoints, different thoughts, different opinions. Because if everybody thinks the same way, somebody's not really doing much. There's got to be different thoughts and opinions, and that's what this process is all about as well. So that the concept that we all think alike, no one thinks very much. So this is really that challenge to be plugged into that. The other thing that I want to highlight is that the stuff that you do and the stuff that your staff does is really, really hard. Now, your constituents generally think it should just happen. And if it works right, it just feels that way. It should just happen. But that doesn't mean there's not a lot of challenges and issues that are behind the scenes to make sure that you're executing those things well. And so there's been some surveys that have been done, and I thought it'd be helpful just to kind of set the table for your roles and responsibilities as elected officials and the roles of the staff, is some of the challenges that people in the chairs of various public and private sector groups have articulated, as well as individuals such as city managers and CEOs of corporations. So these are just to give you a snapshot of some of the things that are different. These are from the board chairs. Engaging boards in the quality oversight responsibilities. These are the top 10 challenges. The effective use of good people, the expertise that you have on your boards. Finding effective staff leaders, one of the most important things you do, I think I told you, when you appoint your city manager and your constitutional officers, your charter officers, those are your employees. So you've got to get the right people in the right positions as well. This is one that's a challenge for a lot of groups, is how do you deal with conflicts? Because unlike private sector boards that typically get to recruit and appoint people they want to that board, that's done for you by your constituents and by the people who decide to run for office. And so you don't get a chance to say, I think we need someone of this background or this magnitude or this personality. They come to you. And I always describe post-election, it's like a car that's going down the road at 70 miles an hour. That's the city. And council members come and go, but the car doesn't stop. Those of you that came on board, the first meeting, you probably had a bunch of stuff you didn't have a whole lot of background on, and you're approving bills and issues. That happens, and you may not have an agreement. And all of a sudden, now you're expected, once again, the citizens expect you just to be this fully functioning operation board, and you haven't even a chance to get to know each other or get a chance to how you deal with the differences, thoughts, or opinions. So conflict is a big issue we have to work with boards as well, in particular. External forces, COVID, what you've been dealing with in the last month as well, national news and impacts on that. Those things happen, how you deal with those, and being able to maintain control of that. This is an issue that gets right back to your function of strategic visioning is planning and rapidly changing environment. I guarantee whatever plans you establish today and through this process, you're going to find some roadblocks, traffic jams, a GPS analogy. You're going to have to work your way around that and trying to plan in that. My gosh, when you think of the things that our kids are learning now that we didn't learn until we were an adult, and they're just moving the digital native concepts and things, all that stuff out there, we've got to be able to navigate that appropriately. Cost, other element, annually you approve a budget. That's always where the rubber meets the road. Does it meet your priorities, and how do you handle those costs in a rising area, especially with inflation and things of that nature? And keeping focused as a board, board commitment, education, and the efficiency, the business of governance, and being able to do that effectively and well. I think I've mentioned to a couple of you earlier that we're going to talk about economic development. And I will tell you right now that there are businesses and entities considering locating in Northport. And they have already made the decision that you are going to be on their list of a potential community based upon their preliminary work. And what is that preliminary work? It's the perception of how you handle them in terms of your planning and zoning. They watch those meetings. They see whether that's done, whether staff's recommendations get adopted. But importantly, they watch your meetings. Your site selectors are engaged watching you, and they don't want to get caught up in drama. They don't want to get caught up in that stuff. So how you deal with the efficiency of dealing with business of government, because time is money and delays mean cost. And so those are things that you always have to keep an eye on as it relates to your public perception of doing business and the governance of Northport and the governance of your organization. The other things that you're going to deal with is the understanding of the complexities of the issues you deal with. Very, very few people come into local government dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars and the array of services you provide. You may have certain expertise in certain areas, but rarely are you going to have the expertise and the complexity and see the interrelationship of that. So this is a learning process, and it's complex, and you're hitting the ground at 70 miles an hour, like I said. You don't have a whole lot of time to get that moving forward. So that's a function of being able to understand your subject matter experts, especially dealing with budgets. I can remember when I first was appointed as assistant city manager, and I can remember when I was a poor grad student, I just came out, I had a bunch of debt and all that, and all of a sudden I was dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars. It was like, this is important stuff. You realize that, and you get used to it, and you learn it, but you just don't have that training until you're in the role that you have as well. And then the last and most important item is staff relationships and the communication and the ability to work as a team. They are here to support you, but there's an element of trust that has to come between the elected officials and the appointed officials to be able to do the work together. And so that ability to have good staff relationships and the communication is important. Yes, ma'am.
Are we going to get copies of all?
Yeah, I'll have this all together. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So that was from board chairs. These are people like mayors and CEOs that are the presidents of or chairman of a board. I want to flip the side to folks that are on the role like similar to what a city manager would be or a CEO of an organization. And the governance issues is that, does the board understand what they do and who they represent, not only their organization, but the constituencies and how those things come together. Other elements are sometimes it's tough to deal with some of the issues you have to get, and it's easier to kick the can down the road. And they don't want to deal with issues that become pretty critical in the day-to-day operation of the organization. Roles and responsibilities. This is one that is a very important element. I'm going to talk a lot about today about your role as an elected official in the strategic visioning component. Set the tone, to set the direction. Strategic planning is your staff's responsibility. How you do that, the day-to-day work functions, the acts, the tasks, the projects that make that work, that's their role. Your role is to set the overall direction and vision of the organization. related, is number 7, is it's easy to get caught in the weeds. And once again, this is something we see, and I've seen it as a city manager, but certainly as a consultant working with communities across the country. We're all going to come at this job with our own responsibilities and understanding. And if we're used to dealing with those details, it's sometimes difficult to step out of that and say my role is now a policymaker, not a implementer. I can set the direction and I can set the tone, but it's not my job to count the pencils and count the dollars and all that. And there's things that you need to do. That's what staff's going to do. So that detail element, there's a fine line there, but at some point you can get into that and you can just be starting to chase rabbits down trails pretty quickly. Recruitment and turnover. This is something that on the private side, they often try to recruit for. Many times, and I don't know what's happening in Northport, we typically see a lot of folks that have come through your boards and commissions. They've been on planning or zoning board, or parks and recreation board, or they've been involved in some beautification or economic development. Those are great training programs because, number one, they're involved in working with other people and have to build consensus. Because sometimes people that run for office have never had that experience before, and all of a sudden they realize I'm 1 of 5 or 7 or 9, and I can't do this unless I work well with other people in that box and help convince them. So understanding how people get developed to become elected officials. The loyalty over the community of the organization, that's more on the private side of the table, but there's a lot of debate about at one point whether you were elected to do something that you feel you wanted to change. At the other element now, you are now part of this organization and you're part of the face of this organization. So this is an element, we're in what I call in this business, I can say this now as a consultant, we're in the silly season. It's election season right now. And so when you think about when's the last time somebody ran on, hey, we're doing everything great, just, I want to get elected. Most of the time, there's something that's wrong that I want to fix. And so what happens is all the attention gets focused on what's wrong and you forget about the 90 or 95% of the things that are doing right. And so recognizing that even though you may want to make some changes there, there's probably a lot of things that are going pretty well. And now you've got to represent that part of the organization too. You can't suck all the air out of the room onto one aspect. Preparing work for governance. This is stuff that, as I said, you don't normally get very often. And you learn this on the fly. We do a lot of training in this area. This is just kind of a high-level area, but it really takes work to do this. And I know, like the Lake, for an example, has elected officials academies and things of that nature. Those are all important because, number one, you're going to learn about kind of the do's and don'ts, but number two, you're also going to learn to network for people that are in similar roles and what's working and what's not working in other communities as well. But having the time to do that, having a commitment to do that. That's related to board education as well. Economic and budget issues, they say. Rarely, I suspect none of you have checkbooks that go as deep as the city's checkbook. There's a lot of complexity, plus you got fund accounting, you got restrictions, you got grant dollars, you got all that stuff comes together. And understanding the financial and the complex issues that come with budgeting and why you can't spend money and educating your population about why if it's a CRA dollar, we can't be spent to support this and all that. That's a lot of things to learn in this effort, and that's an important understanding role that you place. And the last one is complexity of the big issues, and to be able to think outside the box to deal with it. Because I guarantee you, I've been in this business long enough to know we've gone through recessions and financial constraints. All the low-hanging fruit is done. It's rare that you can find a quick win and do something that's going to save you a ton of money overnight. There may be a few out there, but for the most part, that work's already, that lifting has been done. Now it gets increasingly more difficult to become more efficient and more effective because it moves different things and it sometimes costs you money to do those things more effectively. Those are the complexities of the issues, but the easy wins are largely gone at this stage. So I want to talk a little bit about perspectives matter. And this is something that I know as elected officials you face all the time. This is a great picture. One says 6, one says it's 9. Guess what? They're both right. It all depends on your viewpoint of where you're at and looking at that issue. So just saying, I'm right, you're wrong, doesn't get past the point. It's a 9 to one person and a 6 to someone else. You have to kind of put yourselves in their shoes. And sometimes that means you got to move around the other end of the table, say, all right, where are they coming from so I can understand that, and then step back and figure out where the middle of the ground may be. So that's just understand perspectives matter. Now, the other part is I travel over the country, and I love barbecue. And so anywhere I go, I always try to find the best barbecue house. I'm talking to the clerks at the hotels I'm at and the staffs that I'm working with and all that. But I will tell you, as much as I love barbecue, I guarantee that the pig has a different perspective about barbecue than I do as well. So depending on where you stand, where you view things, will certainly have a perspective on whether you agree or disagree if something is right or wrong or good or bad. So I want to also tell you that what you're doing today is extremely important. Your future is dependent upon the things that you're doing in sessions like today, because you're setting the course and the direction going forward. But I also want to tell you that as an elected official, that you're not going to make everybody happy. I used to say, you can't make everybody happy, not pizza, but now even ordering pizza's gotten more challenging. You used to be pepperoni mushrooms, now it's Hawaiian food or along the line. But the bottom line is you're going to upset some people. Your role is to say, be true to yourself. Where do I want to go? Where do I want to take this organization? How can I be part of something bigger? And at least communicate with people who may have a difference of thought and opinion about that focus and direction. Their opinions may change yours too. That's okay. That's all. It isn't just the 5 of you around the table. It's your constituents as a whole. So as you think about governance and think about the work we're doing today, I want you to think about the mutual respect and the dialogue and how you deal with each other, how you deal with your constituents, and how you come to some consensus. Because at the end of the day, it's your consensus, it's your plan. It's not Jerome's plan, it's not my plan, it's not your staff's plan, it's your plan. And you have to have that total buy-in. You've got to have skin in the game, and you got to be able to recognize that that's what this process is all about. You've been elected to do this role. Despite all the craziness you got to deal with, this is the thing that is so important for you to do to set the tone and direction of the organization. Okay? So, I'm also a rock and roll fan, so I like to talk about roles and responsibilities. And sometimes if you don't do it, who else is there to do it? So any Grateful Dead heads in the group here as well? So Jerry Garcia, great quote for him. Somebody had to do something, it's just incredibly pathetic, it had to be us. That's you, and I don't mean that negatively, that's you. That's the role and the tone you set in terms of doing the visioning and the work and the direction of this organization. So I leave you with a thought about why does this stuff matter as we start to get into the actual work of strategic visioning. And I give you a thought here that I hope that might make some sense to you, enhance the quality of decisions we make, and dramatically increase the significant impact those decisions have in the future of Northport. If that's something that you as a commission can kind of get your arms around and say, yeah, that's what this is all about, that's what we're trying to accomplish here. Because if you do this right, you set the tone, everything else can start to execute and follow that direction. And there's some alignment in the actions you're taking, the decisions you're making, the budgets you're approving, the people that you're hiring. All this stuff matters because you've set the appropriate direction and vision that you're trying to take the organization. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. So let's talk about the role specifically that you have as the commission. As I said, you should be focusing specifically on the overall envisioning future and desired state of the city of Northport, both as an organization and as a community. That's your role. You set that tone, just like a board of directors says, this is the products we're going to get into, or this is, like your Honda Corporation, for example, we're going to do all these different things, but we're setting the tone of this is what we want to do. The role of your staff, of Jerome and the team, is called strategic planning, which is the action plan to implement the vision that you are establishing in the direction that you've said you want to take the community and the organization. And done properly, that will include key success indicators, performance metrics, action plans, so that not only you have an idea on a regular basis, are we accomplishing what we said we want to do as a governing body, but you can also tell your community, this is where we're accomplishing those things. So they have an idea. This is a journey that goes beyond the 5 of you on the table. This affects all of your residents and the stakeholders in your community. But the role that you play is that high-level focus, the vision, the direction. The planning aspect is the staff's responsibility. Now, you're going to approve the plan. They're going to come back with you in December. We'll talk about that with those elements. And you'll say, yes, this makes sense. This is exactly what I'm looking for. We'll make those tweaks. So you'll have some insight on that. But the actual development of that and the implementation of that is their role. They're working for you to do this role. Okay? So what I'm going to do today is try to keep you as high as I can, that 10 to 15,000 foot level, because you start to see things when you're in the air and you can see the horizon. You can see patterns. When you're down in the weeds, you don't see that. You get back to that point of somebody's walking their fault and tripping into a fountain or something of that nature. So I will allow conversation to the extent possible for clarity if we get into some weeds. But every once in a while, I'll probably have to pull you out of that and say, hey guys, we're back to the 10,000 foot level. You understand the issue enough, and if you do, let's get back up to where we need to go to look at that long-term vision and direction, okay? So I know that may feel uncomfortable because a lot of times we get comfortable in details. My goal is to keep you out of those details today. And we'll see those later when they come back to you in a subsequent meeting. Make sure that you're good with what they understand, the staff understands what you're doing.
I appreciate your training.
That's the
Oftentimes, if we are in details, we haven't been trained to vision.
That's what I'm trying to set that table for you, so we're all set. This is important stuff before we get to there. Now, the other thing, and I will tell you this is something I've learned in my years in city management, is that most organizations just want to say, well, I want to do this, but they haven't figured out what they don't want to do to replace that. And so you tend to just keep adding on and piling on and piling on. And I will also tell you in all the years that I've done this business, I've never encountered a community that I've either worked for or worked as a consultant or as a city manager that's had all the money and resources to do everything they want to do. So what's that mean? You got to prioritize because you can't do it all. And what I often tell organizations, I would rather you do 10 or 15 things to the best of your ability and be outstanding and deliver those with excellence than to do 30 things kind of so-so. And so that's part of this effort that I want to talk about with Peter Drucker. And he wrote a book called Management Challenges in the 21st Century. A little bit dated now, but just highlight that you've got to have a functioning system of eliminating things. Now, whether that's a body and you've got to eliminate your waste, or whether that's an organization and you've got to say times have changed and we've got to figure out what's important to us because we can't do it all. And when you have a session like today, it's not like we want to do everything we're doing now and we're going to do X, Y, and Z. At some point, you're going to be doing 100 things kind of so-so versus the 15 or 20 things really, really well. And so I want to talk about the process of how you do this. And this is this kind of adding new initiatives and programs, but never really thinking about the stuff we're doing still makes sense. Should we get rid of this? Should we stop doing this stuff as well? So we should do that. And this is this opportunity, at least once a year, to sit back and reflect about where those priorities ought to be. And then we call that, or Drucker calls that, organized abandonment. So it's not like I'm just cutting cords. I'm thinking through what makes sense, and I'm systematically saying, we're not going to do that anymore because we need to free up those resources, those people to do other things. So that's an important element. So I'm not going to read this all there, but bottom line as you go through it, highlight it. You can't create tomorrow unless you first slough off yesterday. What has changed? What is different? What do we do different? Chance to read that as well. That's the whole concept of organized abandonment. So in his book, he talks about where it's appropriate to do organized abandonment. If you still have something that still has maybe a couple years of life in it, it's probably about time you write it off. You don't have to go to the nth degree till it's died. If it's got a couple years and it's kind of served its purpose, it's probably appropriate to think about wrapping it up, calling it a day on those issues as well. The other element, if you've already paid for it.
Yeah.
And it's probably not the best analogy. It's kind of like your car. You know, if you paid for your car, you got it, you don't have a car payment, guess what? You know, at some point it's going to start to break down and cost you some more money at the end of the day. And so at some point, don't keep it just because it's been paid for. If it doesn't meet your needs and goals, that's a short-term focus rather than a long-term focus. And then appropriately, when you think about new things that you may want to do as an organization and to deal with an emerging issue or a challenge or a priority, you've got to start to think about, all right, what am I doing that's preventing me from getting that? And your staff's going to tell you that. It may be resources, it may be financial, whatever the case would be, it may be technology. But at some point, if you want to do this as a priority and you've established that, at some point it's a give and take, just like a home. We can't buy everything, we can't do everything we want at home. Same thing happens with the city, just obviously exponentially bigger in that effort. So abandonment's the right issue if it's preventing you from accomplishing those goals and objectives that you view as priority. So I like to talk about organized abandonment because you're going to have a lot of new ideas and thoughts and opinions, and I'm going to, at the end of the day, and your staff's going to, at the end of the day, say, can we do this or not? And if not, we need to prioritize, and we'll talk about prioritization. So if push comes to shove, where those monies and where those resources are going to go within your plan. So I want to set kind of the tone of what this is about. I mentioned earlier, the vision and mission is kind of the North Star of your organization. Where do you want to go? What do you want to be? How do you want to get there? Is embodied in your vision and mission statement in the process. So that's kind of the roof of this whole process we're dealing with. From there, then we're going to get into the strategic results of the floors, and that's going to talk about, okay, within that area and that strategic vision and mission, what are the goals you want to accomplish? Those are your 8 areas, or your pillars. Some people call them pillars, I call them focus areas, goals. Figure out what you want to do with that here. And from that point, then you're going to have initiatives and metrics. So after you've established the goal areas, and whether they're 8 or 9 or 5 or whatever they are, then you're going to have what we typically refer to as outcomes. What does that mean in public safety to you? And we'll capture that thought. Those are your outcomes that you want to accomplish. And then from that point, below that then is going to be metrics that your staff are going to be working with and action plans. And then those will be pushed all the way down throughout the organization. You can start to see you have an alignment. And then at the very bottom of this, but I will say equally important, is your money. I can't tell you how many communities that I work with when I first start working on strategic visioning and planning. They may have a plan, it's sat on the shelf, and that's it. There's no alignment to the day-to-day functions, and certainly no alignment to the budget. So those that are on that scale from 1 to 10 in strategic visioning and planning, the ones that are 10 are doing priority-based budgeting. They've taken their plan, they've made it robust, they've said these are our priorities, they've done their budget, and they've linked their budget actions specifically to where you want to go. This is not a novel thought, but I will tell you, it's not done very often in the public sector. It is not something, but why would you do all the planning and then say, I'm not going to put any resources where my goals and objectives are? So that's what this is about. That's the alignment we're trying to get to. Okay? So the foundational document, as I say, we take every organization where you're at and use that as the foundation, unless you told me we're going to start from ground zero. That's not what I've been told. We're going to at least start here, and then we'll modify this as well. So within that, you have 8 strategic priorities or goals or pillars. Once again, we'll talk about that. In that, you have 37 strategic objective and outcomes. I will tell you, your staff will tell you, and many of you told me, you know, those really don't give us a whole lot. Some of them are very specific, others are kind of like out there. And that's okay, we'll clean that up. My goal is at the end of this process that you won't have that statement at the end. You'll feel very strongly that the outcomes are clearly understood of what you're trying to accomplish, as opposed to kind of just wistful thinking, if you will, in that regard. And I will tell you the good news is, whether Jerome planned you for this or whether I helped you along, and most of you had a pretty good understanding of at least what's in the document. It's not something you've looked at, you know, every day, but you had an awareness of what was there because you could talk with some level of detail and specificity about the effort. So that's good news, because sometimes that's not the case. And I applaud, especially as 2 new commissioners. Say new, I know newer, I should say. You know, you didn't touch this, so you had to learn this one going along, and I'm sure that you're going to have some thoughts and opinions that will be different, and certainly those that have been on the commission and touched this before will have different thoughts and opinions as well. So I'm going to start. So any questions before we start? Because now we're going to start to get into some feedback from you on some SWOTs and some other issues. Any perceptions or comments about what I've said about roles, responsibilities, and what we're trying to do here?
Great,
Good?
very helpful.
Okay. Okay, good. All right. One of the advanced homework assignments I gave you was to do a SWOT assessment. And so for those of you in the audience or those who may be watching, SWOT stands for Strengths, Weaknesses, Opportunities, and Threats. And I like to use this to, hopefully you've done the homework and you've captured those things in each of the areas, and you may have some thoughts that come from your own discussions today. But I'm going to start out and capture some of the effort about what you view as the current strengths of the city of Northport.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
When you say Northport or city's strengths, are you talking about inside the 4 walls of City Hall? Or are you talking about the 105 square acres?
It can be both. Yep, I'm looking at the entirety because I think unlike a private sector company, the city and the community are, you know, they're different roles and responsibilities, but they're part of the same organism, if you will. Okay?
Make sure.
Okay, so let's hear some of your strengths. What do you see as strengths of the organization or the community?
Location.
Location.
Yeah, land and location.
Location. And by land, you mean the
Land
square
mass,
land mass. Okay,
buildable
land mass. Okay.
areas.
our staff and our people.
Staff, and by people, you mean residents and, or people within the organization?
I
Okay, staff and
I
citizens.
put caring, compassionate people.
I had caring community.
I had diversity. We have a strong variety of diversity within our city.
Diversity, help me out with that. Is that by people, by organization, by just make sure I understand what diversity means in your mind.
Cultural, many varied backgrounds, diversity of culture.
We have a network of very active and committed nonprofits. That's perhaps a further definition of a caring community.
That's what I had, caring community nonprofits.
Yeah.
Forget commitment, C-O-M-M-I-T-T.
I think it's one key. I need my
Thank you.
computer now, my spell check.
Of nonprofits, okay.
I put down as a strength, we still have that small town feeling. As large as we are, we still have that small town feel.
We have a very active chamber of commerce that is positive towards the city. It's not always the case in municipalities.
We have a variety of services that the city provides that I have not seen anywhere else.
I had emergency services.
I was thinking more like the Hearts program or the walk-up service for waste, those kind of things.
No,
And then Pete, you said police and fire, I'm sorry, what was that, would you use? Emergency services or police and fire, how did you describe it?
yeah, that was police and fire,
Police and
emergency
fire.
services.
Alice, do you have anything?
It kind of goes along with land, the fact that it's like a cleaner, open slate. That I know probably most of us come from older areas that were already established, and you just don't really have, you have to deal with what's already there. But
Right,
here,
sorry,
we're
the
here,
development,
yeah, when these are all, it was raw land, and this is our shopping centers, and you can plan it exactly what would work.
Okay.
Further definition on staff for me, I've just been very impressed with the educational backgrounds and professionalism of our staff, and they have a true passion for their work.
We have a lot of open space and parks. A lot of open space and parks. To me, that's different than land mass.
Trees, beauty, parks, that's what I had as a line item. Oh, we have a workforce. We're a young community.
Can someone staple this one up here? Somebody just put these on. Here, let's. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just kind of work up the wall. You can just text it right now. Okay. All right, so we're still on strengths.
Yeah, we have a young community in contrast to a lot of surrounding areas. We're young, family-oriented workers. We have a workforce.
Okay.
This may be silly, but it's one of the,
Silly ideas today.
one of the best things that I've heard from our citizens is they love our videos, and it just showcases the city in a different light than stuffy government bureaucracy. The fun videos is one of our strengths. It shows that we're willing to do new and different things.
You have strengths? Able to move into weaknesses? You did your homework, thank you. You guys were quicker. I was as quickly as I could write, is that? Okay.
It's hard to admit weaknesses, so this might not be quite as throwing them at you, I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm very good at weaknesses.
All right. That's the diversity of the board. Somebody's, yeah, we all bring different thoughts and opinions to the table, exactly, okay?
The city being young is a weakness.
Okay. And that's okay. Sometimes it's used as a strength and a weakness. That's certainly available, yeah. Now, by young, do you mean the workforce or the community as a whole? Because I know you, as a whole, okay, because you were chartered when?
59.
61 years
60,
old.
yeah, 61, okay. Not so old anymore, or not so young anymore, I guess.
We're teenagers.
Yeah. Well, my kids would appreciate it because I'm 61 and they don't think I'm a teenager anymore. So 61 puts me in that same area as well.
When you compare it to Philadelphia, we're young.
Yeah, I get you. Still a younger tenured city, right?
The other cities around us, they're established and they have built themselves to be established.
Right.
We haven't had that opportunity.
You're still
yet.
growing and growing up, yep.
We're lacking in jobs, or another way of saying that is insufficient commercial and industrial development.
Opportunities and what were the categories you gave me, Ken?
Insufficient commercial / industrial development. And I would even say zoning. I mean, we've identified very small areas of the city for that type of development.
I think general development for that problem.
Yep.
One of the things I see as a weakness is that people come here from all different places, but they're not willing to assimilate to here. They're not willing to learn our ways of how Florida / Northport is. They want to just keep what they had that they left instead of appreciate why they came here.
Okay.
What drew them here. Yeah, embracing what's here.
Along those lines, I have to put in there, protection, real protection of our natural environment.
So is that a weakness? It's something we're not doing?
Right. Not enough, yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that,
Protection of our natural environment. And that goes along with really respecting the integrity of neighborhoods along those lines.
I believe a weakness that we have is the lack of internal processes within these four walls.
And along that line, if I may.
Hang on, let me catch up.
Go ahead. What's the matter? You can't write that
Yeah, I
down?
know. I gotta make sense of this as a report at the end, so I gotta make sure I can read. I'm sorry, so lack of internal processes, or lack of organizational internal processes? Okay.
Along that line, I had written down the lack of internal teamwork, meaning departments talking to each other from the beginning instead of saying,
Siloed, yeah.
yeah,
Siloed,
yeah. I'll have these fancy terms.
We're somewhat insulated from surrounding communities. That doesn't quite express it. I think in our history, no one cared about Northport. No one wanted to come here. So anything we had to do ourselves. And I think we still sort of have that attitude. It taps right into my self-reliance. I'm real comfortable with that. But we're at a different point in our development, and we need to start going out to bring resources in.
I had the same sort of thinking, and I called it mindset. We have a stigma about us because of the history, as you were saying, and we need to
Shed that.
exactly see the value of who we truly are.
Probably not the best example because they're in chapter 11 right now. It's like hurts, we try harder, right? Yeah, I want to be the next guy. Okay.
We have a lack of entertainment.
Yeah, I was gonna say lack of cultural experiences.
So much nicer.
Really big on the, I don't know.
Booze and music.
Booze and music, that's right.
Infrastructure.
That's what I was just gonna say.
We still have the good old boy network that is still very relevant in the city.
That's part of that mindset.
That's pretty much.
Yeah.
But I think that
Gotten better.
it's gotten better, but when it rears its ugly head, it's like, oh, I just want to chop it off.
But are you referring internal or external?
It's both.
The city itself as a whole. I believe a weakness is we're sparse. We're not dense. So a lot of businesses and that won't come. I mean, we've got 105 square miles, so the houses are all spread out. We don't have that density for a lot of business to really look at us because we are so sparse in density.
Kind of going along with that somewhat is, I've always thought it was a weakness that we have a lack of cohesiveness. And that
Lack of place.
Well, yeah, even with us in Welland Park, I even refer to this as proper, and, you know, there's bringing things together, and not just those two segments, but within neighborhoods. People don't identify, like, I live in the Heights section, you know, areas have those names, and we don't have that. Right, and it's just one big mass. They'll just say, oh, I live east of Toledo Blade. That's how they identify themselves. Okay.
Well, in 2 years, you're going to be calling it downtown.
That may be part of your vision.
Right. It's already, we had the groundbreaking.
We're still restructuring after COVID.
Okay. Post-COVID impacts, yeah. By Pete, you mean internally, externally, what,
I think both areas, you know, the community's getting back to work, for the most part. They're still missing a lot of employment opportunities out there to where businesses are struggling, cities struggling, we're short on staff. You know, it's time to get back to work and get everything going, you know, get back in gear.
We have a lot of working poor,
It's just going.
a lot of folks without health insurance
But does the city,
and high needs. It's a weakness.
Well,
Whether
it's
we
just back to
choose,
economic development. You know,
Yeah.
You have opportunities for
Right.
growth and employment and
Right.
benefits and all of those
we
things.
can
So, yeah,
address
understand.
that.
you know, living here for 30 years, I'm starting to see this cultural shift of haves and have-nots. And that can become very much of a weakness or a threats. They could become one of the threats in the future. Whereas, you know, 30 years ago, it was affordable. It was, people came here either to retire or start a family. It was kind of one or the other, and it wasn't equal. I'm not saying that, but that disparity was not as prevalent as it is today.
It's back to cohesiveness, where was it here? I had it here.
Lack of, it's like in the middle towards
Oh,
the
there,
bottom.
see, I knew it, had
Yeah.
written down here, so, yeah, so, sort of. Okay.
Right, it's pretty much like the haves and the have-nots. You're getting that.
Reflecting the nation and
I
that.
was just going to say the same thing. The haves and the have-nots are spreading so far because actually our household wage is higher than the city of Sarasota. So that we see that need, even though this keeps growing.
Any other weaknesses? So this would be hard to do. Pretty well. Play my Diana here, right? All right. Okay. Weakness, opportunities.
I think because we are young, we have the opportunity to establish ourselves, to set our future and update our plans.
We have already started taking some actions that should attract development here to the city. We've made some budgetary decisions around infrastructure. We've loosened up our permitted uses across the city, and I'm starting to pick up input that there is renewed interest in Northport from organizations outside.
Outside, investment opportunities from the outside,
Yes.
not from within it.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
This is picking up, again, like the last one I stated, from a weakness, because you can turn right around and make a weakness an opportunity also. So we have the opportunity to establish our internal processes and structure.
Absolutely have those exact words on mine.
I might express that as we have the opportunity to create synergy. We have the pieces, and pulling them together will create.
Kind of like the timing's right.
Yeah,
Trying
yeah.
to figure out how
Just
to best
really
describe this,
feeling
the
that
right
we're
place, the
on
right time to pull it all.
all together,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
We have the absolute opportunity to lead and be the leader within this region.
I see Warm Mineral Springs as a huge opportunity, and that area as a huge opportunity for the city. It could be our link to tourism in this region, our connection.
We also have the opportunity to start educating our citizens about Northport and how the government works. This has been one of my things for the past 5 years.
I can guarantee you from conversations we've had, community engagement and outreach is going to come up today. So absolutely, I think, this will get a chance to focus on that. So yeah, definitely.
I mean, I look at our weaknesses, and often there's an opportunity there.
Absolutely.
So I think we have a huge opportunity to re-engage the community with city government.
Yeah, but if we do that, we cannot separate the West Villages area with Northport proper. It has to be done as one city, one unified city, not saying, oh, well, we need to talk to them and help them. We've got to get rid of this them and us mentality. And we are doing a very good job of it, but it's not filtering outside of our four walls.
And your point that you had mentioned, Barbara, about the reason I do this at the front end, because at the tail end, right, we're going to keep this stuff up here. At the tail end, when you look at your plan, I want to say, have we addressed the things that you felt that we could address? So that's why we start here, to make sure at the end we have something that's rooted at your high level perspective.
I have one more that was similar to something that we have the opportunity to connect, communicate, and innovate.
skate to where the puck is going, not where it is.
Yeah. I think you and I were talking about
About
I
that,
did a lot of
yeah.
coaching basketball and soccer. I always say it's not where the ball is, it's where the ball's going.
Gonna be.
It's where the action occurs. Integrate. Yeah. I said, I never won an award for penmanship.
No, I was looking at the word above it.
Just so long as you can read it.
That's
Pardon? Innovate, okay. Oh, not integrate, innovate, my mistake. Okay, innovate. Thank you.
Very important word.
Holistic.
I swear my
is
writing
what
got
you were
worse
looking
because
at.
when I was in city management, because as you know, if you write things on a napkin, it's a public record. So I got to the point where my writing became so atrocious that only my administrative assistant and I could read it. So, so I can generally, there's times I have to say, what did I say there? You know, in one line.
We have an opportunity, and I know that staff has worked really hard at our website. My gosh, when I came here 5 years ago, our website was really, really bad. And they have made great strides.
Okay.
There's still room for improvement. It's a very valuable tool, but like all tools, if it doesn't work properly or efficiently, it's can become cumbersome and useless.
You triggered a thought. Our current website is, how would I say, it's functional and operational.
It's not friendly.
It doesn't, but it doesn't market us. So I think we need something separate but connected that is more externally facing. Maybe that's, our website is sort of internal, useful.
Right.
This is an area, when you think about this, I mean, we all do e-commerce now. So if you're having a glass of wine and pajamas and you want to order something from Amazon, you do it at 2 in the morning or whatever. Sometimes they make a lot of money from people that drink the wine at 2 in the morning. But the concept is that's the world we're now operating in. And I often will challenge organizations to say, does your website allow your constituents to do what they want to do on their terms like they do in the private sector? And so that's kind of where I think you're going at with these comments that, you know, they're used to that world. Why can't government be the same? And, you know, it may take some time and resource to get there, but if that's what your constituents are kind of expecting, then maybe we're going.
Yeah.
The one above that I had said is that type of thinking that I was thinking about, being innovative in the ability to communicate and connect. So I'm just flowing along with what they are saying.
Yep.
So it's not only just the website, it's that one-stop shop. It is that call center that actually cares for the entire city and has a 0 button to push for an operator. Exactly. I mean, so be innovative in doing those things.
The one thing that I think, and I don't know if it's part of the community outreach education, and that last word,
Holistic.
holistic,
What it's supposed to be.
is does that capture that us versus them, the Welland Park versus Northport proper? We changing that.
Okay. Gotcha. I understand. I think you and I talked about some of the parts, not just the individual components. Yeah.
We're one city. That's my phrase. I always say, we are one city.
We have an opportunity to move from being transparent to being open, friendly, and engaging.
Okay. So that would be
Statement.
as a organization, as a community, both. I want to make sure I understand the concept.
I think as a government,
Okay.
so I would include everyone who
So
works
outward
for.
facing, transparent, and what was the other term used?
We let people look in,
Okay.
but, you know, Debbie has done some really good work, but, and Parks and Rec has done some engagement, but we're not friendly and engaging. You know, I hear that from business.
That's,
We're
I think
transparent.
it's cultural.
Yes, we're
Yeah.
transparent because we're told we have to be.
Right.
We're not transparent because we're open, friendly, and we
To
desire
engage.
to engage and connect. That is something so refreshing that I hear from Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Fletcher has that engagement that he wants. he's proud of what his team is doing and he wants that connection. And it's almost as though we're forced to do something that we should be happy to see.
Well, this is gonna be a point, this is what we call a teaching moment, I'll go back. That these should be reflective in your values as an organization. Do you walk the talk? What do you espouse to be as an organization to go forward? I also have to joke though, because I speak at a lot of different conferences, events, like elected officials in particular. And somewhere in the midst of those conversations about what's working and what isn't working, inevitably the concept of business friendly comes up. And so when that question comes to me, I typically stop and I'll ask the group, I say, all right, how many of you out there think you're the most god-awful city to do business with? You know what happens? Everybody puts their hands up. So I said, all right, so let's talk about that. That means some of you may very well have a well-deserved mantle of that, but others I know, because I do enough work across the country, there are a lot of good things and a lot of people redesigning and re-engineering their system. So a lot of it is perception and reality, and we just have to go through it. But the concept is what I call the reality of perception, and how you do it. So I know even in my former organization, we used to always, at the end of a project, I used to ask the developer to say, please give us a letter. Tell us about we're the most friendly city you work with, because I need to have something to tell my elected officials that, hey, you may be hearing from X, Y, and Z, but here's projects that we've done, and these are people that are in the business, and things like that can change the perception and the mentality of the operation. But I just have to joke when I hear that, because business-friendly communities, literally everybody thinks they do it wrong. And it's because, well, what do you hear? You only hear from the
Bad,
negatives.
right.
You don't hear from the projects they want well, which is another way of saying, how do you flip that coin to get
Right.
the other perception out there to say, hey, listen, we've done these projects from the Amazons to the smaller mom and pop shops, and here's how it can be done. So,
Encouraging.
yeah, there's a path out of it as well. Absolutely.
I have one more.
Sure.
It kind of goes off of what we were talking about, weaknesses, or maybe it was a strength. People come from all over and they don't understand Florida. We have the opportunity to educate people about where they live, because I find that because they don't understand Florida and the uniqueness and the challenges that come with that, that seems to be the common theme in a lot of the complaints, like my swale has water in it. Okay, this is why, yeah. Or the people who were at the flooded streets out on Lady Slipper, where the creek is there. People they don't understand the geology of the area. So I think we have that opportunity to educate them, and that in turn would hopefully have less concerns, or people would make better decisions where they want to live.
You just triggered another thought. That's sort of a 6 and 9. I'm thinking of Doug's earlier slide. Yeah, I mean, people need to assimilate where they go to, but we also need to be open to diversity. And just because a resident is new doesn't make them less important.
Oh, no, right.
Or provide for than someone who's been here 100 years.
But I think in the long run, it would behoove them to understand where they're living, because it's going to cause less problems in the long run. Instead of battling everything, understand what you can do to embrace it, and your life is going to be a lot easier in the long run. Yeah.
And we need those educational opportunities. We need to be prepared for them. We need to have, Josh pushed out some really good stuff when, I believe it was Elsa went through, people learning of the
Right.
posts on Facebook that they didn't know.
Thing, because I know that people come from the north, and it was common practice. You walk your dog, because they didn't have open.
I was wondering where the poop thing was going.
We have to bring the poop in all the time.
Okay,
Yeah. But they have sewers. So they don't have an open water system like we do. So they don't get that it's not the same. Up north you have sewers. You have and it goes through the. Well, it goes through the system first before it washes out in the waterways. We don't, so it's just,
Vice Mayor, do you have any further opportunities?
Public-private partnerships, I mean, all economic stuff, we're getting there with working with neighboring communities. We're really at the beginning of where we can propel ourselves into the future to where we can grow to where we want to be with, new businesses and stuff like that. And we also have, as an opportunity to the board here, we have, Florida League of Cities and National League of Cities to learn how other municipalities have accomplished their goals and how they've gone and done things. So there are plenty of opportunities available.
And I have to say, I'm really appreciative of the mayor and those of you that have been on the board for me as a newbie, to encourage my involvement with Florida League of Cities and even the National League. I even asked you, is this really something I have to go to?
You said yes.
Is this really going to be beneficial for me to go, or is it just one of those things?
Do I have to be transparent, or am I going to enjoy sharing what's happened? The education, exactly, the education of anything that you can gain in a public servant role is always interesting.
Yes, and I appreciate that, because like, as Pete said, you learn from other municipalities. This is what we've done this. Oh, so they were, why we redo the wheel? It's like they've already.
Exactly.
What we're doing. So you get great ideas. Yeah.
Typically say that local government builds upon, it rarely is innovative, but innovative is not the word. Rarely evolutionary, more revolutionary, more evolutionary. That you pick up and learn, and you think some of the best things we ever did in local government, somebody had started a nugget somewhere else and said, well, I'm going to tweak that to make it work here, and then somebody takes that and tweaks it to work in the community. So that's that evolutionary process versus being, so revolutionary out there.
I have,
I believe it was our last conference I sat in, a workshop that your organization led.
I can't believe I left this one to the end for opportunities, the Shires. That's a huge opportunity.
That's one of our activity centers.
Yep.
Way out east, yeah.
All right, any other opportunities? Okay, let's talk about the threats.
State legislators.
Wow.
It's funny, Jill, almost everywhere I do this, that's number one that always comes up. The
So-
jealous.
I actually wrote overregulation by the state. And we had two huge ones that came right to mind, and that was involvement in our impact fees and then the home-based businesses in our
Yep.
residential neighborhoods. Those are two that popped right away when I wrote that down. There's so many other ones,
Who
but
was it? Churchill who said we have faced the enemy and it is us?
yeah.
Is
Actually,
that
it's Pogo.
Pogo, I knew
We've
it
seen
was
the enemy and the enemy is us.
disenfranchised residents?
What does that mean?
Not connected. They're.
Like us.
They
They don't like us.
Franchised has morphed into a million different meanings, and I wanted to understand which your meaning
People
was.
who just aren't connected in any meaningful way to their community.
Right.
Yeah, it can mean that you've done something that does that, or it can mean they're just not plugged in.
Right.
And that's my interpretation of what you're saying.
Right.
So not to put it as an action, it is what it is. And I get back to the reality of perception. If they feel disenfranchised, they probably are,
Mm-hmm.
in their minds at least. Right, okay,
Unmanaged growth.
okay.
I think staff has done a pretty good job of trying to keep that on track, but I've often had the feeling that we're chasing growth rather than trying to guide or influence growth.
Along that same line, I put down missed opportunities from the past. They can come bite you.
Poverty.
And that was, Jill, that was specifically in economic development, or was that broader, a missed opportunity?
Pertaining to the growth, so
Okay, I see.
economic development definitely falls under that, but there are other things where it's a missed opportunity and just slides by, and the development of the city, the growth of the city could be so much easier if those moments and opportunities in time were captured.
And you all know in Florida, and Jerome, you'll get this as a new manager here. Florida, like when the economy's hot, everything goes at 100 miles an hour, and then inevitably the recession or a slowdown occurs, and everything comes to a screeching halt. In Florida, the spigot gets turned on or off at a moment's notice because
It
of the way
does.
the whole, we're structured, on services and everything else, so absolutely.
One of the other biggest threats is not having the money to address our critical needs. We have some serious critical needs coming up that the chickens are coming home to roost here in the very, very near future regarding our infrastructure that's 60 years old. We have some really, really critical needs.
You've got an interesting challenge because of the nature of how this community was developed, and a lot of the infrastructure is all put in at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's not like the evolving city that did this over 100 years, and you got pipes that gradually fade and you replace it. A lot of the stuff all went in at the same time. You know, we've done some work with Palm Bay or somewhere. Or Northport, I'm sorry, not Palm Bay, Palm Coast. I'm trying to think that they went through a general development corporation, build out like.
Lack of political clout.
Oh, okay, interesting, okay.
That cannot possibly be a bad thing sometimes. Sometimes it's a good thing.
I think in terms of, because I still get that feeling, even though we are the largest municipality in the county, I don't feel that that's honored. I don't know if that's the right word, but.
Valued.
Yeah, maybe valued is what it is, yeah.
And how do I say this nicely? Because I don't at all want to come across that we don't want to engage and be cooperative and work cooperatively with other municipalities in the county. But there's no incentive really in our region to help or encourage Northport, because conceivably with our population growth, there could be a real shift in political clout to here. So I don't know how I say that.
Figure out, so
So I call it lack of political clout and a lot of disincentives to
Because
our,
you'll become the largest, most
right,
potentially powerful,
right.
impacts of growth. So-
And it's coming, and that's why I stated the opportunity of, we are going to have the major role of leading. And we are going to connect with them. They may not have connected with us in the past, but we will connect with them in the future. And their view of us will be changing very, very soon. It's already starting to change, but it will drastically.
During the commission meeting, when I had said we need to invite the school board down to here to do the meeting, it's those simple little gestures that we as leaders can make to say, it's not just, hey, look at us. It is, we are showing you we exist and we want to be part of the team. And that team is the regional team. And that is a threat. And maybe that's what you're meaning by the political clout. The threat to me is that we aren't viewed as part of the team regionally, which hurts us. And we heard it when we were talking about the MPO priorities. We understand there's not money enough to go around, but at the same time, we're always, it seems like we're always at the bottom. Oh, we got to give Northport a bone. Here you go. Here's 100,000. And instead of, wait a minute, Northport needs this. We need to. So
Right. And I really,
But that's where I see it changing.
yeah, it is.
Because we are moving forward, we are doing things ourselves. If the bone wasn't given to us, we went and got our own bone. And so we are showing them what we are doing. So the spotlight is on us because we are accomplishing even without their bone. They're going to want and desire to be part of the action that's going on here.
Look at how much attention we got from the job growth grant and the governor coming here. I mean, that was huge. And that wasn't a bone. That was something that we applied for, thank you. And we actually did receive this year, we have applied for it a couple of years in a row, but
Right.
we got it this year, and that was huge, and it put that spotlight onto us. So maybe that is just the beginning of many bones in the future.
Yeah. Well, my brain, I tend to jump right to tactics, but another little bit of evidence about that lack of political clout is Northport has not had a representative on the county commission. What has it been, 25 years since we had?
Yeah, there was the 90s when Gene Matthews was on there for 2 years.
That is interesting, yeah.
It's a toughie though. I don't think that's good.
If you look back, Doc always did a representative from Northport run, so. But again, that's that
That's part of the
mindset.
lack of political
Exactly that.
clout.
Well, and it's that part of that mindset that we have. You know, I'm not gonna be a part of them. They don't like me.
Well, it may be a
you know.
reflection earlier, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but it may be a reflection if you don't have a holistic view of Northport. then-
Right.
Because collectively, you've got a voting block that would probably
Right.
get you there. But
Right.
if you don't have that perception that I'm rooted as part of Northport, then that's certainly.
Right,
could
it
be
goes
an
back to
outcome.
lack of
Yeah.
cohesiveness.
And we don't communicate well outside the city. I think we do a pretty good job.
Okay,
in-
inside the sandbox with the next sandbox over.
Mhm.
That is changing too.
Okay, all right. Anything else on threats? Anything you got there?
I had like just natural disasters, computer hacking,
Yeah.
you know, stuff like that, that we would have to be prepared for.
Mhm.
You know, another threat that's out there is, you know, don't know where they're going, but the de-annexation of the West Villages. It's,
Yeah.
you know,
It's in the court's hands now. We
Right.
said our piece, but there's still this lingering cloud that's over
it's
us.
still a threat.
Possible
It's
threat,
not
yeah.
settled
Right.
or moving forward yet.
Got it covered?
I had on here lack of things to do. It's not a threat like you think. It's more of, we're losing money by not having things to do here in our city. And
That
that,
goes along with cultural experiences, like, let's go there and
Yeah.
check it out, but there's nothing to check out, you know?
but if you don't have things to do, people go elsewhere and then
Yeah,
they
right.
eventually move away.
So these places are
And they
important.
do,
Yeah.
absolutely. So.
I was gonna say, I was at a point where the next thing going on, if you want to queue up, is gonna be start to unpack some of the things you said, but I know we've had coffee in it, you wanna take a quick, do a quick break?
Uh-huh.
He answered that one
You're-
first.
You're ready to go.
That's good,
All right,
that's
so
good.
I'm showing you, I don't know if that clock's right, I'm showing quarter till, about 10 minutes.
Okay,
Okay. All right.
sounds good.
To give you heads up, they were planning lunch at 12:30
Gotcha.
also.
We'll flex, there'll be enough places we can just.
And by the way, I think it's pizza from your slide, you know.
Pizza.
I'm not sure. I mean,
I didn't coordinate that, that would be a nice tie-in. It worked.
Oh, yeah, I think, oh, thank you very much.
Is there coffee in the break room, or is it
Yeah.
coffee?
Yeah, before Heather put the battery out, it was. He's trying to change the battery right now. It's on kind of blood right now. Okay, that one works. So it's on, well, it's my one on channel one. Like I said, one on the actual, on the screen.
How things going, Amber? Doing all right? Getting some work done? Just gonna put it underneath my shirt and all that. You know, so. What's that? There'll always be something coming, yeah. I mean, there'll be.
So I should maybe relocate down to here.
Yeah, probably, yeah, that might be the case. And what we can do, I was gonna say, let's do this, because we're gonna be, let's start with strengths, weaknesses. Let's just put them down, start there and work our way down.
Organize it.
Yeah, because we're gonna eventually come back to that, but that way you can keep, the stuff they're currently working on is
It's all
down
the
here.
way down.
Yeah, yeah, just move it one, you know, in the order that we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, that sort of thing. Oh, thanks, my pleasure.
A lot of
The
sweet.
frosting, the sprinkles,
Who's doing-
chocolate chips, wow.
Are you doing it? Who's got sound?
We're going to be doing mic checks.
Yep.
We're having complaints that they're not able to hear us with inside this auditorium. So we're going to have some mic checks. We've added more mics to the table. Hopefully, we don't get a lot of feedback. Mr. Thomas has on a mic with him too, so we need to work with IT to check the mics. Go
Okay,
ahead.
can you hear me now? Oh, each person, all right, go ahead. Just, Debbie, start off. Go ahead. Just do a sound check.
Hello.
Couple.
Check.
Hello?
And Jill Luke.
I'm here.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
We're good? Okay,
Yeah.
Can you guys hear us better back there?
good.
Yeah, why didn't you tell us this an hour ago?
You missed all that earlier. Brilliance.
They were making complaints, but we needed the break in order to add the extra mics.
You got low covered, gotcha. All right, and I'm just going to clarify what the mayor said. She says we don't want to get a lot of feedback. That's not what I want in this process. I want feedback in this process as well, so, yeah, gotcha. Okay, all right, well, great. Appreciate everybody back. Hopefully the sound is better for everyone as well. If you can get me back to the PowerPoint. This is the opportunity where you get to kind of hear what each of you had thoughts and opinions on, and the various questions that I'd ask you. So you might have some thoughts and opinions about some of the things that some of your colleagues have said as well. So at the very top of this, I obviously have been working with Jerome and Jason and Julie and what they're expecting out of this process, but you're also part of the client pool here. I want to make sure at the end of this, we get what you're looking for in this as well. So these aren't in any particular order. We're looking for a strategic plan that you can start with, prioritize, track accomplishments. You probably have things that are on your list that may be dropped or lower on the priorities. I don't know where the priorities are right now. Right now, they're just kind of all on their effort, so that'll be an effort. Others said looking for measurable results, get the ball rolling long term. Maybe a shorter planning horizon instead of a 5 to 10 year period, maybe a 2 to 3 year period. We'll talk about what that looks and feels like as well. You're looking for a visioning process that's implementable. If that's such a word, I think it is, right?
You just made it up.
And also discussion about the roles and responsibilities that you play as commissioners and also that staff plays and what your community plays as well. So we try to incorporate some of those concepts at the front end. And the goal of ultimately that effort of tying your budget to your plan. That should ultimately be where you're at. So you're allocating resources, staff, and dollars to those programs. A recognition that there's currently a disconnect in some of the things that the plan says and what your staff and you are doing as an organization on a day-to-day basis. And that there's a lack of specifics in some of those areas that you're looking to get better. Some of you had said almost if you looked at that plan, it could be for any community across the country, which really ought to be something that ought to be unique to you. You may have themes that are similar to what's going on across the country because you're part of an ecosystem of local government. But ultimately, it should be very germane to what you're focusing on here. And then clearly more objective strategies and tactics to try to determine to make sure if you're making progress. So some common themes there. Other elements, prioritization, and the sense of actually we can't do it all. There's a lot on your plan. 8 areas, 37 goals or 37 outcomes. It's a lot to keep track of. You may have to have a need of when push comes to shove, what can we afford to do and where do those resources go? And then an effort that the planning process really needs to better reflect how you want your residents and your stakeholders to be part of this community. And many of your comments this morning, you talked about one Northport and disenfranchise and engagements or the lack thereof. A process that you may want to do, and we're taking your current plan now and moving forward, but many of our communities that do this, we start with a process of community visioning sessions where you actually reach out and have focus groups and get people from different parts of your community to provide input and then bring that input to your process here. That's okay that you're not doing that right now. As I said, this can be a journey. You can start with the document you've got now, enhance what you've got, and at some point bring that process into the equation. And that may very well address some of the issue about community engagement because they start to get skin in the game and they can see their thoughts and opinions being reflected in your plan. So that's just a perception about how you get them engaged in the effort. And generally that what we're trying to do and what Jerome set the course for that you're good with. That this will be an opportunity to revisit the plan, update it as necessary, and at least set a course and direction going forward. So any reactions to any of those? Those are obviously thoughts and opinions. I captured those appropriately from your thoughts.
Okay. The next thing I ask each of you to say is that, all right, you've got these 8 goal areas and you've got a lot of outcomes and efforts. Are those at a high level, because we're going to unpack them greater as the day goes on, but are those the right things that are important to you? Just at that 10,000 foot level. Generally, thoughts, they're okay. There are certainly, when you'll see X2 means a couple of you had indicated that, need to address increasing public participation, education, and engagement, and that was certainly reflective in your comments today as well. One area that seemed to be missing was environmental sustainability. And once again, this plan's a little dated. It was done years ago when that maybe wasn't necessarily the focus of where you're at now. There's an element that came up about the plan really doesn't address your internal operations. A lot of what your city staff does, we call them internal services, your finance, your fleet, your HR, legal to some extent, those things, they have to fire at all cylinders in order for those outward-facing departments to be effective in delivering services to the community. And so right now, your plan really doesn't talk about, you have an element called effective and efficient government, but the outcomes really don't articulate what you're trying to get. So that's what that comment was about there. And an element that came up about, and this gets back to this concept of oneness and the sum of the group. We really don't have a sense, would you say, I live north of Toledo Blade Boulevard or something like that. There's really not a sense of within most cities, and especially one like Northport, which is very heavily residential oriented. They're a city of neighborhoods. And how do you have pride and sense in your neighborhood and then having that pride and sense into the overall Northport area as a whole? I think that was kind of the capture of where that comment was coming from. I also asked all of you to say, looking at whenever your public service is over as an elected official in Northport, what is it that you want to leave as your legacy? What are you going to be most proud about in the process? So these are some of the themes that came out. Capital infrastructure and availability at the interchange off I-75, widening of Price Boulevard, that you've improved the citizen engagement and involvement of decision-making in Northport, that you've stepped up your game. A lot of your comments today in this SWOT analysis about lack of respect and where you are as an organization, that you're really stepping that game up and that's what you want to leave as a legacy. The public perception of Northport overall, and also the fiscal health of the organization. So those are all pretty overall. Remember I told you all got elected to do something you wanted to do? These are some of those things that you wanted to get done. And I will suggest to you, we'll come back to this, is in your strategic vision, hopefully you're reflecting these things in some way, shape, or form. May not be exactly as articulated by each of you individually, but collectively they should be what you're trying to accomplish. Some other things that came forward, measure to improve the opportunity for economic development, especially around I-75. I know you're making some pretty significant investments in your budget there. This concept of building community and cohesiveness, so a better sense of place for the community of Northport. And then specifically looking as you deal with growth in particular about tree ordinances. How do you protect your tree canopies and green space?
I know exactly who said that.
I said that I would never out who said what where. I said you could own it, but you all know each other. You're going to have a sense. I can't cover that and still reflect what turned out to be Alice's comments. But I knew that Alice, you'd be outed on that one as well. So that probably wouldn't be a surprise.
I'm sure she's proud to own that one.
So when I look at these things, I see a lot of commonalities there, which is great. Because in many cases, you come through this process, and I've got, off to the left and off to the right and somewhere in the middle. So that speaks well that there's some common vision of what you're trying to accomplish here as well. So recognize that. It's always hard. Sometimes we look at the distinctions of differences as opposed to where the consensus is. And I think that you'll see in that vision of the 5 of you, there's a lot of consensus on what you're trying to do there. So I also gave you a magic wand and gave you an opportunity. If you could change one thing in Northport, what would that be? And these were the reactions that came together. Maybe we could have done some infrastructure quicker to capitalize on some missed opportunities. Perception of Northport. Do they really understand everything you offer as a community as opposed to just their own little kind of bubbles or areas that they're involved with as well? In a similar vein, kind of the sense of place that Northport has. What can it offer the community? That you want to make sure that this commission develops a vision that's unifying to the community. which I think you're starting to see these themes, these elements that you're all kind of dealing with in a similar way. Some discussion about a greater mixture of business and residential tax base. You've been largely residential, and you're doing some things to try to change that. And you could do a better job of coordinating the various programs and events and services that you provide, because there's public-private elements. You just had a great event with a bike fest that was largely done, I think, through a nonprofit group, as I understand. Is there a way to maximize other things that the city can put together around that so that you can maximize the investment of people that are coming to the community as well? So just kind of, once again, sense of place, opportunities to enjoy and go through things. Then I let you keep that wand in your hand and said, what do you keep? In the midst of everything that's changing, what does that look like? This perception, you want to maintain your small town feel. And the thought, I mean, good night. You guys have been through a lot in the last month in particular, and coming together in a crisis. But a number of you all told me about how you did fundraising, or how the prom came together, or how graduation came. You have those things together, that your community. So what I take out of that is that you may be harder on yourself than you think. Because a community that's willing to give back and have those sort of things happen do care about their. But maybe it's just not, it's not recognized. That, you know, how do you maximize that sense of willing? Because there's a set, you all talked about the caring of your community, the compassionate community, and that those are the assets. And also recognizing that, and this is the hardest thing, especially in Florida, and especially in fast-growing areas, is how do you not just become overwhelmed with growth? That you retain what's the character of Northport that drew you all here initially. That you're recognizing it's going to change, but how do we hang on to those things that are really, really important? And I suggest that's part of your vision as well, that you don't become so enamored with just growth or the sense of growth, that you do it in a way that's progressive and reflective and respectful of what kept you here to start with. General, as I said, the fact, and this is great, sometimes I can tell communities when I say I'm talking about the strategic plan, and they go, what plan? None of you said that. You all had a heads up on that effort as well. That being said, there was a recognition and certainly understanding of all the things you've been through in the last year. There just hasn't been time to really sit down and do this. Typically, we recommend communities at least on an annual basis, if not on a semi-annual or quarterly basis, touch the plans, get some updates, talk about what's done. Because I guarantee you, you'll forget what happened at the beginning of the year by the time you get to the end of the year, and some of those wins that you got. And that's part of what we'll do today as well. And then this concept of meaningful performance. How do you track it? That your plan kind of needs some work in that area. Everybody recognizes that. That's where we're at today, and that's what we're going to be addressing forward. And then lastly, I ask you all to talk about looking out a decade from where we are today. So now you're in October of 2031. What is it that you want to see Northport have that you don't have today? It could be projects, people, processes, whatever the case would be. Clearly, a desire to change your mixture of your tax base between residential and industrial and commercial. Improve traffic flow, completion of Price Boulevard. I think you guys have been talking about Price for a while. I know you've been buying real estate and right away, but there's still a lot of work to be done there. In your plan, there is a discussion about a hospital, a healthcare provider, and that may not be the hospital that you envision today. It may be something entirely different, given what we've all been through, but some sense of availability of healthcare providers here in Northport. As you grow, a new interchange. Right now you have two, right? Yeah, Price and
Sumter and Toledo Blade.
Right, yeah. Some others, transfer station, you've got a lot of people collecting material. I don't know where your closest landfill is, but you're putting a lot of efforts in your trucks in that. That you've developed the infrastructure foundation to encourage that investment outside the interchanges. And that there is something, this is one we'll talk about on land banking, that you may have a role to invest in acquiring parcels and development to assist in economic development. Right now, I think it's in your neighborhood program, as I believe there's a land bank or maybe it's preservation, and maybe that's where I saw the land banking in as well. And then related to kind of this is this concept that you create an environment where people can find meaningful employment opportunities. The rising tide rises all boats, and that can help address some of the things you mentioned as far as your strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities. Some other thoughts, east-west thoroughfare mobility. Protection of tree canopies. Sorry, Alice, we're going to couch you again, probably. Yeah. But actually, there was more than one of you that said that as well. I didn't mark that as number 2. This perception of business friendly, the reduction of burden in the development community to encourage investment. It looks like you're poised, or several of you talked about the ability to poise for development. Other activities, restaurants, not fast food in particular, but entertainment opportunities. And recognizing the ability to do multimodal transportation systems, not just in your parks and recreation, but the linkage of your commercial centers and things of that nature. I always say in that area, it's a great goal, because if you think about it, if you design the community for both the oldest and the youngest of populations, it'll work for everyone. You think about kids in strollers and learning to ride bikes. It works for that, as well as mobility to have older senior citizens as we become less ability to drive and build commercial centers around. So think about this, the holistic approach from one end of the spectrum to the other. And then this additional cultural experiences and offerings for residents. There's a sense you got to go somewhere for a lot of that stuff now. And we'd like to have Northport, or you'd like to have Northport have that available here as well. So, thoughts on that before I react? It was the first time you kind of heard each other through your comments.
I found that interesting. And I've said this before, because most of those seem to be focused on what I call the brown shoes of, I mean, they're functional type objectives. They're dealing with economic development, infrastructure, like those are like the hard sciences, so to speak. Whereas the soft sciences, there's only a few of them up there. You know, I'm saying brown shoes, and I think I used this analogy once before when I would have to go get my school shoes, and I wanted the shoes that looked really good, but my mom would say, they're not very functional. You have to get practical shoes, you know, but they were ugly. I wanted something that looked good and fun. And that's what I'm saying. I see more of, widening of Price Boulevard, hospital. That's great. Yes, of course, we want those goals, but I really would like to see focus on quality of life, just what makes life, you know, worth being here.
Yeah, I've been thinking about quality of life because it comes up in multiple places in our plan. And I'm not sure the city can do that. I mean, we are individually responsible for our own quality of life, and it means different things to different people. So I think as a city, what we can do is just provide the opportunity.
Well, yes, that's what I'm talking about. When you have gathering places.
And I think we're very focused on brown shoes, because I agree with you, because I think that's where we're at in our development. Arguably, I think we've done a pretty good job with parks and green space and amenities. Some folks might disagree with me, but we have 29 parks in the city. We have an aquatic center. You know, we have a lot of amenities. We don't have jobs. So I think what is getting reflected in the brown shoes is the fact that the immediate challenge to the city is taking care of that stuff, because we haven't really focused on that.
But
in
that
the
stuff has
past.
to be taken care of, and that's, I know
we
we're.
have focused on the other.
I will tell you that they're very much interrelated. Most businesses that want to locate in your community, you're talking about the economic development, they're going to be interested in the quality of the services that are provided by the city, water, sewer, electric, all those such things. The cost of doing business and where they are located to their end clients or users of their system. But at the end of it, increasingly, it's where do I get my workforce? And you want to be a community that people want to live in so that you can attract people to fill those jobs. So I can tell you it's not one or the other, it's a symbiotic relationship. And so you got to have good schools, you got to have good opportunities, you got to have good environment, good cultural things, make those things successful. And once again, it doesn't happen overnight. One project gets you to, okay, we got that, to the next, what's my next aspiring project and how does it work? But I will tell you, increasingly, workforce is the biggest challenge in locating businesses and industries. And that, to your point, people want to have something more than just their job. They want to have something around them. So I will tell you that they are related. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so this gets to the point of the vision of the organization. So before I start with unpacking the next part of your homework assignment, I came across this video a little while back, and I thought it's probably the best way to describe why a vision is important. So I'll give you a chance to play this short clip, and we'll talk about it then.
People have been curious about this for a while, so if you go back, and here's a beautiful example, to the 1920s, a young scientist by the name of Asa Schaefer asked a friend, could you put on a blindfold? I'm going to take you to the edge of a field. And he said, what I'd like you to do is walk across this field in a straight line. Just stay as straight on course as you possibly can. So the man headed off, and here is Asa's map of what happened next. The man starts to walk, and his route, as you see here, begins to tilt ever so slightly to the right. I'm going to speed this up just a bit. Notice that the blindfolded man now starts to turn dramatically, taking him back to the road where he started from, and then across the road, and then around again, and then back again, and around again, and increasingly he's moving in smaller curls until finally he hits a tree and stops. All the while, he thought he was walking in a perfectly straight line. Strange? Well, there are many studies just like this. From 1928, here are 3 people who leave a barn on a very foggy day, and what they want to do is go to a point about a half mile away. Here's what happened, the map version. The barn is here. The destination is here. Now watch this. Off they go. They think they're walking straight, but instead what they actually do is they start to turn and turn and turn and end up, weirdly, back at the very place where they started, the barn. This experiment has been done in all kinds of situations. Here's another 1928 study. A man is blindfolded and then asked to jump into a lake and swim in a straight line to the other side. Now here is where he swam. There is apparently a profound inability in humans to stick to a straight line when blindfolded, or when there is no fixed point, no sun, no moon, no mountaintop to guide them. In this last case, a blindfolded man is asked to get into a car and is told to drive in a straight line across a totally empty Kansas field. Now, the driver is not in any danger. All he has to do is hold course, but here is the map that shows what happened next. For 80 years, scientists have been trying to explain this tendency to turn when you think you're going straight. They thought maybe this is some form of handedness, like being a righty or a lefty, or maybe it's a right-left brain thing where one side of you is slightly dominant and then the dominance builds over time. Maybe it's just simple asymmetry. Some people are stronger on one side or have different sized arms or legs, but try as they might, and we're still trying these experiments, nobody has really figured out why we can't go straight.
I'm going to blame it on the rotation of the earth.
That's why I had to do this in one
People have been curious about this for a while, so if you go back, and here's a beautiful example, to the 1920s, a young scientist
Didn't get it the first time.
Gotcha, yeah. The best one I had is I did this in one group, and they said, that looked like our council meeting last night. We just kept going around and around and around in the circles of the process. Well, the point I raised that is that in the absence of some vision and direction and some focal point, human nature tells us we're not going to get there. We're going to end up exactly where we started from at the end of the day. We're just going to keep walking around. And we think we're getting there, but we really don't get there. And so the reason I use that as an example is that this next point is really important. A lot of people don't put a lot of emphasis on it. Your vision statement, the overall overarching direction of your community and this organization is so critical because it provides that vision point. And it allows you to keep walking towards that ultimate goal and objective. And other than that, we're almost blindfolded. So if you don't spend the time to make sure the vision is right, everything you do below it it's got fallacies to it. So this is an important element to go forward. So the vision statement, as I've mentioned here, should be clear and descriptive of what your desired future state is. And I've used a planning horizon, typically 5 to 10 years. We can talk about whatever that may be, but for the purposes of where do you want to go? So your current vision statement in your plan is a vibrant, desirable, and sustainable city where people are proud to live, work, and play. So that's what you're trying to accomplish. Everything else below this should help you accomplish that goal. And so, yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I just want to give some input.
Oh, yeah.
I was on the council that shortened what the vision was before, and we came up with that. But what I find researching and looking over, reviewing this plan, we leave out business constantly in the business community. So not just the people are proud, but I think where businesses can flourish needs to be added on.
That's right where I'm going to go, Mayor. We're tag teaming this well. My next question to you, and what I gave you is advanced homework as well. Let's start this because we're going to get some thoughts on this. I gotcha. Is that vision statement still relevant? Or is there things and themes or elements, and as I said, I don't want to wordsmith today, but I do want to capture thoughts and concepts and adjectives that you feel ought to be reflected in the vision. And it's okay if the vision statement is the way it is, that's fine, but obviously there's a desire to incorporate, you said business, right, Joe? Incorporate businesses. Going back, a vibrant, desirable, and sustainable city where people and potentially businesses can live, work, and play. Are there other themes, other adjectives, other things, or maybe entirely different that isn't reflected in this?
Innovative.
Okay. Okay.
And providing opportunities.
I don't like that word proud, but, again, proud.
I had,
I'm sorry, so proudly, maybe not having proud?
I don't know.
I thought you said you didn't like proud.
I didn't.
No, maybe eliminate proud, or something, you don't like the term proud.
Like want to or desire to.
Don't you want to be proud of the city you live in? I mean, don't you want to have the vision of where people are just, I'm from Northport, and say it with a sense of pride and ownership.
Yeah.
Because I don't want somebody to, when you come here, you got to live, work, and play here, and that's the ultimate goal, to have all three of those done. And I wouldn't want somebody who's
Well, if you're not proud, I don't think it means you don't like it, but I just think, whatever.
Maybe a different word than proudly, but gets at you want to brag about your community, but maybe proud is more. And there's no wrong answers here. I'm just trying to capture the thoughts. Pete, you said something I didn't capture.
Yeah, I picked up from John Rollins' radio show the other day. They have a group, and it's called Northport Forward, and they came up with a nice little catchy thing that I wanted to share here. It's with 104 square miles within the city, there's enough area to achieve what everyone would like, be it green space, be it business, be it parks. It just needs to be planned properly. And then I added on to it on my side was, let's grow Northport our way, unique and lively. And that was just some of the things that I had thought of. But they were correct. We got 104 square miles. We could have conservation over here. We could have development over here. We could have residential here. We could have parks. We could have amenities, just planned out properly over that 104 square miles. So,
I've said that since I moved to the city. We are large enough. We can have it all, do it all.
Sure.
Okay. Other.
Sometimes we think we have to balance everything all the time in every project. And that's just not practical. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you hear me? I'm sort of ignoring my little thing.
Closer.
Other themes, other adjectives? Do you think the statement I reflect?
open, friendly, engaging.
Okay.
Zippity-doo-dah.
I was just, with that live, work, and play, I know that's our mantra, and I respect that. But people are moving, we have a lot of growth going on. And if you're saying 90% of our workforce is leaving, they're obviously not coming here to work, right? Is that a fair thing to say? They're coming here.
You're exporting a lot of jobs.
Yeah. So they're really coming here because they want to live here and they see something here that this is where I want to establish myself. And I shared this with you that, I worked in Port Charlotte, I worked in Inglewood for 25 years. I never wanted to live there. This is where I wanted to live. But I understand it's to be a selling point. Maybe that has to be the vision statement, that work. So you are encompassing your businesses, of course. But if we're looking for measurable, something that's measurable, we're going to have to have something that corresponds with that. I don't know. I'm just
Well, remember the scenario when I gave you the picture of the house with the roof? Your vision and the mission is at the peak. These are your aspirational goals that you want to do. After that will come the details. That's how to get there. So if you want to be the shining city on the hill, then that's your goal. How do you get there? You got to do all the stuff below.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So the question becomes: is live, work, and play something that is conceivably you're all together on? Realizing you may not be there now. That's okay, because this is supposed to be aspirational. What do you need to do to help you get there? So I guess the concept is you're challenging whether live, work, and play ought to be part of the vision or not. I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to make sure I understand and you collectively talk through this.
It's better than live, retire, and die.
Yeah.
I'm going to release the cynic just for a minute. A lot of people move here because historically we had the lowest priced houses.
Exactly
So,
right.
My husband and I were attracted by the trees. You might find that very interesting, Alice.
I remember you telling that.
Yeah.
You said this must be an expensive place
I
to
said
live.
my husband, ooh, this looks like a really nice community. I don't think we could afford to live here when we were coming down Sumter. Little did we know. So I think that's a strength. Let's get that sheet back
Okay,
out.
we can add that in terms of affordability, is what you're saying.
But it's beautiful. I mean, we do have a beautiful city.
We
So-
need to keep in mind that a vision statement needs to be short.
Yeah.
The 30,000 view, not just even a 10,000, so that every one of us who are part of this city government, this public service, can quote it.
I will agree with you 100%. I'm working with another yet not named Florida community right now. Next month we'll be starting a visioning process with them, and they went through a pretty detailed visioning, but really didn't have a strategic plan. The vision was a bigger visioning process, but never really something to implement.
Yeah.
And their visioning statement is 3 paragraphs long.
That's crazy.
And I said, if that lowest level of your employee can't understand what they're doing to help you accomplish the vision, I guarantee you they've lost it at the first paragraph. You know, and the classic, and you've all heard it, we're in Florida, but the classic is when John F. Kennedy went to NASA and he talked to a janitor and said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, we're putting people on the moon. You know, the guy that was pushing the broom knew what his vision of the NASA organization was. That's what you were trying to accomplish.
Right.
Because ultimately, you want to have that alignment all the way through your organization. The people that are going to carry out the vision that you establish are going to be not just the 5 of you at the table, but all the employees that are working to do everything they do. And if they don't understand their role and relationship in accomplishing that, you're fighting this with one hand behind your back. So you're right. It has to be tight. It's got to be clear. It's got to be articulated, but it also has something you have to buy into as a group.
But again, we're not wordsmithing.
I'm not wordsmithing it now. I'm just
We're
saying, yeah, you're absolutely
throwing
right.
out
This is
sort
why
of
it's so important, because ultimately, when Jerome meets with his employees, and I just had this, I spoke to the clerks in the finance group last week up in Daytona Beach, and both organizations, I said, how many of you can tell me what your organization's vision statement is? And out of the probably close to, between the two groups, probably 150 different cities involved, only one. I said, we've got a lot of work to do here. That was my challenge to both of them when I come back next year to talk. I want to make sure that they understand that. So, okay. Anyway, so other themes, yes.
Personally, I like the vision statement.
Okay.
It is that 50 million level where that is what we are striving for. We want people to be proud, and whatever that word looks like, but to be proud of Northport, to live here, to work here, to play here. And if you don't have that pride and that sense of place, whether it's living, working, or just enjoying Northport, that is what our goal is, to have people enjoy the city. And I agree with the mayor. When she said it at first, I'm like, yeah, well, work covers that. But it doesn't. And I can see adding a city where people are proud to live, work, or play, and businesses thrive. Flourish, thrive, whatever that word is. But that is what we're here for. Yeah, we could get into the weeds and have all these other things added, but that's not vision. That's the strategic part of what we're trying to do. Our mantra, our motto is achieve anything. Well, okay, so achieve anything, and then our vision is to live, work, and play here, and businesses thrive here. But then we get into how do you get to that vision statement? I think all of those things are the strategic part of it.
I was thinking more in lines of, again, measurable results, that proud is something that is.
How do you measure pride?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's why I'm
But you
stuck
don't
on
really
that.
measure a vision per se.
It's your destination. It's not, that's that point that you're entering. This is your destination that you're entering in your GPS, that you want to be the community that's vibrant, desirable, and sustainable.
And after listening to all of the SWOT analysis, I mean, you can take each one of those and plug it into the live, work, and play.
And at the end of the day, that's what this concept of alignment. Everything ought to be, right now your plan's a little disjointed. It doesn't follow a process that lets you say, here's the vision, here's the mission, here's the goals, here's the objectives, here's the departments, here's what you're doing in the effort. So that's exactly where we're trying to go, Debbie, absolutely.
I'm going to tag on to what she said, because the three of us were on the previous when we shrunk it down to this simple statement. I like what it states. My wording would probably be that people are grateful to live, work, and play, but that's my wording.
Okay.
People don't use Jill's types of terminology. They use the word proud, and rightfully so. It needs to be the one that people identify more with, which is the pride and proud. So I love what it states. It is that high level, but it does leave out the business community. We've got to show that we are business friendly even within our vision.
Okay.
I agree that the statement should reflect this business aspect of it. Does a vision statement provide opportunities? Should that be in there? No, that again, to me, is going to the strategic part. It's innovative. Okay, but how do you define innovative without giving those measurable things to me that is part of strategic planning?
And those will come below.
Yeah.
As I say, it'll integrate.
Yeah, I don't think those items belong in a vision statement.
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
And they may be part of your mission statement as well. As I said,
That's
we're
very
going to talk
possible.
about that as well, because this is how you start to do this. This is what your employees are doing on your behalf and what you stand for as a public body and how you carry out your business. So.
Well, the one thing I wanted to throw out there when Commissioner White was talking about the proud word, and I sort of looked at the people and the live, work, and play, it was like a vibrant, desirable, and sustainable city with possibilities beyond imagination.
Okay.
And that just sort of summed it up and talked about everything within that capsule, just coming off the cuff, trying to think of something.
Okay, great, good thought. So what we're going to do on this is I will work with staff and we'll give some examples and maybe incorporating or tweaking this, and then we'll bring those back to you and you'll get a chance to figure out if we're close or mesh and merge and all that. But today I just want to get the themes to get it going. Okay? All right. Shift over to the mission statement. Now this is getting to the meat of what you said, Debbie. You know, this is how we're going to start to do it. This is the mission, so that your employees can understand how you're getting to this point. And that is identified as provide exceptional service to our entire community for continuous enrichment of quality of life. Where are we at a number? 7, 8? What's my last number? 6, 7. Okay.
I absolutely love this statement.
Yeah, I think this should be government's ultimate goal. I didn't change nothing on it.
I didn't change anything. Mine's completely blank because, like you just said, this is our ultimate goal. And everything we do can be plugged in some way, shape, or form into this mission statement, which then corresponds to that vision statement.
Right, because if a Texas Roadhouse comes here, that betters a steak person. If a Chuck E. Cheese, that for kids, whatever comes in, like Commissioner Langdon said, we've got multiple quality of life issues out there for different people. So.
And I liked it because it said the entire community, which includes the business community also. So that one to me was still intact.
Because businesses want there to be a good quality of life for their employees to work there. They don't want to, and we want our staff to provide exceptional, not good, exceptional service.
Okay.
Personally, I wouldn't change anything on this.
Nope, me neither.
That's okay. Yeah, that's what I said. We take you where you're at, and some things are going to be good.
We
As
have
is.
2 new commissioners, and I'd like to.
Thoughts?
Fine.
Okay with it.
You okay? Okay.
I don't want you to be okay if you've got something that you would like to change.
Exceptionally okay, Barbara, not just okay, right?
You know, my okay, I just.
And that's,
You're not very convincing in that statement,
and as I
Commissioner
say,
Langdon.
what often happens is that visions and missions don't necessarily get revamped year to year. They get tweaked or additioned and reacted to. So it's okay, it's all right. I mean, if you're as long as you're okay with the way it is, and you're because you got skin, because you have to own it, basically. Yeah.
And they normally don't get changed year to year.
Yeah, exactly.
It's entrenched.
But we always go back and check them, even those well-planned groups. We say, this still makes sense, and we sometimes tweak things. So.
Well, I'm glad we did because we were able to find that in our vision statement, business was not represented.
Good. Okay. All right. Okay. We're going to then move into your values. And I'm going to go back to the governance aspect, that the organizational values are kind of the how and how you expect your employees, and I'm going to also have the mirror, how you expect each other as elected officials, you're going to conduct business. And if there's a disconnect, if you don't walk the talk of your organizational values as elected officials, guess what? It's just like kids that watch their parents that say, do as I say, not as I do. So this is something you own as an elected official as well, and how you conduct business, how you interface with the constituencies, how you interface with your development community, and how you interface with each other. So the values you have today are 4: accountability, integrity, teamwork, and customer service. And as I say, these will provide, I went through a process where in my former community, we really wanted to recommit to mission, vision, and values. And so what we ended up doing is every employee that was hired onto our workforce, we did them once a month, we did an onboarding, and we invited them and their spouse or significant other to be part of it, say, we're about to welcome you to this family and we want you to be part of this organization. And I will tell you that we're going to espouse our values, and at the end of the day, we want you to be fruitful and have a long life career here. But the people that typically are asked to leave or told to leave are people that don't reflect our values. So this is hiring the right people, the right pay, the right roles, and the right efforts. So these are important because it's not the 5 of you that are ultimately going to implement this stuff. It's your hundreds of employees that are out there. So these are your values you have today. Are they right? Are there things that you want to change? Or are there other things that you want to potentially add? I'm not making
Again-
any value statement on this. It really is you guys own this.
Again, this was the 3 of us in the past when these were kind of ironed out. I love them all. Under customer service, though, again, it is lacking business. We talk about we make a positive difference in the lives of the residents. But we need to make a positive difference not only in the lives of residents, but within the business community also.
I think this is where the wheels come off the bus for me.
Okay.
When I look at the values, I don't see them helping us achieve the values and mission statement.
Okay.
For me, I assume these. I mean, as government officials, we're accountable. I mean, these are all important values.
Mhm.
But for me, it's intrinsic to the roles. So when I look at the vision statement and the mission statement, I'm sorry, I was kind of lukewarm with the mission statement, but it is okay with me. So for me, one of our values as a city is that we will encourage and reward innovation.
Okay.
And that applies did everyone hear that?
Maybe we do now. Start over, please.
Okay. That we will encourage and reward innovation, and that applies to staff. It applies to residents, potentially. It applies to businesses. And I think if we're going to be a vibrant, desirable, sustainable city, if we're going to provide exceptional service, we have got to innovate. We've got to do things. We have to be creative. We have to think and do outside of the box.
So you think that should be one of our values, innovation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now you reference innovation under teamwork, but I think what I'm hearing you say, Barbara, is that ought to be a value in and of itself.
In
That
of
innovation
itself.
ought to be part of what
Yes.
you're all about, your DNA.
Yep.
Okay.
But here's the deal, though, on these organizational values, they're good in black and white, but they have to be implemented. You know, that you have to hold the accountability, especially if you're talking about customer service. Customer service, especially within the city of Northport, needs some major work.
Okay.
And it's not just one department, it's all over the place to where we need to have more training. Nobody should ever walk away from an employee, an office building or anything confused and disgusted with having to go through what they just did. And I'm not blaming anybody, but it happens. I get emails all the time about this, that, and the other, and I'm not naming those things, but we have to own it. You know, maybe some retraining.
And this may be, ultimately, as I say, these are important foundational elements at the top of the pier to set your organization in motion. I mentioned when I spoke to the clerks and the finance officers this past week, I guarantee if they didn't know their mission statement, they didn't know their values. But when you look at those, every customer contact and every contact you have with, if you're in fleet with your counterparts in the police department or the fire department, that doesn't have to be external, it can be internal. Your experience should reflect these things.
Right.
And so what I'm hearing you say is that, all right, we're not entirely there yet. That's the role of the manager to help say, okay, if these are our values, are we living and are we walking the talk of those values? So that may be an entirely different thing in your action plan that we need to do to get there. But you got to make sure this is what you want your employees to be doing and what you expect each other to do as you're relating to your
Right, and there's processes involved with customer service. They just need to be explained to the employee on how we wanted stuff handled. Like if you get a phone call about X, you get with the department, you get with the person, then you own it all the way up until the end, and then you call them back and say, hey, did so-and-so help you?
Right.
It's you know.
And that could be follow-up.
It's time consuming, I understand
It all
that, but it
depends on
has-
where you're going to go. Yep.
It has to be understood by management all the way up, saying, well, my employee is gonna be on the phone for half an hour at least doing this customer service. They're not gonna be back on the road in 15 minutes.
Right.
So it has to be noticed all the way around.
And I will tell you, I always strive to my employees that you talk about first impressions, people, get first impressions. The first impression that your constituents will often have will be their first impression with their interaction with the city employee.
Sure.
If that went well, they're going to think really positively about it. If it went
Absolutely.
poorly, guess what? You got a lot of work to overcome that. And
Absolutely.
so this concept of, it's not in my role, but if a resident approaches someone and says, hey, I don't do that, but here's who you talk to, or I can direct you to that person or something of that nature.
Or here, let me get you my supervisor out here, whatever the case may be.
Exactly, yeah. But that's a culture, an organizational
And
culture that should reflect your values. And what you're telling me, Pete, is we're not sure we're walking the talk in all these areas yet. And that's
Absolutely.
okay.
And
We need to understand that.
we need to own it and we need to fix it and then move forward.
So,
If that's what we're gonna value.
Yep.
We need to, like you said, walk the walk.
okay. So that's why these are important, because what that tells me is there may be a disconnect in your employees. And I'm not saying universally, and maybe in pockets and individuals, but at the end of the day, all the people I've ever fired have generally been because they didn't follow our values as an organization.
And same could apply to teamwork too.
Yep, yep.
The values have to have a process. I mean, you can't just let the training he talked about, but you just can't let the staff go in and muddle through
Right.
things
You've gotta
without a
give them the
manual,
tools.
without SOPs, without knowing the process. But those are also to be prioritized.
Mhm.
So that if the customer comes to somebody and drags them down for a half an hour, when they know they're supposed to be doing this other job over here, what is the priority?
Mhm.
Is it that job or is it that customer? So those types of things need to be prioritized within those SOPs.
Agreed.
And then your metrics need to line up. If your value is a high-level quality customer service, you don't want the measurement to be number of completed calls per hour.
Right. You got to have
So-
meaningful measurements that reflect this.
Right,
And if you're looking for customer satisfaction, it may not be in 30 seconds or less.
right.
It's, did I satisfactorily resolve the issue and that person didn't have to call back? That may be your appropriate measurement.
But see, it doesn't just involve them talking to staff about an issue or concern. It involves going on that website and
Thinking that.
And, sorry, I'm going to use something I did myself as an example. So I go on the website thinking I can do something on there because I was told to do that. And I go on the website and it kicks me out. And I go back thinking, okay, user error, go back and try it again. Okay, well, now this is the second time. Is it user error or is it computer website error? Try it again, and only to get so damn frustrated that I call and get it resolved. There should be no frustration level. And another example is a citizen contacted me and said, I tried to do something on the website and it won't let me go past this point. Why can't I do when staff said, go on the website and you'll be able to do? No, they're not. They're not able to. So it's not just staff interaction, but we have to have customer service technologically interacted that is responsive and able to get resolved. Or maybe there, and this is getting into the weeds, I understand before you kick me out. Maybe we need to have a chat pop-up on the website. Do you need help with something? Because you should not have frustration with dealing with people, nor should you have frustration on your website.
And I appreciate all this conversation, truly do. And we know that we are lacking in these areas of having these processes, these technologies. Keep in mind, as this board talks about these things that we want to see be achieved so that we can have all of these values, you're probably going to have to open your purse book, your pocketbook.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you're going to be required more staff to handle that chat line, to handle that operator line, to handle, that last minute thing. So when they come and say, in order to fulfill this goal that you're giving us, we need more personnel. Just keep that in mind,
And
please.
that's the point. I appreciate the element, because some of this is going to drill into your plan. I mean, we're talking about the values, but what I'm hearing is there's some disconnect. So we're going to make that part of your plan in the appropriate goal or focus area or pillar. And at the end of the day, and the point that you raised, Mayor, is so important. I often tell communities that say they want to be the utmost of everything, but they also will say, I also want to have the lowest possible millage rate available. And I say, you're dealing like, in Joan Crawford and, Mommy Dearest, the child's never going to be successful. Your staff is never going to be able to do it. So I say, if I'll go back to the point, do you want to do 100 things so-so, or do you want to do 20 things really well? Because you got to ultimately say at the end of the day, because you ultimately control that purse string, how much you're going to resource. So I'm going to come back to that point, because at the end, after this process is completed and there's a sense of a work plan, you're going to start to realize, do we really, how much of a priority is this? Am I willing to, is the juice worth the squeeze? Am I going to put more money into it to accomplish this? And if it's a priority, it should be.
Correct.
But you're going to have to also hear from staff about, where their challenges will be. And that's not part of today, but it will certainly come back to you. Yeah, absolutely.
One of the other things, and I think it kind of hits on all four of these values, because these are organizational values. This is what we expect as commissioners from our staff, and I'm sure the city manager would expect this from his staff.
And from ourselves.
And from ourselves, absolutely. Is one of the things is when, I've heard this many times, and it's very frustrating for me, is I call City Hall and ask a question about, and they say, I need this paperwork, and I call back and I get somebody else who says, no, you don't need that paperwork, you need this paperwork, and you need to talk to this department or that department. And it's like runaround 101 that is so absolutely frustrating. And it's not just citizens, it's businesses. So it does not enhance that user friendliness, that ability to work as a team and the cohesiveness. If it should be the same message, so that when they call, they can either say, I'm sorry, that is not my role here. I will connect you with Sally, who is an expert at this, and they will help you. Instead of trying to just get through it to get the next customer on the line and finish up with that person.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to hold that when we talk about whether it stays efficient and effective government services.
Okay.
That's going to be something, whether that's the title or we change that title, that's where that, this is the teaching point. That's where that will come back into play to say, okay, if ultimately these are our values, and maybe we add something on customer or add something on innovation and separately as a value, at the end of the day, then in your desired outcomes in whatever that goal area may be called, that may be an enhanced customer service. Yeah. No. So what I'm hearing you say is you want this stuff to be accomplished, but I'm also hearing you're not necessarily walking that talk. So the question is, how do you make that into your plan? My goal here, are these the right goals that you're trying to accomplish as it relates to the mission of the organization? I've heard adding something about innovation, but I've also heard a lot of discussion that maybe we're not there. So I'm going to try to, I'm not discouraging the conversation, but I want to push it to the appropriate, where we can get our.
I thought that's what the bullet
One
points were
other
for.
quick value that I made a note of, and I'm not quite sure how to phrase it, but I think part of our value should, and it's that open, friendly thing, that we want to conduct business with a high degree of involvement of the community. I'm not quite sure how we.
So,
Because
kind
I
of in
leave that to
partnership,
others.
kind of in a partnership or
Yeah.
something. I want to make sure,
Again, like we want to encourage and reward innovation, we really need to build connections and communication channels and operate with a high degree of input from the community.
Okay.
I think maybe that can slide in. You guys can work on that, slide it into teamwork. Teamwork can be internal, but could also be external. So I think slipping in some of those things that she just stated could actually.
Yeah, I like the word involvement, because you're talking about involvement from all aspects. aspect.
Businesses
Yeah.
and residents and, yeah.
Couple themes that I think that I often will see in other organizations. One, and this gets back to your customer service and your staff, is empowering your staff to make decisions. I don't see anything here in empowering,
Yep.
and I don't necessarily see anything here as it relates to diversity. You are a diverse organization. You've all talked about that in your background. You're diverse in your community and your population. I don't know. These are yours. Some themes that I didn't see that might be worthy of consideration. If so, great. If not, I understand.
You said diversity. and
Empowerment and diversity are two things I don't see anywhere in your current value
I
statements,
thought
whether they're part of
about-
themselves or part of a statement that's in place.
I thought about empowerment earlier. Just don't know how you fit that into value.
It may get into accountability, it may get into teamwork, it may get into customer service. Do your people, does the person you talk to have the ability to resolve your problem? You've got to push it up 5 people. So I can help you figure out if it's important to you, I can figure out a way to do it. The question is it important to you? Is employee empowerment an important element that you think ought to happen?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
If an employee doesn't feel empowered to be able to do their job effectively, there's a breakdown somewhere.
Okay. How about diversity? Cultural, ethnic, all that? Is that something that's important to the organization in some way, shape, or form?
Well, we have
We work with the community and stuff like that with, like the flag raising with the Ukrainians, and we partnership throughout there. So I feel it is important to the city,
Okay.
For the different cultures out there. I just don't think we're at the point where we're constantly doing something. It's hit and miss. Whenever they want to do something, we get engaged.
Okay.
most of, and this is a generality.
And I'm not trying to be mean,
The generality that I was going to make is, I don't think we're there yet to hire staff that specifically deals with like the Eastern European component, because they live in the city, but most of them are in unincorporated Sarasota County.
Yes.
And I don't know if we're there yet to have like a department or division that deals with that diverse.
Once again, I don't want to get down into, that's an
Right.
action plan, is
Right.
my bigger question
These are
is, as a
values.
organizational
This is
value,
value.
is that something that should be
Right.
reflected as far as an appreciation or recognition, whatever that language is, to take into account cultural diversity?
Like, want to see diversity in there somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay.
me
We
too.
are living in a day and time right now where we cannot ignore. Every board that I sit on in an organization, they have diversity within it. And they are developing committees and advisory boards and stuff to talk about and make sure that inclusion of diversity is within their organization. To ignore it, I think would be wrong.
The reason I raise it is that you're hearing all this discussion about great resignations and all that. What's happening is it's the aging baby boomers and the pig and the python that are moving through the snake. And the next generation coming in, the Generation X's, the Ys, the millennials, you're finding them to be much more culturally sensitive and much more culturally diverse than us. And as that next generation comes through, number one, do you want to be a community that recognizes and embraces that? But number two, do you want to be an organization that recognizes and embraces that? Because guess what? That's where your next workforce generation is going to come from. And if it's not something that you espouse as a value or a mission, or as an organization, they're very, I'll put on my recruiter's hat, it's really hard to recruit people right now because they want to be part of something bigger than themselves in many cases. And so this is why this stuff's important, because it says who you are.
Some communities say, let's look at the demographics of our population, and our city staff and our elected officials should reflect.
Does it reflect it? Yeah.
And we don't.
Okay, all right. Well, it may start here in terms of some
Do
efforts.
we want it?
Right.
Pete?
Yeah.
Bob?
I was just trying to plug diversity in up there and trying to work a puzzle. And I looked under integrity. We maintain the public's trust through honest, transparent, respectful, equitable behavior, and embracing diversity. You know, and that's part of being under integrity.
What I'm hearing you say is both those themes are probably something that should be reflected in some way, shape, or form in these.
Yeah,
I said, we'll
I'm just
wordsmith it
trying
and
to
figure it
plug
out.
into integrity, because we have the integrity within the city, and those are our cultures, and, you know, they are important.
Gotcha.
The ones that I'm seeing is adding the business sector within that, because right now it's not addressing the business sector.
Mhm.
And then the innovation,
Yep.
empowerment, and diversity being topics that should be probably intertwined within the values.
Okay. And we're going to come back to customer service as it relates to some of the actions. So, good. Okay. Excellent. Anything else on values? Good. Okay. All right. I know we're at noon. Do you want to start to do the first round? What time was lunch planned for? 12:30. Okay, good. That'll work out, because I'd like to at least get us started in the first round of where we're going next here in the process. I'll take a break there on the process.
Did we add innovation on there? I'm sorry.
Yes, I
We
added
did? Okay.
innovation, empowerment, cultural diversity,
Yes.
and business, adding business into the service area.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, so this will be the theme that we're going to follow for the rest of the day then as we go forward in this effort. So I'd like to get the first one started before we break for lunch. So right now you have 8 different program or strategic priorities, you call them. I'm going to get, my nomenclature is going to kill me. I'm used to calling them goals or pillars, but they're called strategic priorities. But that's something I do want to clean up at some point at the end, so we're all working the same language. What I've tried to do, I'm always going to try to provide alignment and symmetry to the plan. So you're going to see these are color-coded. If you look at your plan, now the color code may look a little different, but it should be this shade at least eliminated. So these are all going to have different colors, because I want you to kind of start to think of this stuff in a thematic fashion. So the first one is health and public safety, which is the goal or the pillar or the strategic priority. That's the language you have. Create and sustain a safe and healthy environment for residents and visitors of North Ward. We may already be dealing with maybe an element change there about businesses as well. I can just tell you right now, I know where Jill's at.
I'd be Jill.
We're going to come back. What I'm going to do is introduce the theme and then introduce the concepts or the outcomes, which are, once again, in your plan. I think you all have a copy of your plan in front of you, so for the benefit of those that don't, these are the outcomes, strategic outcomes as identified under that category.
City manager, I appreciate them working back there and stuff, but their chatter is kind of distracting to me.
okay.
I apologize. I see 3 or 4 different groups, and it's starting to take over, and I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I think they're saying is if you need to go out, just step out for a conversation to do that there. Okay,
Thanks.
gotcha. Okay.
Because I couldn't hear you at some point.
No problem. All righty. So you got these. I'm not going to read these. These are what are in your plan today. Some are going to be very specific. You can see some things there about NPFR and MPPD and plans of actions, and others are kind of broader efforts as well. And what I want to do next is that to get everybody an understanding, a common understanding of where you are, we're going to go goal by goal or strategic area by strategic area, and have a series of your staff kind of tell you about things that have been accomplished and then also things that are underway. Now, this is the area that I always panic as a consultant, because we're at noon now and we're supposed to wrap up by 5. So we've got 8 areas, so we got a lot. So your staff has been asked to really give a very, very high level. So I don't want to discourage if you don't understand or you have a follow-up question, but I don't want you to get into the weeds of what happened or where we are or why it didn't happen right now. Otherwise, we're not going to get through the day. But I do want you to at least get a common understanding of what's in place, because you haven't touched this plan, you haven't heard presentations on it. So they're not going to do PowerPoints, but they're going to give kind of 5-minute overviews in the different areas, okay?
And you want us to hush it.
If you don't understand, I want to make sure that there's a common understanding, but I don't want you to get into the weeds of what happened or why it didn't happen, because that's ultimately going to be something we're going to deal with later.
Right, you should have just said yes.
I'm trying to be diplomatic here, Pete. I appreciate it. All right. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jerome, and he's going to have a series of speakers that are going to talk on the health and public safety strategic priority.
All right,
So
thanks,
who's up
Doug.
first? Yep.
Yeah, we're going to go through the matrix that I think everyone is familiar with. So
Oh, let me hand
I
that down.
believe, Mel, you're up first. Val, our public safety reps from fire and police.
So who's up first?
Economic development, no.
Health and public safety?
Yeah,
Who's got it?
no,
Yeah,
help them.
health and public safety. I'm
Okay,
looking
all
at
right,
the first
oh, that's right,
one.
that's right. There was something about
Yeah.
healthcare, that's right,
The
okay.
very first one.
Yep, I'm sorry, you're right,
Yeah.
I'm off. Now are you coming down?
And there's everyone,
So let's, as Mel's coming together on this, what you have before you, Jerome, you want to kind of explain what this is?
Right,
Because
so-
some of you may not have seen this in the past.
so this matrix is one that the city manager's office uses to track the responsibility and actions of the actual strategic plan that we have. So Jason might be able to say how often staff actually updates this document, but it's been updated fairly recently for what's going on. So when staff comes and speaks, we really just want 5 minutes or less. Keep it tight to what you want to say, but just think about what you put in your budget for this year. Think about what you're working on for this year, not what you want to do, not where you want to go, but where we currently are right now. And then that's going to help hopefully guide the decisions of where we are directed towards in the future. Just think about right now, just 5 minutes based on this matrix spreadsheet, which I believe, Mel, I hope that you've seen before. Maybe you've never seen it before. Have you seen it before? If not, I can tell you what it says and you can speak to it because I know you can.
We got 8
Yes,
words
and
to
I'm
say.
very familiar with it, and that's not why I'm standing here looking puzzled.
Okay,
Because mine's sporadic throughout the entire document.
Correct.
So I'm wondering, are we coming up to each?
you are. You might want to park a seat up front.
Okay, then, mine's gonna be short on the front end then.
There you
This
go.
is, item number 1 on your matrix, recruit, this is the healthcare piece. And the bottom line is, you guys know that this, I think about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, we did a healthcare forum toward that end. So we're talking with hospitals, acute care facilities constantly. It is in the budget. So that's my comment on item number 1. Is that what you're looking for?
That was perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you. All right, Val's up next, then fire and police, you have number 3 and 4.
For the record, Valerie Melangowski, grant writer. And so the progress right now, here I am. So I was hired to be the grant writer. And for all of our city grants, the first thing I look at is the strategic plan. So when I look at grants, I want to make sure that we're pursuing grants that meet the priorities of the strategic plan and our mission and goals, and making sure the granting agency matches that. So this document's very important to me whenever I look for grants. Over the past year, I've applied to many grants, as you know, and we've received some pretty big ones. And with some of those, we have some compliance measures that we are taking right now. So, those may expand a little bit in the future, possibly with additional staff may be needed in the future to help support some of those compliance components, depending on what types of grants we get with the federal government. So
I have a question. May I ask a question? If it's too detailed, tell me.
Okay.
I don't take Q-tip. I don't take any of this personal. When we lose a grant or are denied a grant, do they give input or do you see any themes or trends and the reasons why?
Not necessarily trends. If they don't give me input with the rejection notice, I pursue them. We're actually, right now, I've been working with Nick and we're preparing for the next round of the SAFER grants, which funds for fire staff, and we were declined this last one. And so I'm trying to set up an appointment with them to find out why, because if we apply again this spring, I want to know what scored
the
so
fit,
low.
so
Yeah,
change
yeah,
or-
exactly. But I haven't really noticed a trend of
Trend.
anything. So a lot of the grants don't like maintenance projects. So recently we had Water Control Structure 113 that we applied to a hazard mitigation grant for. And since there's already an existing structure there, even though we're upgrading that structure slightly, they considered it maintenance. And a lot of the grant programs aren't liking maintenance. So that's a trend.
Thank you, I appreciate
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Val. Number 3 is completing training complex to enhance police and fire personnel proficiency and safety.
Good morning, Nick Herlihy, Fire Rescue District. So this one's kind of combined between. Really? That's clearly your bite mark.
I'll take it. Yeah, don't give a donut to a cop. Come on.
So as you guys probably well know, this is a project that we've been working with PD on. It's a long-term project. So where we're at in our first phase is very heavy on the fire rescue side. So in September, we brought to you the request to approve the contract with the contractor. We've moved forward with that. The long range plan of this entire project is to have a very comprehensive fire and law enforcement training facility located right here in the city. So we're very excited about it. The first phase is, which has been approved, is the site development that will consist of the pad, the site prep for the shoot house. But the first building that will actually pop up on the property is the fire rescue training tower. So they should break ground. They have a notice to proceed sometime in January, and then they should be completed with this project probably somewhere in the summer, maybe early fall of next year.
During the budget cuts, we lost the funding we moved the funding for the shoot house towards the finished construction of the fire tower. So this year we're seeking funding for the beginning of the shoot house. So we need a funding source.
And there are a lot of other phases that will come behind it. I know Chief has a driving track that they will be pursuing in later years, which is actually, it's on our later surtaxes. So this will be a expanding facility that'll solve a lot of needs. Yes?
When do you see the completion of the entire project with all phases and components?
Right now, loosely, we've got surtax requests in the first third of surtax 4. So right now, depending on how that comes in, we have I feel like we'll have a lot of completion of that facility somewhere between the 25 to 30, fiscal year 25 to 30 range. That's the way I'm saying the full. The plans are very large, so there'll be incremental additions. So I know in our CIP, we have programmed for a classroom, and obviously Chief had mentioned for the shoot house, so there's a little bit at a time, but the full idea behind this entire project is pretty expansive. So we're talking driving tracks, shooting ranges, all kinds of training props. So it's going to be big.
One of the hurdles too is utilities, finding a new location and vacating that property and us being able to expand in that utility spot.
Good point.
Yeah.
Can
So
I ask a question?
it's evolving.
So it doesn't sound like it's just a training tower and driving range. It sounds like it's a training center.
Yeah. So it's a public safety training
safety.
center.
Center, not just tower. and-
Correct.
So it's much more encompassing than just the tower and
Right.
driving track.
Our future plans are to have classrooms and stuff there to be able to conduct all phases of training.
Our goal collectively between police and fire is that this is a training location that not just our city police and fire could use, but that it'll draw attention and police and fire from outside the city. So currently right now, if we were to use a burn building, and how we have been doing it is we actually travel and train in Englewood. So we pay them to use the burn building to train our live fire every year. So this will solve a lot of that.
Our future focus is be able to create a regional facility, a regional asset is what our long-term vision is.
There's nothing like that around here, and I can tell you there's a lot of need to bring that kind of training to one location.
That's the kind of thing that creates Northport in a leadership position, those kinds of projects.
Absolutely. And then and the peripheral benefit is now when they train and we train, we're right here. We're always right here for the citizens. So
You don't have to travel.
we don't have to travel anymore. People are seeking out Northport to train their police and fire agencies, yes. Do you want me to just stay up here for the next one?
Please.
All right. You want to hang out still? I'll give you a donut.
Finish your donut.
Thank you, sir. All right, so item number 4, maintain the adopted level of health and public safety services. So as Val alluded, we submitted with the assistance of Val for the SAFER grant. We were not awarded that grant. In 2018, we were awarded a SAFER grant for 21 new hires, which I think most of the board and the city manager is probably aware of now. That grant expires this year. So in fiscal year 22, we start absorbing a lot of the costs for all of those personnel. They were hired to provide service to the Welland Park area. So on top of that maintaining, we also submitted for 6. So the board approved just this year for us to add 6 staff members and an additional rescue that is going to be purchased with impact fees that'll be up in operation in fiscal year 22. We have a very high need for relief in what's our Zone 82, our Northport Boulevard station. So to maintain that service as part of our strategic goals in fire rescue, but also to match the city, we were able to get that approved through you all, which we're very appreciative of. And we will be hiring those personnel and hopefully having that rescue up probably by about April. So we'll have another rescue in the city.
Okay.
I know.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
We got time for one more?
Sure.
All right, let's go to Parks and Rec.
I'm sorry. You're talking about the next category.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we don't have that yet. I'm sorry, we picked that up. Because I got to come back to where we are in this process, because this is, so first and foremost, that's, hopefully you found that of value, because you probably haven't touched some of this stuff in a while. Yes, Debbie?
I got to ask a question here, guys. So I'm looking at, maybe I'm missing something. Health and safety, this is where we are and staff has prepared this. But I'm looking at the strategic plan and it's talking about social services and potable water. And I don't see that updated on here. Am I looking somewhere else that I should be looking?
No, you've identified chiefly part of the problem that you have with your planning, the lack of alignment of some of your planning documents relative to your strategic plan. So that's what we're going to try to clean up in this area. So you're absolutely right. That's kind of what we're going to talk about next, is that this is where staff has been taking what they could decipher from your current plan and trying to implement, but there's gaps. And I think Jerome and I and Jason and I have spoken about that. We just kind of recognize the gaps are there. That's what we're going to try to fix through this process. So you're absolutely correct. There are things that are in your plan that necessarily aren't on anybody's radar screen, per se.
I mean, looking at the expansion of potable water and wastewater in the platted lots, the staff is working on that.
But they're not aligned in the document the way.
There's no tracking.
You can't track it. Yeah.
There's no tracking, there's no measuring. And starting at the top, these are not priorities, they're topics. Health and public safety is a topic. To increase the safety of our residents and ensure public health is maintained is an outcome-based topic. We don't talk about it in that way. So we really need to rethink how we think about our outcomes that we want, the actions that we're going to take to get it, and then the metrics that we're going to use to be accountable for it. There is no document other than this one that I'm aware of that our staff is currently using to track anything that you see in that strategic plan. So if it's not on this document, there's not anywhere that it's being currently tracked. And this is really not tracking in my eyes either. It's just more of an update.
Yeah, I had questions about this too. Are we going to?
We're going. That's
Yeah,
where I'm going
okay,
next.
good.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to go to the next topic yet.
Right,
So,
yeah.
So your element of frustration is understandable, because that's the first thing when Jerome looked at it, when I've looked at it as well, and what you're now experiencing is that, remember I told you this stuff should be alignment. You should be, one leads to the other, leads to the other, leads to the other, it leads to outcomes, it leads to measurements. And what you're doing is that you've got some disconnects in there right now. There's other things that may be happening, but it's being perceived in a different goal area. that we've got to kind of clean up as well. So remember what I said at the beginning, you're going to take your plan as it stands today, and then we'll adjust it from there. So, but you're hitting exactly where it's not intuitive to you to follow the actions of staff relative to what you outline, what you want to accomplish as a commission.
So going back to this last one on here, the potable water and wastewater, it is directly related to a CIP project.
Okay, but it may not be how it's being, well, let's go back. These are your outcomes under health and public safety. So which one are you referring to?
The fourth bullet?
Long-range plan defined for expansion of potable water distribution, wastewater
Correct.
collection system. My suspicion is part of that showing up in infrastructure, correct?
What?
Yeah.
I don't know.
But so, and as I said, some of these, and it's okay, and once again, this is where it gets a little squishy, and we're just going to have to kind of work through this as a group.
The commission put it under health and public safety because it's potable drinking water, which is a health safety requirement. Staff, what I'm hearing is staff may have thrown it under infrastructure.
No, and there may be a project relating to infrastructure that gets back to this goal, but it isn't directly aligned to this goal.
Correct.
Yeah, that's this, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Joe.
There's no alignment here of what these outcomes, which those are not really outcomes, those are really action items. What those items right there are to what staff has been tracking going forward. Now, I would encourage no one to have any frustration because we got here how we got here. You know, the point of this is to identify where we're currently at and then come up with a better way to move forward. When I first saw this, I mean, Jason or Anna could tell you, I was like, there's a lot of I do not like about this, but there's no frustration or blame because it's evolved over time and it hasn't been sort of given the right amount of attention over time. And the goal is to not only give it to you today for your acknowledgement of where we are, but to more importantly, put something out visibly to the public in a transparent manner on our website so that they know where we are and what we're doing. Because it's easy for us to answer you with a memo or a conversation. They don't get that. So this plan has to be presented publicly in a transparent way, which hopefully will result in better trust from them to us.
And in sync and alignment with what you're trying to accomplish.
One other comment, and please don't perceive this as wordsmithing, because it's really a headset thing. But under strategic objectives, I'd really like us to use active words. So number 2, advocate for a local hospital, bring a local hospital to Northport. And again, it's an attitude, it's more than wordsmithing. It's really putting a stake in the ground. I mean, how do you measure advocating? You can measure bringing a hospital or not.
And what you just said is an outcome, which is why those items right there are not outcomes.
Okay.
So we have to not only clarify the terminology, but we have to get in sync with the right terminology.
Right.
Okay, I understand frustration.
When we have on the strategic plan, complete a long-range plan and identify funding sources, okay, we have completed a long-range plan for city water and city sewer. We have also identified a neighborhood that we're going to be focusing on. The next part that needs to be done as an outcome is to identify the funding for this expansion. Sorry, guys, I'm just.
We have projects, we go through budget, we have CIP. So we have these things that we deal with. But administration has never attached them to the strategic plan. So they have developed a tracking thing that doesn't tie it to this. It's never existed. There's a few things on here that they've tracked, but it hasn't, administration has not delivered the entire package. And that is why there's a lack of seeing it attached to what the plan was, but we got to correct it. That's why we're here.
And there
will
may
deal
be.
with my frustration.
That's all right. And
Just,
I told you this stuff is going to be, you'll be drained emotionally at the end because there's a lot of work going on here. But I don't, Jerome, you want to jump in before?
I was going to say, in the example we're using, bullet number 4, it says what you want to do. but there's nowhere anywhere that says how you're going to do it and how you are doing at completing it. And that's what is missing. There's just nothing that connects to it. And ideally, whether that's connected in an infrastructure or a CIP plan, there should be plans that talk to each other. They all should sort of sync up and not sit out by themselves.
And exactly what Doug was saying, we're here to talk about the vision, this, what we want, our goals, and then they develop the plan. And that is where it fell apart. The plan wasn't attached to this. So we're gonna change
Now,
it.
will part of the cleanup to be like this fourth objective, complete a long-range plan? That's in my lexicon a tactic, not a strategic objective. The strategic objective would be to ensure clean drinking water for future generations of Northport residents or something like that.
Yes, and because complete a long-range plan is just vague, and it's vague in itself. I mean, we just need to be more intentional, more precise, and more targeted with what we're trying to say. And then when we, no, that's not what you're doing.
That's not our job.
You're doing the high level, this is what I want. And we're gonna come back and say, this is how we are going to get it done. This is our strategy for getting it done. And these are the metrics and the indicators that we're going to use to tell you how we're doing with getting it done.
So the point that we're trying to get at this point, and I agree, the way that the plan has evolved to where it is today, I wouldn't necessarily say, and I think what you're hearing Jerome say as well, these aren't necessarily outcomes. They're called outcomes in the plan. In some cases, they're tasks. Some of them are broader, and they potentially give you a sense of what success might look like, but they're not uniform in that regard. Some are very task-oriented, some are very broad, and some are just missing the mark entirely. And that's okay. It is where we are. As Jerome said, you are where you are. We're here today. This is the start of the next journey to clean this process up. So what I want to do, though, to get back to this effort is to go back to that is right now under this pillar, goal, strategy area, health and public safety, that's the statement that accompanies the overarching of what you want to accomplish underneath this goal area. Create and sustain a safe and healthy environment for residents and visitors in Northport. So I want to start there first because we may change some of these. Is that when you think of health and public safety, is that the right statement? And then we're going to talk about what you want to see happen underneath that pillar or that goal area.
Again, I would add comma, businesses and visitors.
Okay. Is there anything else under the umbrella of health and public safety that you're looking as a statement? And then we'll come back to revisit this after we add the outcomes that you look and say, does the statement reflect what you're trying to do? But at the high level, other than adding business, this is kind of what you're trying to think, everything that falls under that umbrella, under health and public safety. Okay. So then,
You know it's 12:31.
okay, let's get started on this first, and then hopefully we can get that. We won't get all the way through it, but at least get started on it. So under that, you as commissioners, what do you want to accomplish within the health and public safety area? So is that safe and reliable water systems? Is that ISO 1 ratings? This is your chance to tell me what you want this community to do as it relates to health and public safety at a high level. And I'll help you define when we get into task versus the overall direction.
So is this where we say like the Northport PD building to be renovated or upgraded? Is that what we do here, or is that what staff does?
Well, your outcome may be that your vision for this area is that Northport becomes the center for public safety training, for an example, intergovernmental training, or that as it relates to. I mean, that will eventually. So here's how that works. Under public safety, then out of that may be you want to provide a system that has adequate resources for ensuring the appropriate equipment and personnel training in public safety needs. From that will be, okay, staff's going to come back with an action plan. The action plan is development of a center, and then the implementation of what does that mean? Phase 1, acquisition of property. Phase 2, design and engineering. Phase 3, financing, whatever that looks to
Staff
be.
know that that's what we're
So
thinking
what I'm
about.
looking at is, if you're thinking about training in public safety, what's your goal? What do you want to see happen? And then staff will figure out how to make that work. So I'm asking you to kind of pivot to say, I know this is, you're thinking about a project. I want you to think about what the outcome of that project's about, without necessarily thinking of a project. So I'm assuming there's a real need for training space in this community, because otherwise you wouldn't be doing what you're doing now. Step back up one level. Why is that a need? Because it's not available right now, right?
And so you can break it down a couple different ways. Like you might say, you know, for public safety, we want a safe community. Well, how are you going to, what does that look like? Low crime rate, other metrics that the police chief could come in and say that they're focused on, and maybe response times as it relates to how they're getting to the crime in place, which would help public safety. I mean, the police department. You also might say, well, I also want to make sure that our health and public safety staff are trained at the highest level to meet all accreditations and qualifications to ensure we have the best service units in the area. Well, we need a new training complex. Well, we need all of our staff to have certain accreditations beside their name. We need to make sure that we have response rates that are better than industry standards. And then you sort of measure where we are in those particular buckets that will then lead back to the outcome that you said you wanted, which was to have the best personnel and safety unit in the area.
So is this what success looks like?
Well, first of all, I got to tell, let's put some meat on the bone. So we're talking about public safety, and initially we're talking about police and safe and crime and things like that. We'll talk about water and all that later. That's part of this potentially, or maybe it falls under infrastructure. Maybe it's not part of this category. But the goal here is what Jerome was just saying is, do we agree that as an outcome, as an elected official, you want to have a safe community with qualified, trained personnel? Is that something that's an outcome? And if it's an outcome that you want, then it ought to show in a way at that highest level goal within public safety. And then staff's going to put the meat and the bones behind it. Say, okay, if that's your goal, that you want to have a safe community, here's what we're recommending you consider in order to accomplish that goal. So that's when I say, if the goal is a safe community, what does success look like to you?
Oh, okay, so an outcome for the police would be that Northport would have the lowest crime rate in the region.
All right, good.
That's measurable. So these are measurable outcomes.
Measure that against the other places
Right.
within the region, as well as telling, you know, what we're doing to increase our number
Right.
to get it to be the lowest.
I thought we were here.
Wouldn't say increase the crime rate.
So success in your mind is, under safe and public safety, is having the lowest crime rate. That's an outcome you would like to accomplish as a governing body member. Okay, make sense?
I thought we were here today to give our strategic ideas and suggestions for the next couple of years. This is something that is working for generations.
Okay. This is we're the start of a process. This is the highest level at that process, toward the top about what you're trying to accomplish as goals. What will happen after that is, from the conversations that occur, staff's listening to this and saying, okay, if this is the outcome, Jerome's going to go to staff and say, what does it take for our organization to do that? And then they're going to start to come back with thoughts and opinions and strategies and things that will come back to you as a group to say, okay, council, under health and public safety, you said you want the lowest crime rate. Here's what it's going to take, and here's probably what it's going to take in terms of time and effort and dollars. And then you'll then get a chance to say, is that still something I'm going to keep as a goal or not? Or am I going to tweak my expectations so that you can match it? So I realize you're used to, as a group, probably used to dealing at the project level. I'm trying to get you up to that higher level. What's the outcome? So I think you said earlier, Debbie, something about having safe potable water. You know, that was a comment that you had about throughout your community. Well, if that's the overarching goal, then that ought to be an outcome that you're looking for. then how does staff get that? It becomes a part. Some of these things like long-range plans, that's part of that. That's a strategy to implement that goal. Financing is another strategy, and the actual implementation is another strategy. But the goal is safe and potable water system, not the goal of having a plan. The goal is, what are you trying to do? What does success look like to you at the end of the day? And that is safe and potable water for all of your residents and businesses, as an example, okay? So I'm trying to push it back up to that 10,000-foot level, but I will assure you, when staff comes back, they're going to hear the conversations, and in the concept of this, you're going to have some themes. They will certainly end up being able to kind of put those meat on the bone that you will see come back to you in the subsequent meeting. Okay? I don't think I quite hit it exactly what I'm trying to get to. So
I'm trying to think of some outcomes for fire, and I'm trying to remember what Chief shared with us during the budget process. But he had talked about increasing the survival rate of people in need, you know, when they're called to the
golden
scene.
hours, they call it, yeah.
So sort of.
The golden minutes, I guess. Is
Right.
how they are, yeah, right.
So reducing response time and increasing the survival rate of.
Let me do this, so I make sure everybody's on the same page. Let me get to an example, because maybe this will give you some meat on the bone that you can appreciate. Okay. Okay. This is just an example, so you kind of get to what I'm trying to get you to get. This is an example of a quality of life goal, a goal area. And the statement to provide quality public spaces, deliver superior municipal service, support arts, education, recreation, and wellness. That's the overarching goal statement that this particular community is looking to accomplish. Within that was a list of desired outcomes that the city commission had articulated that they wanted staff to do. So cultivate public-private partnerships, influence the environment, promote health, active, and rich lifestyles, promote arts and culture, enhance mobility options, things like that. So those are things that the commission said we want to do as part of our strategic vision. Below that level, the staff will come back with a bunch of things below that to say, this is how we're going to do that. This is how we're going to accomplish it. So I don't want you stuck on how we're going to do it. I want you to tell the community and tell your staff what you want to do. Okay? So I realize that your plan is a mixture of projects and initiatives and other. What I'm trying to get you is at this level. What do you want to accomplish? So let me go back and give you another example in public safety. Let's see. Back here. I thought I had public safety. I didn't.
There's one in there on the right side of the one that's on the screen.
I'm sorry, I
I
don't
thought I
see
had
this
one,
as a
for
commission
example.
strategic plan. I see this as staff's.
No. You're setting the goals and the outcomes that you want to achieve.
The strategic plan is a combination of us both. You giving the direction and the vision, and us giving you how we're going to get there. Maybe, right. And traditionally, we may have blended those two actions together.
That's the point. I'm trying to get you to that highest level of that strategic vision, not the plan. The plan will come later. The vision is what you're setting today.
In another example, if we were to say, well, we need another fire station over there. Well, I think we need a fire station, and that's a project. Well, that project may come into a outcome for the fire department as they're trying to increase their response times, but it would be the fire chief that would come in and say, based on the data that we have, we show that we need this station over here to improve our response times based on population growth or whatever his rationale is, and that's how that project then makes its way into the strategic plan.
If the strategic plan stated that they wanted that.
Yeah, as an
If
outcome.
you don't have it within your strategic plan, how in the world are you gonna tie the project in?
Correct. And what I'm going to say is you're setting the vision.
Right.
The plan will come back to you. You will adopt a plan that will become the work plan of your vision. But right now, we're at the vision stage.
However you want to place this, I would like to see efficient and effective staffing and facilities for a high level of response time in our community.
For fire?
Both.
fire and police.
Effective. One more time, Jill.
Efficient and effective staffing and facilities for a high level of response time for both fire and police or first responders.
A high level of response time.
Yes, sir.
And then what did you say at the end?
And that would be for both police and fire.
For police and fire. Okay.
And just thinking of, some action items from what you just said. What are our staffing levels? How well are they trained? Those things will then funnel into, how to get that outcome. And then we'll say what we need or how we're doing in those areas, which will determine the actions of said
And not only
departments.
the staffing, but then the facilities.
Right.
Once again, this is the goal.
Yeah.
And it's broad, it's out there.
Right.
Staff will put meat in the bone. It'll come back to you for consideration and actions. But this is what success looks like to you, is having an efficient system. Now, how you track efficiency and all that, that'll be part of the planning process. But I expect our staff and our services to be this.
Correct.
That's the vision. So that's what I'm trying to capture in these areas here. Those are just examples. So in the case of public safety, or I'm sorry, in the area of health and public safety, what are the other outcomes that you as an elected official want to ensure happen? Not
Like
how
to
you
see
do it, what's the outcome?
complete medical care for all ages.
I'm sorry, complete?
Complete medical care for all ages. Be it a cancer center, be it a walk-in clinic, be it a hospital. That's all stuff that can be trackable being coming on board.
And to tie it back, it may involve the new facility, it may involve clinics, it may involve first responder services, it may do anything else. So, but the goal is, that's what you're looking for.
Correct.
Okay? That's the outcome. That's what I'm trying to get you at. Okay? Yes. Sure, if you want to throw one out there, yeah, go ahead.
I'm struggling to keep my mouth.
That's all right.
So for healthcare.
You got to come up to the
Mel,
mic
why
so
don't
we
you come
can
on
hear
up?
you.
I'm sorry. I would like to suggest to you, so maybe will help you get going a little bit. Perhaps for healthcare, you look at it from this perspective. Ensure access to affordable acute health care. It's really very simple. It's very broad. It says your role is to make sure we've got acute health care here. It doesn't say how it gets done. That comes next, right?
So, Mel, repeat that again?
Okay. Ensure access to affordable acute health care.
Thank you, Mel.
Okay. Kind of get, Pete, what you're getting at, right? And as I say, I don't want to get caught up in the wordsmithing. I'm more of the concepts of what you're trying to accomplish.
We want a hospital, but we may want a cancer center. I'm just trying to make it broad.
Yep.
Complete care for everyone. It might be cancer for children. It might be cancer for the elderly, or whatever the case may be. Hospice. So many different needs out there.
Okay.
I wanted to see something of more of a proactive approach, because these are all like reactive when you're having problems
Again,
already.
I'll take the concepts. We'll figure out the way.
Yeah, you just figure it out, such as social well-being or health or social health well-being, and that falls in line with mental health. There's really nothing on there about mental health, but to get to it before it becomes a problem, to create a healthy social well-being in our city, so that people don't get to that point where they're in crisis.
I think social well-being is very broad, depending on the individual.
There's another word.
So I'm gonna go
Trauma
back.
informed, knowing why people, because things like rehab, that's when there's already been a problem. But breaking that cycle, being informed about what caused people to get to this point, because that's then when your fire and your police have to react to these volatile situations that go on out there. But creating a healthy environment to begin with.
I know what you're saying. I don't know how to word it, but I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Health and public safety, okay, fire and, and police, that's public safety. Health, you're talking in terms of medical, but there's another part to health.
Okay.
We have a social services department here that deals with that part of it.
And also remember, just because that says health and public safety, we don't have to keep that title.
Yeah, that we
You
can.
know, normally, I
happy.
don't believe health and public safety are put together in that manner, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, Alice, you had a great way of describing it at one of our earlier meetings. Was it intervention, ensuring adequate intervention programs for drug abuse and mental health or something like that? You had a great way of phrasing
Well,
it.
you could also go with physical and mental health and public safety, just broaden out the title a little bit.
Yeah, when the county was really talking about that, the mental health district that they were really talking about being trauma informed, in other words, breaking that cycle so you don't continue to have this revolving door all the time.
Are there other outcomes? And what will happen is, as we talk through these different program areas, you're going to come up with something and say, now that makes more sense under this. It's okay. So, just because we stop at this point doesn't mean it's the end of this discussion, because I guarantee you'll have things you'll want to move around.
On the third bulletin point that we have currently, we could reword that to ensure education and resources to address critical social service concerns. Placing it that way, you're touching the education of it and also the reactive.
For example, we have Holly's Hope, so that's prevent something, not dealing with something after the fact, yeah.
All right, so Jill, what was it now? How did you want
To
to do it?
ensure or ensure education and resources to address critical social service concerns.
Oh, there you are.
Critical, what was it again? After critical?
Address critical social service concerns.
And should we specifically mention or have something with homeless? Homeless, should we, is that,
Is it broad enough to incorporate?
Transient, homeless, because I know that whole camping ordinance kind of became that, or came from homeless sleeping outside or whatever, and we would have to know where, if you want to have something, a plan, or where does that fit into our, right? Don't we have to mention it? Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Being able to measure it, identify it, and then what are you doing to change the behavior?
What are you doing to move the
This
bar?
is how we, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay. No, this is kind of where I'm trying to get you to, yeah, in terms of broad strokes here.
What was it that was stated about the quality of water?
Well, part of the it's the, what, the 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet down. Complete a long-range plan, identify funding source, expansive flow of water.
Stated something that
Oh,
I like.
you want to
about how
ensure
quality water.
that you, that Northport is positioned to provide safe and quality water services to meet current and future demands, or something like that?
I like that.
All right, so in this case, and as I say, and we may decide that fits under infrastructure, it may not, but for now we'll capture it here and we'll sort it out. So something about safe and, the provision of safe and
Readily available, or
Provision.
something like that.
of safe,
Always going to be there.
reliable, and
Available.
availability
Yeah.
of water, sewer services to meet current and future demands.
Current demands and at build out. Current and future.
Once again, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, you were going to tie to it.
I hope I'm right when I say this, but we're capturing your thoughts here, and this is great, and this is going to guide us to what we bring back to you. But we're not even asking the subject matter experts right now as to what, they think some of the wording would be. So when we come back to you, we'll share that with you, so you're not on your own and, composing this all on your own. I just want to make sure that.
That's all I'm trying to get, is
Right,
get the
exactly.
concepts here. We'll work with staff to clean that
Right,
stuff
we're
up,
gonna
and then
build
you'll
it
see it
up.
again.
Yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
So far, we've been working an hour on number 1, and we still got 8 more to go.
You'll get
Seven more to
better at
go.
this. You'll get better at this as you go along too, because it's a perception issue. And
Just
you'll,
when it's 4:45, see how fast we really do.
All right.
Doug,
yes.
want to make a suggestion?
Yes.
I appreciate staff's wonderful time and input on all this, but if we are to go through all of these pages, and we can read it just as easily as they tell us, and if we have questions, we can get with city manager, and that way then we can stay focused on the task that we need to do. I'm just trying to throw it out there because part of it was about 15 minutes of this and 15 minutes of changing the entire mindset of how strategic planning works now. And, maybe a half hour that we've spent on just this topic. I'm just trying to help and save time, that's all.
Staff will not be disappointed if they are not. At all, so we can definitely take that back.
The important thing that I think Jerome's trying to get, and what I'm trying to get to, is there were some things that staff's been doing, I wanted you to get there, but if I realize I'm changing your paradigm here, and that's part of what we're trying to accomplish. If you want to spend your time and effort on this, that's okay, because that's the important element, the outcome we need out of this process. Yes.
As I reviewed this, the things that I jotted down was, of course, adding business to the title of it. But the only other thing that I came up with was the city services on the east side and the west side of the city. And I think we've got the water aspect addressed, but what about serving the citizens such as an annex to city services, east and west? So how would we word that, that we're going to ensure all of our citizens, no matter where located, the ability to access city services in a local
Across the city, throughout the city.
in a close locale or
In proximity, right, in proximity.
yeah, and that would help us for years as we look at those expansions of city services. I mean, we need annex in Welland Park, but we need annexes out.
Talking like substations and stuff.
Could be police, could be
Not
fire,
just
could be
that.
parks, it could be,
Not just that, but we talked about a Morgan Center out on the other side of town. That's what falls under city services.
Right. And it would be
okay.
where he has ability to access city services. He's got in proximity to, what's that, neighborhood?
Needs, I just said needs, yeah.
To needs. But ability to access city services citywide.
Okay.
And then you expand it as you go, east end, west end, north, south, whatever's happening, it's citywide. So you can track, we got a new center out east, at Atwater or whatever the case may be.
Then you attach the relevant plan to it, CIP plan, a master plan, a neighborhood plan. As long as they're all talking together and saying the same thing, we're good. But we need to make sure that the hard work that goes into the other documents are in alignment with this overarching plan, comp plan.
You're getting there. This is exactly where, these are the outcomes. This is what success looks like to you. How you get there will be the meat and the bones and the actual strategic plan.
Right.
The strategic vision is this.
That is all I had to this section.
Okay.
And I think the way that it has been worded and brought in this level, I think accomplishes at least what I was looking at.
Okay. Everybody else okay for this? Because this would be a good point to break. We grab some pizza. Okay. All right. All right. Now, as I say, now that you kind of get the sense, I realize it's a paradigm. It gets easier, but you'll start to see these look different than what you've historically seen. But I want to at least start there so that you understand it. and then we'll come back to that in the next rounds.
Are we going to come back at 1:30?
Can we, given that we, as Pete so eloquently said, hey, we're just on number 1 out of 8, what's the minimum amount of time that you need to be able to grab a lunch and still be able to recharge to come
Another
back?
half hour.
Half hour? Okay, so we're going to come back at 1:30 then, okay?
Okay.
All right, great, super.
Thanks.
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8, 9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're gonna hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations.
Hi, I'm Josh Taylor. I'm the Public Information Officer and Communications Manager for the City of Northport, and we're joined now by our Emergency Manager, Mike Ryan.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I'm looking forward to another, hopefully not as exciting hurricane season.
Mike is somewhat new to the city. How long have you been here?
I've been here since the end of February, so this will be my first hurricane season with the City of Northport, but come down from Hillsborough County, where I spent the last 8 years. So hurricanes are not an unfamiliar occurrence.
Lots of experience, for sure.
Yes.
But we're going to try and make this as succinct and as valuable for folks as possible.
Absolutely.
Not quick, but get bang for our buck here. With
Absolutely. So what is the city currently doing to prepare for hurricane season? Much like individuals, we are going through our preparedness checklist. Basically what that means is we're making sure that all our supplies are in place, all of our personnel, all our staff are ready in case they need to come back to work. They have their plans in place for what they need to bring, what they need for their families. We're testing our power equipment to make sure everything is up and running, performing as it should. Making sure that we have enough supplies on hand, such as fuel, and that everybody's going through the proper training. Everybody's understanding what roles they need to play during a disaster and after the disaster. So we're doing everything that a family and individual would do to prepare, just like anybody else, to be ready for the worst case scenario.
So I think it's important that the community knows that we're getting ready. I'm confident that we'll be ready.
Absolutely, we will be ready.
Yeah. So that's kind of our role.
Yes.
What do individuals need to be doing out there?
What they're looking for from an individual viewpoint is be prepared to be self-sustaining. The general rule has always been for 72 hours. We'd like to push it out, especially with the occurrence of Michael and such of the larger storms, to be prepared for 4 or 5 days. You're looking at making sure you have enough food to carry you, yourself and your family for 4 or 5 days. A gallon of water per person per day is always a good thing. Have your medications with you. You want to stay in touch, so you want to have a battery-powered radio so you can stay in communications, making sure that you understand what's going on, if there's anything action you need to take, so that if you do lose power, you can maintain communications. Flashlights for when it gets dark. If you have children, bring games, and for yourself, bring something to read, because it might be a while.
Yeah, and I think we've noticed more recently with COVID that people start hoarding some supplies.
Yes,
That
yes.
can certainly happen. So
Yes.
now is a good time to get some of this stuff together.
Now is a good time to go out and get what you need. Now is a good time to do the planning because you don't want to plan in the middle of a crisis because eventually you're going to forget something. You don't have kind of a checklist to go by. So do it now when there's no stress. And you go out and take your time and get what you need. You don't have to get everything all at once. So you can kind of separate out the items that you need to get over a period of time. So it's a good thing to start doing it now.
And we know that there'll be a tax day coming up. With some breaks there too.
Absolutely. So take advantage of those.
Tax
They
week.
could be
Maybe
very-
it's a whole week. Is
a
it?
whole week.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's one of the things that you really take advantage of. You get some really a lot of good materials for a very, very good price.
So what, for maybe, we have a lot of new residents constantly here in Northport. What can all residents expect leading up to, if a storm is threatening our area, what will that, I know they're all different, but what will that kind of be like?
Basically what you're going to see is, of course, watch your local newscast, your favorite newscast, your weather person. They're going to kind of lay out what's going to happen in broad general terms. Kind of give you an idea of what to expect in terms of the storm intensity, in terms of timing, et cetera, et cetera. From the city's viewpoint, what we're going to do is provide additional information, some detailed information. If we're opening evacuation centers, where are those going to be located? We're going to close down any government operations. When is that going to occur? We'll provide you information for non-emergency information. If you want to report a tree down or something going on in your neighborhood, it's not an emergency, but you want to call it in so it can be addressed, we'll provide you with numbers for that. So we'll keep you informed on the details of what's going on, but also let you know what's going to happen, what you can expect.
Yeah, and we're in a much different world these days. The city, not necessarily as reliant on other third parties to get that information out. All of our social media, all of these channels, very powerful tools. Our city app, the North Report, you can download that in your app store. It's a great way we can send push notifications. We also have the emergency alert Sarasota County.
Yes.
So, there's plenty of it. You just need to get connected a little bit.
Yes, and one of the things that we always tell our residents is a lot of times there's going to be a period of time where we may not have any communications for an extended period of time. It may happen. This is why it's always good to let others know what your plan is. If you have a plan, share it. Let them know where you're going to be, what you plan on doing, so at least they have some idea. So there's not a frantic call. They know you're safe. They know you're okay. You told them ahead of time what you're going to be doing, what they can expect, especially if they lose communications, where you're going to be. So again, planning out ahead of time and letting them know if you do lose communications, this is what we're going to be doing at that time.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Evacuation centers.
Yes.
What is that going to be like?
Evacuation centers are not some place that you would make reservations for. In other words, it's going to be very austere. It's going to be very basic. It is, just like the term sounds, it's an evacuation center. This is where we bring people in to get them out of harm's way. That's the sole purpose. It's going to be very austere, very bare bones. There's going to be sheltering and protection from the elements, basic food, water, but not much more than that.
Yeah, so you need to bring some of those items. Don't just show up.
Don't show up and don't plan on making dinner reservations. You're not going to be served anything, and so whatever you could bring with you, just like in your emergency kit, bring that with you.
And it's important. Sarasota County operates those for us.
Yes.
A lot of those locations are here in Northport because we're away from the coast.
Correct. Yes.
And most of them have now, if not all of them, have become pet friendly.
Yes.
And that's a big deal for folks.
Absolutely. And I don't know, for our family, our pets are our family.
Sure.
We treat them just like any other member of the family. We make sure we have their papers, we make sure we have their food, make sure we have a place for them to stay, because they're going to be separate. They're not going to be with the families within the shelter themselves. They're going to put in another safe area. Just because within the shelter itself, we might have people who might have allergies to pets. So we want to keep them safe, but be prepared to take care of them. Be prepared to go take a look on them every now and then, but be prepared with them just like you would any other member of the family.
Yeah. And in years past, it used to be only certain ones were pet friendly, but now pretty much, and they knew that that was keeping people from going and getting out of harm's way.
Yes,
so.
and we understand that, like I said, pets are a very, very important part, and so we want to make sure that we're accommodating them as well.
As far as COVID's changed a lot of things in our lives, I can imagine in an evacuation center, it's, you know, how do you balance that?
Yeah, one of the things that we've had to do over the last year is kind of provide more spacing between groups. In other words, you come in with a family, you're kind of be generally located with your family, but you'll be a little bit more distance separated from other families. The difference is a lot of times now there's not a lot of mingling. In other words, you don't see people walking around talking to each other. And they kind of stay within their groups just to maintain that social distancing, just to make sure that everybody's safe, staying healthy, but they're out of harm's way. But again, it's a little bit more limited in terms of the actual social interaction.
Lots of options for shelters here in Northport. How do people know where to go?
Basically, what we will do is we will let you know what shelters are open. And as you stated before, we have several options. However, when a storm comes along, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the shelters are open. We will let our residents know what shelters are open, when they are going to open, and when they can report to those shelters. So pay very, very close attention to the shelters that are going to be open, because even though we have shelters available, doesn't necessarily mean that they're all open for every storm.
And again, we'll have a lot of that information. What we've done in Northport is anytime there's an event, whether it's COVID or a storm, we have our alerts page. It's a button that's on our city app, North Report. I'm going to keep plugging that. Or if you just go to cityofnorthport.com/alerts, we'll have all the latest info. We're sitting there 24/7, you know, when these types of events happen, to make sure that that's all in one spot. Everybody can find it every time. It's not some new website.
Yeah, it's a great resource. It's updated real time, so you get the latest information that you need to know.
A lot of people want to know, storm happens, I'm in a shelter, when can I leave?
A lot of times, of course, you're not being held within the shelter, but what we'll do is we'll advise you, or the shelter staff will let you know when it's safe to go back outside. Just because the storm has passed does not necessarily mean that it's safe to venture outdoors, depending on how much damage the storm has done to the area. A lot of times what we'll do, we'll have crews in the area. If there's unsafe areas, we'll let you know what those are. Like you might have power downs or roads blocked or flooding. But we will let you know, let the residents of the shelter evacuation center know when it's safe to go back out and venture back to their homes or in their general area.
And I'm sure that we've made this mistake already a couple times in this interview, because it's just old habits. Shelter, center, center, shelter. Why? It was a change that was made maybe 2 years ago.
Yes.
Why?
Basically, it's actually more literal in terms of terminology. The evacuation center is literally that, an evacuation center. It's only supposed to be open for 1, 2, maybe 3 days, and then go back to its original purpose, as compared to a shelter, which is more long-term for those individuals who cannot return home, maybe to damage or whatever the case may be. Sheltering is more of a long-term. Evacuation center is short-term.
Yeah. So we apologize for just old habits, years and years of reporting and working in government. I mean, it's just it's hard to get over, but we're doing the best we can. Unfortunately, a storm hits our area. You know, various ranges of damage. What can we expect here in Northport?
What we're going to do is we have teams ready. As soon as the storm passes, we have teams strategically located throughout the city that as soon as the storm passes, they go out into the community and they start looking what we call a damage assessment. They start going out through the different neighborhoods, going down the major roadways, the secondary roadways. They start seeing where the damage has occurred, how much damage has occurred, what type of actions will we need to take in terms of how long, if there's a power outage, how long do we think it's going to be. Just kind of getting a big picture of what's going on and making sure that when we relay that information to our community, that we're giving the most accurate information at that time to let them know what areas they can go into, what areas they should stay away from. But we're going to try to make it as safe as possible so that our community can get back to their homes.
And probably the most difficult part with that, we've been fortunate with many storms that we haven't completely lost communication, but it's certainly possible. Cell towers down, internet's out, no power. How would we get the message out? What do you envision there?
A lot of times it's going to be a mix of whatever's working at that time. Sometimes you might have a social media platform up there, or sometimes very barely a cell, sometimes a text. There's always a weather radio that we can do in terms of getting notifications out through the weather service itself. They kind of help us out. There's different ways to try to access different communication types. It's just a matter of what's available for us internally. A lot of times we'll use a ham radio. For when all other communications are gone, we're able to communicate amongst ourselves, and then if need be, do face-to-face communications and let them know, the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, we might even have to go to neighborhoods to post information.
Yes.
Or create a place where people can come physically get more info.
Absolutely.
And I know in some recent storms, cell phone companies have been able to bring in some mobile units, some more successful than others in that realm.
Yes, and they're called cows, for lack of a better term. That's what they use, but they will bring them in. We've had pretty good success when they're able to get, but it's also dependent upon where the storm is, how big it is, how much damage it's done, and how much geographical area it has covered, and our accessibility to those units to bring them in.
So cows, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Cell
communications on wheels.
Oh, I didn't even have the first letter right. Okay, great. And I mean, some good news is that Northport, we have our own emergency manager. We have our own operations center that will kind of man in here in City Hall.
Yes.
But we're not alone. How does our relationship work with other nearby agencies?
We work very, very well, especially with the county. We have constant communications between the county emergency operations center, our emergency operations center, and also municipalities also have their emergency operations center. We're in constant contact before, during, and after the event. What we do is we all like to be on the same page. We all like to know what kind of experiences are going on in other areas outside of us that may impact us, and we also let them know what's going on here that may impact them. We share resources constantly, whether it's before the storm or after the storm. We're constantly communicating, providing equipment and supplies, materials, and personnel to wherever the case may be. Understanding that no single jurisdiction can handle this all by themselves. So we have a really good working relationship amongst the cities and amongst the county, and we're constantly sharing information and resources and making sure that we're able to address all of our community needs, no matter where they are.
And I think that's the beauty of being in a municipality and a city, is that you can get some more of this individualized treatment. We have experts who know when the Myakkahatchee gets to a certain level, when we need to start being concerned, what we can do, lower, raise the levees, do some of those things. I mean, I think Northport is in some very good hands when it comes to
We're very, very fortunate to have some very, very skilled staff that know their job extremely well and have a history and understand that when they start to see things, they can take proactive. They like to stay ahead of the event. Instead of reacting to the event, they stay a step ahead of the event. So they're in a proactive posture all the time, which is really a great benefit for the community itself.
Yeah. Overall, just a reminder to we're getting ready, you get ready, be safe.
Absolutely, be prepared, stay safe, and stay communicating with everybody to let them know what you're going to do, where you're going to be, and how you're going to handle it, and we'll be ready.
Expected to be another pretty active season.
Probably going to be, yes.
It only takes one.
Yes,
All right.
only one.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Great.
Appreciate
Thank you.
your time.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for tuning in, and get ready.
This is the first 1,000 Days mural. I'm a figurative artist. That's what I like to do the most, is people. And to me, any age is wonderful to do, but something about a baby. It's about nurturing, love for the pregnant woman. For the new infant, and then as the baby grows and develops and the mother's caring for the baby. This is actually closer to 3 stories.
It's beautiful. It's so joyous, it's so fun. There is so much development that goes on in that period of time that, yes, it's vitally important that we get this out to everybody, those first 1,000 days sets the lifetime for the child. We have such a young community, so many families within 12,000 school children. It's perfect within our community.
Being able to, have everyone come by and see it and everything, it's an honor to be able to do it, and I'm just glad we were chosen. A lot of positive, a lot of people stopping by, really seeing how it's coming along and what a great job the artist has done, more than what anyone would expect. It just looks awesome.
We hope families will enjoy the mural in Northport, its vibrant colors and the sense of possibility that it inspires.
Saturdays aren't good for her, but Sundays are. So depending on what you do.
All right, so you got a quick break. Hopefully we got into the concepts of the visioning effort that we're trying to establish here in terms of outcomes. We will adapt to not incorporate the staff presentations, but if there's something that crops up that you need some clarification on as we deal with outcomes, we can certainly call upon everyone's in the room that's available from there. So the second strategic...
May I ask a question?
Oh, yes, oh, certainly.
During the lunch, I thought of something for public safety, and I don't know if this is getting in the weeds or if this is
No, throw it
your
out.
50 million level. I
Throw it out.
can't
We'll deal with it.
decide.
Yeah.
Ensuring that the public safety includes vulnerabilities and fixing vulnerabilities to like security, the plants, making sure that they're not
Intrusions and things of that. Okay,
upon.
gotcha. No,
I
that makes sense.
don't know if
Yep.
that's
Yep.
trying to adapt to your 5 million foot level.
So like ensure secure city facilities?
Yeah, we've had this
Something like
conversation
that.
multiple times, and I want to make sure that it gets done.
Yep. No, that's
Security
entirely
laws.
appropriate.
Security laws for technology and stuff.
Yeah, it's not just buildings, it's technology,
Yeah,
it's personnel and
Cyber security.
not just that either.
Physical.
Exactly. It's everything.
Good point, absolutely. Okay. All right, so we're going to go to the second strategic priority of the city in your current plan. It's this historical, cultural, and environmental preservation. Similar effort, this is the language that you have today in terms of the language, protect and promote our natural, cultural, and historic heritage, define the city's identity, contribute to the economy, maintain balance, and improve quality of life. Does that kind of capture the umbrella that you're thinking of in this category? Or are there any adjectives or themes or things that you want to suggest that could be modified or added to or deleted?
Under that category, I think talking about inclusion and diversity.
Okay, so something in here about diversity.
Isn't cultural and historical heritage, isn't that
Can
diversity?
be if you state so.
I think cultural, I think diversity.
But if you define it and set it that way, have a statement to make it that way.
I think that makes it current when you say diversity, whereas cultural, some would just interpret as what happened 1,000 years ago.
Typically, we kind of refer to as DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, as a kind of a bucket, if you will. But okay. All right. Anything else under in the statement that you think that needs to be reflected? We'll come back to it at the end, but I just want to start there.
I'll just state that under that one, the last bullet point has been accomplished.
Oh, okay. So we want to go from the statement into the objective or the outcomes. But anything else on the statement initially, and then I'll switch gears.
Oh, I was talking about that being implemented somewhere,
Oh, yeah. Were you getting it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
into-
on the outcome, right? Yeah.
whichever.
Okay, that's fine. All right. I just want to stay one statement for 1 second yet and make sure if there's anything else. And at the end, we'll regroup to figure out if there's anything else. But as at least as you envision it today, with the inclusion of something of DEI.
Well, yeah, maybe, I don't know, what the rest think about.
Throw it out. We'll figure it out.
Integrity of the neighborhoods. I know I keep saying that, but that.
What do you mean by that?
That means when people move in, they move into on a street and they're taken by the greenness. That's what they see. That is, to me, that's maintaining the integrity means you're respecting that. And then when people, because actually somebody brought that to my attention some years ago, and they say when they clear cut a lot, they had disrespected that neighborhood by doing that. And I thought, that's an interesting way to look at it. But the more that's happened, I said, yeah, that's really what they're kind of destroying what the other people came there to embrace and to enjoy. And when people contact me, that's what they're saying.
Well, we've got that as a strategic.
Character, maybe
priority.
character instead of integrity, but the character of when it says it contributes to the economy, maintain balance and improve quality of life. Again, that's so generic, quality of life.
Be under the neighborhood enhancement.
That's what I was.
And it might be. It might be. As I said, we'll
Yeah.
capture it. We'll help figure out if it slides away. But I think where you're coming from, you're probably getting to the environmental preservation component. So as I said, maybe the title wasn't the right title, but after we kind of capture all this stuff, we'll help figure out
Yeah, because
if those are the right
preservation
names.
is maintaining what you have. You're preserving something as opposed to enhancement. You're adding something new, and it's going to become eventually the future generations hit their what they're going to look at as history for them.
So let me suggest this, to maybe get that up to that higher level, you gave the example about the neighborhoods, but really I think what you're saying is as development occurs, respecting the integrity and the characteristics of the community. So it really isn't just about neighborhoods. It's about as development patterns and what your expectations and what your standards would be, that you want to make sure that you just don't clear cut the entirety of the community and all of a sudden it looks different. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Okay.
And if that's the case, maybe it's appropriate under this category if we're not focusing on the neighborhoods, but you're talking about development
Should be
patterns as a
under
whole.
economic and development category too.
Clearly, it may, as I said, we'll sort it all out. I want to capture, but I'm trying to get to, because this is specific to neighborhoods, but the more you talked, I think you talked more about the nature of the community as a whole.
Because that really is the basis of the concern, environmental preservation.
Right.
That everything's gone. Yeah, that what was there is no longer there. And that's what really people see first, you know. And you say, well, just plant some trees, and
It's not the same.
it's not the same. And they're right. So it is preservation. I mean, we know how Welland Park went through great lengths to have that,
Move those trees.
because, you know, Rick said they wanted to have that character and that sense of it's been here.
Right.
And people feel home, you know, a sense of home. That's what he said. Yeah, he used that phrase, a sense of home.
Okay.
Yeah, because I know that's their brand they're building now.
Okay.
So in terms of the statement, I just didn't quite understand the contribute to the economy, maintain balance. I mean, when I think of historical, culture, environmental preservation. I would break that out.
I think what
I don't
it's
know,
saying.
I mean, I sort of think environmental protection almost needs to be its own thing. It's a big deal.
Okay. So maybe.
Yeah, but I think we put these together when we were sitting there was as we wanted to preserve historical, we wanted to preserve cultural, and we wanted to preserve environmental. So that's why it was listed that way under the preservation.
Yeah, I can see that, but I just sort of think environmental needs to be its own category.
Part of the reason we added contribute to the economy is to take advantage of these historical, cultural, environmental things and have it help with our local economy.
Right. Such as Warm Meadow Springs, you're talking about it. And it says here, maybe Little Salt Springs. And also, I think this is how we have it in the ULDC now. Aren't these things all grouped together in one? I don't know if that makes a difference, but.
And remember, when we started this about feedback that I'd received from you in the advance interviews, and I would agree that there's really nothing in there about environmental sustainability. But a lot of communities feel that's an important, to your point, an important goal in and of itself. And it's okay, you know, if it got merged before, it's okay. We're at a point in time where, you know, it's got to reflect what you want to do now.
Because we're talking about water, we talk a lot about scrub jays, we talk a lot about the gopher tortoises, and we spend a lot of time doing that, and it's not here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that'll be a flag then. Okay.
I was going to say, indicate, flag any of those that could be placed under sustainability, because I like sustainability, the topic.
Yeah, environmental sustainability, or for all of these.
Economics.
Yeah.
Sustainability encompass all of them.
Okay. All right. Any other thoughts in terms of maybe under this category? Any themes or elements that you want to make sure maybe gets captured here? Barbara, you look like
And
you're ready
I
to.
don't know if this is a tactic, but again, I'm trying to think success, outcomes. We're still on outcomes?
Well, we're actually in the statement. We're
Still-
about to go to
still on the
outcomes. I'm going to go there
statement.
next.
Okay, no,
But
I'm-
anything
I'm-
else on the statement?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I think some of those statements are outcomes. I think we merged.
Let us clean those up for you. We'll get-
Exactly. I think we
All right. So
merged
this is
them.
the statements.
We just underneath the 10,000 feet.
That's all right. Okay, let's talk about the outcomes.
We were told to do.
What?
When we did our last in strategic planning, we were talking about giving staff the tools and what we wanted to have done in our strategic plan. That's part of the reason why I've been so confused through this last hour or two, is because we're going way up here instead of telling staff what we're looking for and hoping to have accomplished.
Right, no, I understand that, but I think we're doing it a different way because we're going to have multiple meetings. You know, this is just stage one. So if we get stage one going, and then staff comes back with their recommendations, then we pick and choose through those, through future meetings. This is just, let's get through today, set first base up, and then we come back and we'll go second base, third base, because we're meeting, I think,
The vision,
twice in
yep,
December.
we're meeting back in December. This is the
Yeah.
high-level vision. You will, I guarantee, I promise you,
So
you will
staff's
be able to
actually
hear
getting
that
homework
result
too.
back. I'm just trying to keep you in that plane at 10,000 feet right now about what you want to see and general direction you want to go. Staff's going to come back with the details. Absolutely.
That's the way I am.
Yep.
How about connectability
Okay.
between cultural and historical establishments? I'm looking for a way to link in Legacy Trail, but then Legacy Trail might extend between the activity centers so that there can be, you know, those kind of connectabilities to go through there. That might be under sustainability too.
As I said, if I capture the thoughts, we'll help figure out what bucket they fit under.
But under this one of the bullet points was talking about Legacy Trail going to Warm Mineral Springs.
So I'm going to try to bring you up again. So is intermodal connectivity amongst your various points of interest where you want to be? Okay, because a project might be connecting point A to point B and then point C to point D or something like that, but the goal is some sort of intermodal connectivity is what I think you're saying. So that's the outcome. Okay, get you? All right.
That could then have the project of Legacy Trail under it.
Exactly, exactly. You're starting to see how the links, the building blocks come together. Points of,
But then again, it could fall under another category as
Yep.
well.
I think another outcome I'd like to see in this area, and I don't know if I'm stepping into a tactic, but I think it's great to protect and promote, but sort of keying off promote, I would like to see some type of a display / educational thing that communicates our heritage.
That's what we had the timeline supposed to be doing.
Yeah, but it's not that. I mean, it's, you know, there are so many artifacts and archaeological things.
Yeah, there's a museum and timeline and all that kind of thing that we're supposed to be.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is kind of help promote and educate the community about your heritage and history.
Yes.
Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yes.
Okay. And is heritage history, getting back to the environmental, I mean, you got a unique asset, Warm Mineral Springs. It really is kind of the landscape. It's not just your heritage history, it's kind of the fabric of the DNA of the community as a whole, right? Okay, history and landscapes, okay. Okay, gotcha.
That third bullet point that we have is, I mean, you could put that one down, protect, conserve and preserve environmentally sensitive
Third bullet, okay.
lands. Yeah, that one's intact for high level.
Okay. Anything else under this one? An outcome?
I think if you look at both of them, you can come up with something.
Yep, yep. Okay.
All right, it
All right.
wasn't 45 minutes.
See, I told you, you get better at this. You just got to kind of get everybody in the same. I was going to ask, number one, are these to the right? The priority, the goals, the right? And those were the objectives we went through. All right, so let's talk to the next category. Parks and Recreation. Now, one of you had noted that this is unique because you actually identify a department as opposed to kind of a functional area. And it may fall under a quality of life issue. It may be something different, but it was noted by you, so I want to highlight that as well. So right now, that statement is, whoops, that's it right there. Expand access to community recreation, green space, and blue ways for public enjoyment. So is that recognizing you may change this title? But if you kind of think of it in terms of active lifestyles, outdoor activities, things to do, it may get to cultural experiences, I think is the term that you've described as well, Alice, as well. As I say, I don't know if the title fits kind of what I think ultimately you're probably going to land on this area. So kind of think broader than just Parks and Rec, I guess is what I'm asking you right now, that it really talks about community recreation, but maybe this is the appropriate time of cultural offerings, activities, other things that not necessarily active Parks and Rec stuff.
Yeah,
it should be a part of it, clearly, but not all of it.
Right, that's where I discussed with you another little one-on-one about Parks and Rec being a strategic priority, because a lot of this stuff fell underneath other categories. And not saying it's not important, but we have 8 priorities. I had gotten with you, and I had it down to 5 priorities, and then going on to bullet points. So that I think condensing and moving forward is going to be, especially with the priorities themselves, is going to be a lot easier for staff to be able to track and everything. So, I mean.
So, Alice, are you good with maybe adding something about cultural offerings? Or I think that's the term you used, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right, because I was looking at expand access to community recreation. I don't know, I was thinking along the lines of, if this is not considered a vision, but to recognize the importance of, or
I would ensure the availability of a variety of recreational opportunities for the residents of North.
Yeah, because
might be provided by Parks and Rec. We could also attract companies into.
Right, because I'm thinking about like the City Center Green here. Okay, we provided that City Center Green, but then other outside entities, they come in and have fairs there and concerts, and that is what you were saying before. The city can't provide everything, and you're right. But that provides the gathering place. Like, hey, let's go there. Even though we have a lot of parks, but they're pretty much they're passive. I mean, you go there and you kids play on something, and that's it. But for them to have like Highland, I'm sorry, what is that called? Is it Highland Park? Highland Ridge.
Highland Ridge Park, yes.
Yes, they have the pickleball thing there, right? That if that's what you want to do, you go to that park, right? So if the parks had more specific reasons to go, I don't know if I'm making sense. And I know we're going to have the disc golf eventually is coming in.
Northport Greenway, I believe.
Right. But in a lot of communities I've been to, you go to a park for a certain reason, because they have this there, as opposed to just it's a park, and again, it's just more of the same. It has a slide, it's got this, it's got that. But
it's also got tennis, and it's got, I think, basketball over there too.
Right.
Dallas White offers softball and tennis and playgrounds.
Right.
So there's a mixture.
I really do. Difference. So you can.
Somebody was talking about bringing in one of those remote control In fact, they're redoing in Rotunda, they're redoing a park that was a
Oh, the
remote.
RC cars and
Yes,
everything,
the
yeah.
RC cars and like,
Doug, I would like to see somehow worded collaboration, partnerships or whatever, so that P3s can come in to this one, but also regionalism. We're looking at regional parks. So I believe there needs to be that type of statement made underneath that, or whatever that category is you're calling it.
What I think you're saying is addressing needs, and they may be varied in difference, and then the other is, this gets into some strategy, but the concept of bigger than just the city. Public-private
right,
partnerships.
and then especially bringing in the P3s, thinking of McKibben Park, which has the lake, and I know years ago somebody said there should be those little paddle boats out there. Well, then you're really looking at a P3 coming in there, a concessionaire or whatever, and renting them out. It's what you have, and so if you want to do that, that's the park you go to, and
Well, now they got connectivity for kayaks and stuff going to Blue
well, that's your
Ridge.
own type. Yes, unless you have
I'm
somebody
just
who's
saying
going
it's
to rent out
available.
kayaks.
It's
Yeah,
available
right.
out there to go do
Right.
now. They've put in those
Right.
ramps and
Yeah.
everything, so.
Right.
Where do we put in a park out east? How does that fit at your 5 million level? Because I'm
Not
still
quite
down
5,
here.
it's 10,000. All right, so this gets to more of the outcomes. So this is a statement, of the vision within that area of Parks and Rec or quality of life, whatever we end up calling it. And then below that is, what does that look like? What does success look like? In your mind, that's a
I thought
concept.
all those were what success looks like.
Well, remember,
I thought all those were.
all right, so let me stop you. So what I'm going to say is words matter. If you just say Parks and Rec, I guarantee you without a statement, you're all going to have 5 different thoughts of what Parks and Rec mean to you. So when I say words matter is whatever we call this bucket, there's going to be a statement that you can all come to agreement that's what we're intending to deal with under this bucket. Because if you don't say it, you're all going to fill in the blanks, and none of you are going to be right, and none of you are going to be wrong. But none of you are going to be on the same page. So what I'm trying to say is the statement matters because it sets the tone for your staff and also your community, what the heck you're thinking about when you say Parks and Rec or quality of life. So that's what I'm trying to do with a statement first. Then the objectives is what does outcome mean to you in terms of that overall arching vision within this.
Right, and again, this is like the cookbook for when they go back to staff to figure out which line item.
They're going to give you the
bucket
recipes.
They're gonna
You're
come
going to say,
in
I want the
underneath
chocolate, double chocolate cookies is my
Right.
outcome. And then staff's going to tell you
And
how
this
we're
is
going to
gonna
make
be bing, 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 and bing underneath this.
Yep.
What do y'all think? Because
So-
it will all go together and mesh together.
I've mentioned symmetry, alignment, whatever. It all builds off the highest level to the next level down, to the next level down, to the action plans and the monitoring. Absolutely. So why I say words matter is whatever we call this title, what does that mean to you so that everybody understands that's what it is? And then from there, then the next point is, what do you want to accomplish? What are the outcomes within this bucket of quality of life, parks and recreation, whatever the name we're going to refer to it as?
I don't think a P3 belongs in a statement.
It may not. It may end up being
Okay.
ultimately, I'm capturing it now, it may be that's an outcome. It may be an outcome. Right now, I'll help sort that out. I want to draw as much as I can from you, and if it's in the wrong spot, I'll correct that. But I want to ultimately get to, what's the outcome within this area?
Most confusing, because we're talking about changing the title, and how do we come up with a statement if we don't know what the title is?
Right. And
So I don't even know what the category is or what we're trying to look at to find the objectives or even the statement or anything else. I mean, what are we supposed to be focusing on in this category?
Is this quality of life? If we're looking to change a title, maybe it's just quality of life.
And I realize this is a chicken egg scenario. Until I hear what you want to see happen, it's hard for me to call it what it is. But I know that many of you noted, I don't think it's right that we call it Parks and Recreation because it sounds like a department, not an overall vision of this bucket. And so that's why I've just kind of set the table that once I hear kind of what you want to do and where your outcomes are, I can
You'll
help you
figure out
guide
how.
what the wording may be. And then ultimately, when we come back to you, there'll be our suggested wording and the bucket, and that we may make some further adjustments to it. So this is kind of an incremental adjustment. In an area like this, which has a lot of things that I suspect that you are likely to change, I can simply call it quality of life if that helps you, but I don't know that till I hear from you what you want to do. So I appreciate this is a little bit of a chicken egg deal, especially in an area like this where there's
Right,
probably.
and I think basically what it is we're focusing on Parks and Rec, and we want to enhance or preserve or do whatever with Parks and Rec, and they could go under multiple different buckets.
Exactly. You're absolutely correct.
I mean, I'm sort of thinking improve and expand the recreational opportunities available to Northport citizens.
Okay.
Definitely, that's kind of like the first
Yeah, I mean,
bullet
that's
point there is
Improve
right now.
and enhance, what was it again, Barb?
Improve and expand
Expand?
the recreational opportunities available. For Northport residents and visitors.
Okay. Okay.
That's actually what the aquatic center is accomplishing when that came online.
Now, I could see there could be Parks and Rec offerings, there could be businesses, you know, not
Right.
just.
Well,
private
this gets
citizens.
back to the public-private partnership. You may end up having somebody that brings in a laser tag. You know, it's a recreational aspect, not
Right.
something you're doing.
Mhm.
But to your point, Jill, it's a way of how you get public-private partnerships
Right.
together, but it fits under an outcome
An
here.
umbrella.
Again, we're talking about residents and visitors. I would like to see businesses included in that also.
Do businesses look for recreational opportunities?
Oh, you have team building that goes on. I mean, team building goes on at the Axe House. Team Doogie does team building and stuff, so yeah. Teams play softball, they're on softball leagues. Nonprofits are definitely involved in recreation and things that are amenable to us.
If you wanted to go high level, you could say for Northport, for the
Period.
Northport community, and then it
Community.
captures everything.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
Rather than getting, stuck in
Right.
the, because then it addresses everybody.
Because when you're saying businesses, I just keep thinking, and again, this is what Doug was saying, how Parks and Rec, you get this thing in your head. You know, I'm thinking of, okay, why would, like Empire Bagels is coming to Northport. Did you know that? The bagel, yeah. We bought their bagels for our tour.
Did you?
They delivered them from Punta Gorda. I thought it was pretty good. But anyway, I'm thinking, why would a bagel store be interested in recreational opportunities? But when you say community,
Right.
yes, and then you mentioned nonprofits, yes, having fun things to do, for everybody.
Mhm.
That's expanding recreational opportunities, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, the Bagels could be proud sponsors of the disc golf.
That's what you do with the old bagels, the day old bagels. So, okay.
The nonprofit childcare, take their children to parks and, all those different types of things too.
Okay.
After community, I do like visitors, as Barb had said, because we do have people who come
Yep.
in for tournaments and stuff like that too. So I like adding the visitors.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I know we talked about cultural offerings. Is there outcomes here that we want to, I think when I spoke with you, Alice, you said something about, more restaurants, more retail, more, just kind of unpack that,
Places
because
to
that's an
go,
outcome to me.
Places to hang out and go, there's something there for them to do.
Cultural experiences.
Because that may not be anything to do with Parks and Recreation.
Right.
What the point I'm saying. That could be historical trail, that could be something else.
Booze and
Yep.
music.
Yeah. I'm just thinking most communities have like an acoustic jam, like the one in Punta Gorda, it's been going on for like 30 years. They call it the Guitar Army. It's Thursday nights.
Well, basically, that's the same as public gathering spaces too, you know,
Yeah, but
that goes
somebody-
hand in hand.
Somebody took the initiative to start that, and it grew to the point that even when to go on Thursday nights, their shops are open later because they know all those people are going to listen to people just, play guitars and whatever, and then they go into town and they have something to eat, they have something to drink, and that's a cultural offering because
Mhm.
it's go head down there on a Thursday because we know there's stuff going on. That's what I'd like to see in Northport.
So that sounds a lot like events and things, community events and activities, right, as well? And they become symbiotic. You come down for a concert, you have something to eat,
Right.
you go, whatever the case would be, right? Yeah. Okay. As I said, this is why I thought that I think it's more than just Parks and Rec.
Right.
Based on what I'm hearing. I realize I don't know what the title is yet, but it sounds like we're getting some symmetry around it at least. Anything else that kind of fits generally into this bucket of culture and recreation and just kind of livability, if you will, or quality of life? Kind of the soft stuff.
Where would tournaments and stuff like that fit in this?
Events, tournaments, that could fit in there.
Them being the visitors.
What was that?
I thought of them being the visitors. Tournaments would be visitors.
Well, so and, this would be another teaching point. So if this is a desired outcome, and I don't know enough about your Parks and Rec system, but do you have, this is where multiple goals come together. If you're going to host soccer events or baseball events, number one, that will help you build an economic base to allow your restaurants and your service industries and your hotel industries to be more successful because they need that type of a draw there. And then on top of that, but do you have the resources to attract it? So
Yeah, do we have
that
the
gets to an
hotels?
outcome of we'd like to see more of this. Then what does that look like? Is that new fields, new activities, new hotel? How do you market it together? So this is how the stuff all kind of blends. As I said, it's all related at the end of the day.
How do we incorporate the Braves Stadium into this?
Good question. So how does spring training fit into this? Because it's an economic boom. It brings people and residents and money to your community that it wouldn't otherwise do.
Well, we're also entitled to three big events there at the stadium each year. I
Okay.
don't even know if, well, we can't because of COVID, but we're also supposed to have staff be talking with the Braves like every September, October, November-ish to figure out what the next year's plans are. I don't know, how does that fit in with strategic plan? It does it? I don't know.
Sure.
Just-
As I said, it'll probably, clearly, it's something you've got. It's an asset. You're not necessarily maximizing it right now, it sounds like, but it can fit into some of the things you're talking about here, whether that's concerts or whether that's a community event or whether it's part of a
They're
tournament.
holding things there.
Events and activities,
Mhm.
I think would cover it.
Yeah, but not all of those events are ours as the city.
Understand.
You know? No, I was talking with Allison.
Braves Stadium, we, the city, are entitled to 3 events every year.
Just in the stadium? And is, okay, then,
I'd have to go back and look at the contract for the particulars.
is that the stadium? See, I don't even know. Or is that something
Yeah, that's
different?
outside it is.
Park is the stadium.
They just had that half marathon at Cool Today Park. It wasn't the city, but it's still something that is generating, when you're talking about your P3s, I mean, that's kind of like
We
it.
have an outcome, I think.
Yeah, like 2 years ago, we had the fireworks there, or
But that was
3
different,
years ago,
right.
sorry, maybe. With COVID, was it 2 years ago? Okay. 'Cause I know we had it.
On line with what you're saying, I'm questioning, what have we done there? I don't know, but this whole thing is gonna give us that outline. This is what we did. We're supposed to have 3 things, okay, then,
We've done 2 events there.
The only one that I know of is the 4th of July.
The governor's dinner count as an event at the stadium.
Governor did
I
that.
think the governor was the one that used that.
I don't know if the city was involved in that or not.
I think, yep, I was gonna say, so the goal there is obviously you have a resource, there's probably not being, for COVID and a number of other reasons, it's an outcome, how do you maximize the value of that asset?
Yeah, we saved time on the last one. We figured we'd turn it up over there.
Just one thing, and
Okay, you've got another idea. You had an outcome.
I
Yep.
don't know if others would agree with me on this, but an outcome I'd like to see, I would like to see more people from outside Northport coming into Northport to enjoy our resources and events, and so to increase visitor participation.
That's the first one.
Okay, so you want to,
Available to Northport
it's really
community and
becoming a
visitors.
magnet for attraction of visitors to experience.
I mean, call
your-
it tourism, whatever, but
That statement, I think that's a good one, can be built under.
Well, that too comes with economic development, with businesses coming and
Well, they're
everything.
all sort of-
Right, so that's why I'm saying where we meld all this stuff together, we're seeing a lot of stuff that's the same. We really are going forward.
This way, when you have events that are not city events, like the bike ride, like I said, there was a lot of people who came from out of Northport into the city. That's your opportunity to capture them. Okay, they're here.
Right.
Let's
We can probably
take
shift to
advantage
that
of
wall
it.
after this then. Yeah, okay. 13, okay. I was not trying to end the discussion on that, but I was running out of space. Were there anything else under that kind of general bucket?
Oh, no, new page, we're good.
We're good.
Where does the community center out east fit?
Here's how I would connect the dots on that. Okay,
What's
so
that equity among Northport residents for recreational opportunities? I don't
Didn't
know.
we have something?
yeah,
that
so here's
talked
where
about-
so this is where we're gonna have to kind of sort some of this out.
Card games
So
going on
here
out
we've
there
got-
for recreation. I'm sorry.
Where was it here? All right, so under health and public safety, as I said, we're going to have to sort this out. Right now, there's the ability to access city services and proximity to needs on a citywide basis. This is relating to kind of a rec center or cultural ability, which starts to fit under this category. And it probably is going to have to be wordsmithed in this, improve and expand recreational opportunities available to Northport. And taking into account, this is where you've got to trust your consultant to work with you to kind of say, okay, how does that relate to citywide services, and try to morph that. That's why I'm just capturing themes here. But
Well,
to
what
connect the
it-
dots, Debbie, do you see where I'm going with that though?
Yeah.
Sure.
So you've got it identified here, and then under Parks and Rec, that's going to ultimately be a project that may come back from staff to say, okay, as part of that outcome that you want as a council or commission, here's staff's program, and that may involve one or more different assets and resources and needs, and that'll be a project that is in your plan that relates back to your goal of expanding services and expanding recreational opportunities. Make sense? I know this stuff's hard. It's a paradigm shift. It really is. That makes it a little more challenging to get through. So. All right. Were there anything else under this bucket that we wanted to talk about under what is now called Parks and Recreation, but probably be something broader? Okay. The next category was affordability, growth, and development. With the statement of promote sustainable growth and development while maintaining or enhancing quality of life in our city. Is that statement or number is the area the right area, and is the statement kind of reflective of what you want to accomplish in this particular?
Actually, I think there's 3 categories can roll under quality of life,
Okay.
personally myself.
So talk to me about what you're thinking, Jill, so I understand.
The affordability, growth, and development, and the neighborhood enhancement, they all deal with quality of life. And we were
Okay.
just talking about Parks and Rec being quality of life. So if you,
Historical and cultural quality of life.
well, I see that more than history, where the quality of life is kind of current instead of.
Quality of life is just what a city does in general. I mean, every single one of these things falls under quality of life, every single one of them. If you don't have health and services, you know, first responders, you don't have quality of life. If you don't have parks, you don't have quality of life. To me, quality of life is like this huge catchphrase that everybody uses just to, it's gotten to the point it's become meaningless because it just encompasses everything. Everybody has a different opinion as to what is quality of life. You talk to the fire department, they're saying, you gotta have a fire station, you know, for quality of life. It's just become this big catchphrase. I've seen it on 3 different ones now. So.
Yeah, and
I personally like it myself.
well, I understand what's being said. It's just like up north, you either have to take your garbage to the dump or you have your garbage picked up at your home, 2 separate quality of life. So one, you gotta go manually do it, the other one.
And one you don't have to pay for.
Correct. So, I mean, it's different. It's your choice, but it's a different quality of life.
Yeah. It was the same thing when we first moved here, there were no stores. Some people felt the coming of Walmart, that was, we didn't have to drive to Port Charlotte anymore. That was, you know, improving your quality of life, because now you can just.
Well, we're all very fortunate we live here, because back in Bedford, New Hampshire, there was the dump. And when people ran for election and re-election, they were all at the dump, because that's where everyone went on Saturday mornings.
That's right.
Sounds like there's a joke in there somewhere, but I probably am not going to get that right.
So here's, I stumbled over this category.
This is a unique merging of 3 different items. There's no doubt about that.
So the affordability, growth, and development, when I looked at the content of it, I said, oh, this is all about residential, to contrast it with economic development and job creation. So I really think we need to consolidate neighborhood enhancement with affordability, growth, and development. One aspect of community enhancement is the range of housing options.
I agree, I combined those 2 also.
I think I X'd both of them, because things fell under other things as very.
Well, we can.
But yeah,
Let staff figure it out.
Hey, put them together is fine by me.
Okay. Absolutely. And growth and development, often growth can kind of move into its own area. Development often is in the economic development side.
Well,
these get related.
And neighborhood enhancement could be the cap over parks and recreation as well. You know, it could absorb all 3 categories because it's in our neighborhoods.
Okay.
Call it community enhancement, and
Correct.
let them all fall under it.
How many goes 3?
Under community enhancement.
Come back with our answers.
Okay. All right. So what I think I'm hearing you say is this probably doesn't stand by a category by itself, is what you're saying. This is all going to get partial.
Community enhancement, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe for the affordable growth and development point, Parks and Rec point, you know.
Okay.
That may be your new title that we went underneath 10,000 feet just to come up with for
That's
you.
all right. That's what I say. Well, yeah. So when you look at your outcomes under this current category, clearly you're dealing with housing. So this gets back to is affordability, housing option is probably a neighborhood housing, you know, thing. And then the second is this land bank for a future that reflects the community's priorities when prudent. I read that as your consultant. I have no idea what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know if you guys know what that means. It meant something when it was established, but I can't put my arms around that.
It was years ago, it
No.
was talked about, but when, yeah.
There wasn't really a meaning behind it, it was the title.
Yeah, as opposed to, you know, so, I
Right.
mean, so what I'm saying is if I don't know what it is, I don't know if your staff knows what it is, which is why it probably, to your point, isn't on the list.
This was established, we did not have the program yet to be able to donate, sell, buy our city properties. I mean, that's a topic that we still have to finish. So, and then at that point in time, we were talking about building a land bank for trees. And that just, I mean, Alice even taught us that is not logical to do. So personally, myself, I would just strike any mention of a land bank.
Yeah, and again, back in the day, it was also to be able to trade properties with owners and this, that, and the other. It was having property on hand and being able to disperse them as needed. If we needed to get properties for drainage, we could go and say, hey, you want this one, we'll take this one.
We have that, but we don't have a process to get.
No, I understand that.
Right.
That's what the
So,
land
yeah.
bank was. Whatever properties we had, we wanted to be able to, because we were getting properties donated to us. The people didn't
Yeah,
want to
tax
pay their
purposes and
taxes.
whatever, yeah.
Boom, here, take it. Well, now we got this property. What are we going to use it for? Can we use it for trading it to this person because we have this need over here?
Well, to that point, if that's where it was at, I mean, that would probably, assuming we keep a category for neighborhoods, that's probably where, or it's called urban land assembly, where you actually acquire title, clear it up, and allow it to be dealt. It may involve public-private partnership, and maybe Habitat for Humanity, and maybe something the CRA's involved, you know, all those stuff. But once again, that's a clarity that I don't know that your current plan addresses. But if that's the outcome, it probably fits more under a housing bucket than it does under this.
I don't mind it being under a housing type category that you're talking about, but calling it a land bank, no, that's not the outcome that I want to see.
Every time I hear land bank, I think of Commissioner Carrasone every single time. Because her and I butted heads on that concept, because when you have property that the city owns, that's off the tax rolls and you're not earning money, even if it's vacant land, as a tax base. You're shrinking it then.
Okay.
If I don't know how you would do it, or if this is even something of the will of the board, but housing, yes, we have housing options as one of the strategic objectives. But I feel we need to really focus on incentives for getting workforce housing, because affordable is very subjective. Somebody making $300,000 a year can afford just about anything. Somebody making $30,000 a year can barely afford the rent in a one-bedroom apartment these days. We have to figure out, how are we going to help and entice affordable workforce kind of housing?
I agree.
I don't know if that's something the city does alone or in partnership. I don't know what that looks like, but if there's anything I'm going to do here today, is advocate. We have got to get back to this affordability that everybody came here years ago for in the city of Northport.
And now currently our rent is even higher than Sarasota.
Higher than Sarasota.
Yeah. Clearly, and I will tell you, working with communities across the country,
nationwide.
affordable housing, that is becoming an issue universally, every city I work with. So I'm not surprised you're dealing with it here. The challenge you've got here, good news, bad news, you've got land for growth. And at the end of the day, it may fall under your economic development component. Clearly, housing is an element, but you may have to prime the pump in some way, shape, or form, whether it's tax credits or incentives or whatever the case, to make up the gaps to accomplish it. But once again, the goal is, if your goal coming out of an outcome under that bucket, we'll move it in the right area, is, you know, enhance the availability of affordable housing, if that's what it's called, then the staff's going to have to say, here's the things we can do to make that happen.
And, you know, maybe part of it is, we just approved a development last night for 375 new housing units. What is preventing the city, and this is definitely a larger conversation, of saying, hey, any housing units over 150 must have 10% be workforce housing within that development? What is preventing us from doing that? If it's possible, I don't know.
Right.
But this is stuff we have to have a conversation about to explore those kind of possibilities, or else workforce housing is going to be a problem for generations to come.
Right. And that was increased density too, so.
And so that's part of the, I'll tie it back in the effort. That's going to be an outcome that you're going to want to have established, very clear and understandable.
Hey,
So-
I got to the 500,000.
No, that's
I did
definitely
it.
there. No, I want to give it, and then the mechanism of how you do that may be an ordinance change, Maybe it's trade-offs. We're going to give you higher density, but in return, you got to do this. We're going to relax a standard here, but you got to do this. It's a give and take scenario, which is the staff implementation.
Yeah.
But the goal is, the clear direction from you as a board, if ultimately you buy into it, is we want to expand the opportunity for affordable workforce housing in Northport. Okay? That's the outcome.
Right.
How you do it may take a variety of different paths and mechanisms, but that's what I'm trying to get you to do. That's something that you feel in your soul you want to accomplish. That's an outcome that's going to fit under the right bucket.
Okay.
I have so much to say on that topic, but I am not going to because that is definitely into the weeds.
Gotcha.
I have
Okay,
stuff
gotcha.
underneath, and nothing was given away last night whatsoever. So different topic.
Okay,
Topic
gotcha.
for
Understand.
different-
I'm not trying to
that
point the path there. I'm just saying I'm trying to connect how the stuff all gets oriented into a plan. Okay. It sounds like this category is going to get blown up, and we're going to differ everything around. That's what I'm getting. So I don't want to belabor this point because I think some of the other things that are going to come up are going to come up in the other areas. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Okay. Gotcha.
Moving on.
Moving on. Okay.
Yeah, this will be fun.
Pete, you're not getting the break there. This is a big one, infrastructure.
I know, that's what I was just looking
I
at.
know, and this was, as I recall in our conversation, this is a big one for you as well. So I know you're going to be all over this one. So, all right. All right.
Do you want it to start?
Yep, you started on that side. That's fine. Okay.
Isn't that why you moved?
All right.
Yes, yes, it's my new Vanna spot.
New Vanna spot.
Okay. The statement is a little longer. Help maintain roads, bridges, water control, stormwater drainage, waterways, potable water,
There it
wastewater.
is.
You got everything in the kitchen sink in this, right? And then some. And so it's got water management in all sorts of areas, rain, water, sewer, collection systems, stormwater, and then you've also got multimodal and transportation. So infrastructure is a pretty broad bucket, and that's okay. That, you know.
Because you've got a lot of that stuff on those sheets over there already.
Yep.
Do we want communications in there? I mean, in this state, we cannot.
You talking like broadband?
Yeah, like broadband.
Our cell phone service is terrible.
Yeah. Well, and we can't
We don't have
even.
control over that, though.
Exactly. We don't have control over that. Our state will not allow you to form your own company. They had to be established in the 90s or they're no-go. You can't do anything. So I don't know if we want communications even in there because we can't. The only thing that we could do is lay conduit down for those.
Where do you see?
To put the fiber in.
It's not, she wanted to
So
add.
the concept is, and a lot of people are looking at broadband as a utility, just like water and sewer and electric are
Right.
utilities as well. I think that's where you're going with it. And you're absolutely right, unless you've been established under the state, you have a municipal electric utility, or you're providing a service at a date certain, it's hard to get into that. That does not necessarily mean that you can't partner with a private sector group. A lot of communities are doing P3s in broadband and wireless and programs because you're absolutely right, you do have assets. I guarantee, I assume you have SCADA in your systems and electric and all that, or your wastewater and that, so you probably have some fiber and you might have bandwidth and you might have dark fiber that's available.
And I think we need.
There's
to
ways to
improve
do that, so to
communication.
your point, don't let the fact that the state says, no, you can't create a new utility prevent you from thinking that that's something that you might want to encourage in some way, shape, or form under this category.
Then I would like to see communications added
Okay?
to the statement.
All right.
Connectivity.
Yeah, we do talk about transportation, so connectivity is something you want to make sure it's not just the multimodal, it's connecting points and centers of interest in that, okay? So that connectivity. Is a theme.
That's 6 items to get there.
As I said, there's a lot in this category. You know, so. But you're right, it doesn't talk about, it talks about transportation, but and several, you talked about east-west, improvement of east-west and connections, widening, all that kind of falls under a bucket of this area.
Yeah.
We have some how in there also that we can take out.
Yep, I would agree with you. Remove the hows.
How we're gonna do it. which is with creative infrastructure funding mechanisms, that should drop out.
It's more of what you want to be,
And
not how you're going
targeted
to get there. Yep.
investments, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Go back to, now you actually have 3 pages of outcomes in that. Some of these are a little more specific, some of them are broader, but I just want you to make sure you understand what's in your plan today. Targeted infrastructure improvements, establishing water and sewer to I-75, all 4 quadrants. That gets back to the,
Yay, we get to cross
Tardy, you
something
got the
off.
quadrants in there.
Yes.
Yep, gotcha. So I'm assuming number 1, now just because you've approved some things doesn't mean it's going to be
done.
ready tomorrow.
Right.
But the goal was
Still
getting
in
back to, I want to have availability of water and sewer in all my areas is your outcome.
Right.
You're going to start to say, okay, it's part of your permitting, it's part of, you've done some studies, you know where your ROI is, you're starting to allocate resource in, you got to do permitting, design, approvals, all that sort of stuff. That's going to be the detail. But that's the goal was that the outcome has been kind of established. You said you want to have these services available across the board. Yep. And I may move some of that over to this category because it makes sense that it's water and sewer as opposed to necessarily, what do we call that first group was?
Public safety.
Public safety and health. That's right. Health and public
Yeah,
safety.
there's another how here too.
Yep.
Wait, are we keeping that first one in? Is that what you said?
It's done.
Well,
it's
it's
not
not
done. It's
completed.
not done.
You started a journey on it.
It's
Yes.
like leave it in and it can be tracked. We're here on Toledo Blade, but we may be short on Sumter or, that's what I'm saying. So.
Okay,
it
so
can
the
still-
bottom line,
Not supposed to be. They were supposed to be fully funded.
Sumter was supposed to be fully funded, yes.
Both of them. Oh, both of, I'm sorry, yes, they are.
Well, because when I read that, it just said I-75, all 4 quadrants. It didn't name what quadrants you were talking about. So when I just read that as, yeah, but there's Sumter and there's Toledo Blade.
Yeah, I don't think we've put in there for,
So it just me reading it as not being involved in this.
well, actually, it is, because we're only doing the 4 quadrants. We're not going across 75.
Yeah.
Are we?
That's where you get the 3rd and 4th quadrant.
I understand that, but I didn't think we were going across 75. I thought we were only going up to 75. Okay. Then we have 8 quadrants and that are being done.
That's where the opportunity is, really.
But at both interchanges, something
Would
more
be four
specific. Because
quadrants.
I was just wondering, is that just the 4 quadrants Sumter you're talking about?
so,
But Doug, if this is supposed to be the goal or the outcome that we're wanting to achieve, and if we already have the monies designated to these 8
unless you're telling me it's going to be done in the next 6 months, I would leave it in because it's going to probably take you years to finish that type of
So
work.
should it be changed to complete construction of?
Once again, your goal is you want to have water and sewer out there.
Right, right.
The process of implementing it will be in your plan. But the goal is I want to have water and sewer available in those areas.
Okay, thank you.
It's just like the next one that says identify funding sources. Well, we need to replace all the water control structures. We don't need to identify the funding sources. We definitely need the money to do it, but we need to fix them. So that takes that how on there.
These are your stormwater weirs and things you're talking about?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to take some liberty in that, but it's basically to ensure the reliability, the reliability of your stormwater control mechanisms or something like that.
It's your
And then-
second bullet point. He just removed the how.
Yeah, I'm trying, but the goal is, you're not trying to
To
find a
repair
funding. You're, as a commission, I want them fixed, I want them to work. Right?
Correct.
That's what you're trying to do,
Right.
right? Okay, that's what I would just want to capture.
Yeah, fixed and repaired, or replaced, because some of them are 60 years old and you gotta replace the whole thing.
Okay. Okay. All right. Good. Safety improvements, is that still an issue?
It is.
Yeah, we
I-75
discussed that
safety improvements at the
yesterday.
interchanges or not?
Yeah.
No, that's not done.
Okay.
I think, again, you would just say safety improvements at the interchanges.
Okay, there's some more, page 2.
Question. Because of all of the discussion about the infrastructure to the water and sewer at 75 and the 4 quadrants, I was looking to see what exactly they had is done. I don't even see an update in here on infrastructure for that subject.
Said it
Not in
hasn't been
alignment.
established.
You wanna
There's,
react?
there are gaping holes in,
We have an update.
But it's here.
yeah, but it
As I said,
never
there's not
followed
alignment
through.
necessarily.
Correct, that's, last year, commission switched that from infrastructure to public health and safety to give it a higher priority due to the Senate Bill 712 environmental impacts.
But
So
it's
that's
not-
why when we started out with public health and safety, it should have been number 5 on that sheet,
5.
and it did not come out at number 5.
Okay, so that's.
On the original sheet that was sent, it's on there.
Okay.
So
So the interchanges isn't on this either?
it's on the infrastructure.
It's not. That's what I was, that's why I was saying the interchanges.
is.
No, I'm looking at this.
There's definitely gaps between,
Well, I'm hearing he has it on his sheet, but it's not on our sheet.
I think what I've heard is, yeah, there, number one, it's under a different category, and number 2, is it, did it get included in the sheet, I think is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we just may have a disconnect, that, you know, unintentional disconnect. Perhaps, I don't know that for a fact, I have not, that's not my product to know
Yeah,
exactly
we
what's
said
all
at the
there.
very beginning that things wouldn't line
Yeah.
up.
Right.
So
no.
we'll take a deep breath and keep going.
Okay, hang on though. I'm hearing that he said that it was on his sheet, but it's not on ours.
his sheet.
Yeah, these are the utility projects that are on that.
Not seeing either one of them, so.
Okay, all right, well.
I don't know why
let's-
it
Right
wouldn't.
left hands are not connected at this point.
Then what is this? If they're not.
That's why we're here trying to correct what's not being implemented and trying to get the processes straightened out.
That's why I've been following the book.
Okay, all right, we'll sort out if there was a disconnect in terms of a preparation to the document that you have before you then. Since we're not going to be focusing on that today as much, we'll have to come back to that then. Okay. So you do talk about internet services here. So it gets back to this concept, so, you know, maybe my question to you, is that an outcome that you'd be interested in? I mean, you ask about adding broadband as part of your utility statement. Inclusive of that, I mean, I don't know, is broadband widely available here, or
No.
the gaps are there?
No.
Okay.
Huge
My sense is.
Did you catch the no?
Yeah, and I should have thought of that because of the way that you're developed, you don't have as much density, and so
Right.
probably that's part of your problem.
That's part of the
Yeah,
problem.
gotcha,
I
okay.
think we've already started working towards that by putting in the pipes and stuff like that as stuff is being put in. You know, especially out in the estates, we put pipes in for, when we put in the, new roads out there, rather than having them being redug up again.
Did we actually lay conduit or did we not because Frontier came in and did it?
I thought we did it along the roadway.
I don't believe we laid it because Frontier did the project.
The other ones, I don't know if they did it along Estates Drive or what, Tropicare.
Phase project.
Okay.
So what I hear you say is you want to expand the availability of internet broadband services within the community.
Definitely.
Okay, gotcha.
No matter how it
How
gets
it's done.
done.
Don't worry about the how right now. The
Right,
goal
no
is,
matter how it
you
gets
got a
done.
gap, you want to address it, that's what you're telling
Right.
staff you want to try to do, and we'll figure out the best way to attack that. Okay. Okay, then you got this stuff about, it's kind of weird. It's connectability, but then it deals specifically with bridges. So can somebody kind of explain what that is and what you're?
Connecting neighborhoods over the waterways so that you don't have to travel down the roadways.
Okay, so it's connectivity to neighborhoods.
And neighborhood
Is it by roads or multi?
New roads.
Pardon?
Putting in new.
Okay, all right.
For connectivity.
So, just doing infrastructure.
Because right now you got to travel like 5 miles to get to a point A when you could just build a bridge to cross it and get to point
Okay.
A in 2
So the
blocks.
goal is to enhance the connectivity
neighborhoods.
it's specifically neighborhoods.
Neighborhoods, yes.
Actually, it's the neighborhood arterial roads, right, that we're talking about. And wasn't that in that mobility plan? So should that be?
That'd be one of
That's a
them.
tactic.
Yeah,
All fall
right.
Okay, okay.
Okay. And is that kind of, just help me so I can help craft something, is that kind of universal throughout the whole area? Is it impacting one quadrant? You're all nodding your head. Okay. Gotcha, okay.
No, you got issues between a lot of them, yeah.
Yeah, I know you got a lot of, as I said, it was a general development community, so you got a lot of that. So the bottom line is, as pockets of areas got developed, there's just no way to make the two connect or three.
From here.
Okay, gotcha. And that's multi.
Yeah, maybe that should be our motto, our slogan. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Get somebody over there.
We good? Price Boulevard. I know this is
The
probably.
road from,
I think this is going to be an outcome. I just want to make sure I understand what it is. So when I say Price Boulevard, what does it mean to you? What do you want to do? How do you, what's the expected outcome?
I want to enhance the mobility of our arterial and connector roads.
Okay. Enhance the, one more time, Jill. I'm sorry.
Enhance the mobility of our, starts with an
How
A.
about-
Arterial and connector roads.
How about improve east to west mobility in the city?
south too.
Oh, they're in better shape than east to west.
Yes, your east and west can.
That's our rotary, widening of Price.
So it's an arterial also. But if you just distinguish or say east to west,
Residents will know what that means.
There's only
Why not? Do we
a
have
limited,
enough
I was
choices?
going to say, there's not very many
Right.
choices for east and west. And that's why we're doing the neighborhood connectivity to help alleviate everything on the arterial and collector roads.
Oh, so this can be
Improve
related to
mobility
this.
east to
Everything you
west.
take off of Price or Sumter gets added to the other, and then you can at least get additional bandwidth. I got you. Okay. All right. So we're not going to necessarily call it Price Boulevard. There will be an action plan on Price Boulevard
Exactly.
as part of your
Underneath
planning
that.
effort.
Yes.
The goal is, how do I get people from the east side of the town to the west side of the town and from neighborhoods to neighborhoods to do it? Right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now you got a process. FDOT, connectivity, specific, Raintree and Yorkshire. You got a process about with counties and working with bordering counties. Collaboration strategies. Are these all kind of getting to what you're trying to say here?
No, that's totally separate.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, I want to clarify.
These are collaboration with other municipalities and with the federal government, with the interstate.
We're trying to get a new interchange either at Yorkshire, that's our preference.
This is on I-75?
On
Okay, all right,
I-75.
so let me clarify this. Okay, so I-75, new interchange?
Mm-hmm.
And where would that be ideally?
At
At
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire,
Slash Raintree. We
possibly Raintree.
I wouldn't even put that down on.
I know, we
paper.
know that, we know that.
Doesn't even want that
It's
word
not
in
an
front of
option.
to help
But
me
it's
out,
not
where
a
is that
decision.
relative to?
Overruled 2
Yeah,
days
Is
in
that
a
between the
row.
two, is that between the two interchanges we have today?
Activity Center 6 is the Shire. Braintree and Yorkshire are the 2 roads that would take you to 75.
Closest to the
They're
Shire.
trying to, they're trying to determine if the interchange will be at Yorkshire or at Braintree.
Or, okay, gotcha.
And
Or.
just so you know who they are, it's not the city, it's FDOT.
Right, because you're dealing with the federal transportation and the state effort. So, all right, so, but from a geographic standpoint, just so I understand, you got Price, you got Sumter, or the other way around, I guess, right? Sumter's north, Price south?
Sumter's
No, Sumter
north,
goes
south.
this way, Price goes
What
this way.
what your 2 interchanges with 75?
Sumter and Toledo Blade.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay, so where does this fit in, between the 2?
Going toward Port Charlotte.
Going towards Port Charlotte, okay, at least I understand it now, okay, I got you, all right. Okay, and so that's why you got a partner, but once again, regardless, that's the strategy, the goal is, you're looking for another interchange.
Yes.
Gotcha, okay, gotcha. Yeah, you're, one more time, what was that thought again? Okay, all right, so it could be there or here, but to be determined.
According to Commissioner Langdon,
It
there's
should
no
be M1,
order.
yeah,
There's
I no doubt in my mind where Barbara's at on that one, I got you there, okay. All right, okay, the second bullet is kind of really broad, I mean, that clearly gets at, strategy rather than an outcome.
2 and 3 are actually connected, but, I mean, talking about the bordering municipalities or counties broadens it enough, and then you can put Hillsborough under that.
Okay, and this is because the roads in particular are crossing more than just North Point.
It's going through our city out into another jurisdiction.
Okay.
And Hillsborough needs to be widened. So there's collaboration. Actually, Hillsborough, half is owned by the Charlotte County, the other half by Northport. So
what are you trying to do with Hillsborough? That's what I'm still, you want to widen, okay. So Hillsborough is the widening. And a portion of it's in Northport and a portion of it's going to be in the neighboring.
On one side, you're in Northport, on the
Oh, on the
other
road itself,
side
you're
of the
splitting,
road.
okay, gotcha.
So the
okay.
road itself
Widening,
is
and then, so it's split from,
demarcation.
split jurisdictions, I got you.
No, it's not.
It's an east and
That's
west.
what I always think of it as, yeah.
So it's going to be Hillsborough and
Charlotte County.
Charlotte. I got
General
you.
development do that move too.
Yep.
Yep.
Build a road on. Jeez.
Well, it was.
All right, help me out, I'm confused, I'm confused. So you're in Sarasota County.
Correct.
Yep.
This road is in your community.
Half of it.
Well, so half of it is in Hills, the other, you've got a piece that's with Sarasota County, a piece that's gonna be with Charlotte County, and a
Yeah.
piece that's gonna be Hillsborough?
No.
That's what my
Hillsborough is the name of the road.
Oh, I kept thinking, how's Hillsborough County? You totally lost me, the road there, okay, now I understand. I'm with, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for, I'm thinking, man, I think I know this area, but you totally, you
Hillsborough-
think it went that far south, yeah.
While it's in Sarasota County,
Gotcha, yeah.
half of it's in Sarasota
Charlotte?
County / Northport because it's
Right.
our city boundary.
Right, I got you, all right,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you for clarification.
So need for a break there, Doug?
Pardon? No, as I said, you totally lost me until I realized that Hillsborough was the road, not the county. I was thinking, how does that work? Okay, I'm with you. All right, thanks for clarifying that.
Now, should something be in there about that roundabout, or no? Is that just part of that whole thing? Oh, is it on there? I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it would still fall under that.
That would be a project.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, that's Hillsborough widening. Well, I guess the roundabout, the roundabout's an improvement, intersection improvements. It's the widening and intersection improvements.
So,
I
is
would like to see
Hillsborough
it,
going
I
north-south?
would like to see it
East-west, okay.
worded so that any widening, any improvement.
That's exactly where I was going. This is all part of this, and then you're gonna have Price Boulevard, you're gonna have Hillsborough and whatever else that come into play. Gotcha, okay, you're going exactly where I was trying to take you, okay.
Improving mobility.
It just so happens that that one down on the bottom is with other jurisdictions.
Right, I gotcha. Okay, okay. All right, 3 of 3. Oh, nope, I'm sorry, that was 3 of 3, wasn't it? Got it. Okay, was there anything else in infrastructure that we haven't? I mean, we've been dealing with what's in your document today. Is there anything else in infrastructure as an outcome you're looking for?
The city water looping, that's where they have city water lines.
Oh.
And they want to connect it so that you don't have 2 dead ends.
Right, but so it's water.
You got it.
So again, it
That
should,
should go under water.
Well,
Quality.
well, it may be under infrastructure if you're going to put that in the category. So and this is going to get back to reliability and safety, because dead ends, you typically have to have a drip, otherwise it gets stale. And plus you're for.
Yeah, they flush the lines.
Exactly. I mean, that's a maintenance issue, but it also will enhance your service availability if it's looped, because you increase you improve your pressure.
so it should say city water.
So the outcome is the loop of the water system, right? The water, potable water system.
Right.
Looping.
Now, is that where that one thing's gonna go to? You know, in the very beginning, it was the long-range plan that you were talking about?
We're not going to worry about where it goes.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to suggest to you, as I say, I'm capturing them in the way they are now.
Okay.
As I come back with your staff, I'm going to suggest, here's kind of what I think I heard today. Here's the buckets I think they fall under, and then we'll talk through that with staff, and if that makes sense, we'll come back to you and consider that. So, as I said, I'm using your existing plan as the foundation, but we're likely going to move some things around to make this more symmetry.
2 different types of water. I mean, I know we get our water from the canals and stuff like that. So I see that, the runoff and those type stormwater, I see that as being different from potable water.
Okay, I'm trying.
And the looping and the various things that they're doing in the utilities is providing quality potable water.
So what you're referencing here is, this is the water structure stuff you're talking about. I mean, this is clearly potable water, the looping.
Exactly.
But you're advocating, because I assume your drainage system is connected in some way, shape, or
I
form.
would address both. To me, that is different water than.
Oh, I agree. I'm in agreement with you. I'm with you. I'm
And
with you.
so instead of just saying looping, I would like it to be broader so that anything that provides quality potable water can fall under that.
Okay, so it's really dealing with the reliability and the reliability of it. Okay.
Enhancing the potable water quality. Such as that. A lot of things could fall under that category.
Okay. Put my manager's hat on. Where are you on water and sewer capacity? Do you have growth, ability to deal with you're about to push all this stuff out to I-75?
We have plenty. We just built a new, we just built
I'm just
a new.
asking. Want to make sure,
Yeah, we have plenty.
Okay, so you got capacity there. Okay, so, inevitably, people think about, we're just going to push the lines out there, and they don't think you got to get it permitted, you got to go through your system. So I just want to make sure you got it covered there. Anything else in infrastructure we haven't talked about? It's a big
Did
bucket.
did that include the bridges when we talked about the?
Connectivity.
Yeah, earlier you had
between the
something about
neighborhoods,
bridges up
yes.
there. You had connectivity.
Not those kind of bridges. I'm talking about the bridges that hold back the water that the roads already go, the bridges underneath.
The weirs.
The weirs, yeah.
Weirs and stuff.
Yeah, those are the water control structures.
Yeah.
Weirs, yes, we discussed those.
We got that under repair in place water
That's-
structures to ensure reliability.
Talking about the bridges,
The-
the actual
the-
bridges.
The road goes over the water, and we got to make sure that those bridges are safe and secure and not crumbling.
Okay, you're talking about the physical bridge, not the structure underneath
Yes.
it, not the water structure.
Correct, that's what I'm
Okay.
talking.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, the
so,
bridges, and then you got that water, the pipes that go, that they've changed and gone underneath
Correct.
or that were on the bridges.
So, for example, when you take this waterway right out here and it goes under Price Boulevard, it has a weir, but there's a bridge that
it was over.
moves the water under the roadway. those are starting to be, needing to be looked at and addressed.
That's a project, I just don't know what it would go under.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
asking to make sure that it's covered.
Apparently under a bridge.
Touche, Pete, touche. All right.
Oh, that's what those are called.
Stormwater system?
Okay, so we're talking about the culverts,
The
not the physical bridge that the car drives over and people walk over, but the structures itself, the water
The
structure.
reason the bridge has to be built is what I'm talking about.
You need both. You need the stormwater structures so that there is an improvement and continuing maintenance of stormwater improvement. Also, all road
Bridges.
That's where my confusion was. I think we,
Bridge.
yeah, so.
Bridges.
And I'm assuming, given the number of canals you have guys have a lot of bridges
Yes,
under your local
yes.
jurisdiction,
Yes.
more so than a typical city would probably have.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that's the
bridges we were
component of
talking
the
about over
bridge.
there is for connectivity and building new bridges. I'm talking about the existing ones that are there now.
Because we used to have like 2 guys just maintain those bridges for like 6 months out of the year, painting them, greasing them, checking them.
All right, I'm gonna just put that under a category of like bridge structure integrity.
Bless
I
you.
mean, I'll figure that out. Does that work for you, Amber? Now I understand, thank you. Because I'm trying to understand the structure of it.
I know what bridges we're talking about. And everybody's looking at me like, I'm like a bridge. I'm trying to.
All right.
Because you have 2 different systems when you're looking at a bridge. One is the the road, because you drive
Exactly.
over it. The other is the water.
What's below it?
aspect.
Yep, I got you.
They have to work together or else none of them work.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. Okay.
All right.
All right, anything else under infrastructure?
Okay, we have it, thank you.
Got it together? Okay, all right. Okay. I'm sorry.
What about at one point, and I'm not trying to get in the weeds, I promise
Okay,
you.
all right.
I don't know what you call it at your 5 million level. The universe. What about and this is probably neighborhood, but the culverts under the driveways in neighborhoods, that infrastructure?
Well, that is part of the stormwater system. Culverts is stormwater.
The drainage, when I have the category called repair, replace water structures to ensure, it's going to be water structures and conveyances is how it should be identified. And that's going to get the rainwater and the storage to get it out of your neighborhoods, to get it to bigger pipes, to ultimately get it to storage, retention, and ultimately to discharge to wherever it ends up. Is that what you're getting at?
Sure.
Maybe not. No, maybe I'm asking. I don't know.
No, she is. She's talking about the culverts in the driveways, and that is part of that stormwater system because it is the swale or the ditch, and then it leads over into the other. So it's exactly what
Yeah,
she's
so
talking about.
my sense is because of the nature of the way Northport was developed, there's not a lot of stormwater, storm sewers. There's a lot of canals and swales because all that development now is no longer, you got, and the water can't, drain into it because it's hard surface, so it's got to go somewhere. It goes into the canals, which then go into stormwater retention systems that then go into bases and all that. That's what you're referring to, right? Okay. And so that's really part, and I guess the question is, I'm assuming you're a lot like Palm Coast, all that stuff's yours to maintain, right?
Except for the ones under the driveways.
Right, yeah.
That's
a conveyance that goes
private-
over a driveway.
that's private property.
Gotcha, okay. So, but the management of that stormwater system falls under your conveyance.
Our ditches, if we have them, yes.
We had talked about, yes, it is the homeowner's responsibility to maintain those culverts under the driveway. But the problem is they're not maintaining them, which then affects the rest of the entire system. And we were talking about coming up with a program to help in the citizens and doing under those driveways.
Right. And that's why they're working over on R36 over in that neighborhood, because you got like 6 and 8 inch pipes that are underneath some of those driveways, because that neighborhood is so old. So if you take the mass of the water and get it out of there, then that little dinky-doo stuff can sort of hang there. Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying.
I just didn't want the neighborhood part of what we had talked about in the past to be forgotten.
No, no, and it needs fixed, absolutely.
If I could just
Can you go to a mic? Thank you.
Chuck Speak, Acting Public Works Director. As part of our neighborhood DSI project, when we go in and rehabilitate the entire neighborhood, our ditches, pipes, everything we replace, not driveway pipes, but we do during that blow out any pipes that we can that are residential driveway pipes. We do clear those. If the pipe's in bad shape, it gets turned over to code enforcement and they enforce the replacement. They'll force the replacement of that pipe by the homeowner. We don't have control to replace those. That's our one kind of chink in our system. But we will help the homeowner clear those out as part of our program.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, and that's the unique nature you've got here, is that unlike a city that has developed with storm sewers,
Yeah.
where you control the entirety of the process, you don't. But all it takes is one residential culvert to get backed up that affects everything else, and you're responsible for maintaining the system, but you don't have total control of the system.
Right.
So that's
Back
just
up
the
in your
unique,
septic.
unique venture that you're having to manage. Yeah.
I can't hold it back anymore. It has to be unsettling to staff to sit back there and hear us talking about their various points of work and biting at the bullet to be able to speak and say something about the various aspects. So just recognizing what you guys do and appreciate what you bring to the table constantly for us.
And to that point, staff's going to be, they'll touch this process pretty meaningfully to bring their expertise into what it takes to do that. So absolutely.
I can imagine staff sitting there going, we need to teach those commissioners the jargon.
And God love us, we use a lot of jargon and acronyms in this business, exactly. So.
You know, those things.
All right, we're at 3. Do you guys need a break? You need to go to the restroom? I know you've been rocking and rolling pretty well.
Pete's not going to say
Let's
no.
let's take a 10-minute break, okay?
10 minutes.
Yep. Got it?
Oh, gosh.
Got a couple more areas to go yet, so. You know.
It's good though. It's good, Doug. Doing good.
And then, city manager, you have a lot of work to do after this. To make some sense out of all of this, right?
Oh, certainly, I'm sorry.
Putting all the pieces together.
Catching up on an email here.
Special meeting for impact fee on the 10th, after we have the workshop on the 10th.
This is way too small. Yeah, I was reading it and I think it said, she said what we had to do.
We have to do the workshop for, so the impact
I was scared.
I know, you're good, you're good.
It's all Vanna's fault.
Sitting here innocently.
Uh-huh.
I brought these for you.
Oh, well, no thanks.
You just.
All righty.
Will do.
You're welcome.
Okay, your next category is neighborhood enhancement. We talk a lot about neighborhoods, so my suspicion is this is probably a category that will stay. But the goal is, the statement is support the beautification, revitalization of our neighborhoods. So at the front end of that, does that kind of capture what you're trying to do? Is this the right bucket? You're calling it the right thing?
I'm going to go back to what Commissioner Langdon and I both had said before. I think neighborhood enhancement and that affordability, growth, and development can be combined into a community, whatever we called it.
Community enhancements, I think.
I think it was community enhancement that we had said.
Frankly, I don't care what they're called as long as things get done in them.
All right, so you want to add something about affordability in this area? Is that what I think I heard you say? No, it's not what I heard you say. That's why I always ask. Okay. We had
the affordability, growth, and development was the category up above it. The one that we did before infrastructure. And
no wonder I can't find it. I know we did it.
We hit it on you.
What
So
number,
It's not yet. Help us out. You got it right. Okay. All right. So I'm sorry, Jill. Once again, so we got under affordability, growth, and development. What do you?
thought about connecting it with, combining it, and then calling it community enhancement.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So capturing that under this bucket under community as a whole.
Right. You have it under your second line.
Yeah. Right there under community enhancement. Right. Okay. All right. So this is one we want to talk about. Maybe taking this neighborhood. Yeah. So you want to. Okay. So incorporate. What do we call this? Neighborhood enhancement. Okay. So think about if the commission's kind of on that concept, this would go away, but we factor it under there to incorporate affordability and incorporate kind of the residential element, right? Kind of agreement with that?
Yep.
What's the intention of this section? I couldn't quite get my head around
I
it.
can give you a little bit of background on that. When I was coming on board, there was, it wasn't a survey, but it was a consultant that went out in.
Community meeting.
Well, it was a consultant that brought 5 of the older communities within the city together, trying to enhance the older ones. There was so much attention on the new communities, the HOAs, that we wanted to give some attention and lift up those older communities. Remember, this is 2017. Still, the recession wasn't that great coming out of it, and so we had a lot of homes that were not being occupied that really needed to be light going on. So we had that assessment done, and we started focusing then on enhancing our older communities.
Thank you.
I think it's gentrification of neighborhoods was taking place and light was starting to kind of creep in, and a lot of the citizens at the community meeting were concerned about a whole wide variety of things, and we kind of took their input and started to do things, and it dropped off.
Well, there is a plan out there. Staff does have the results of it. And we had looked at it and said, well, this is short-term range, this is mid-term, maybe this one is out, over 10 years. And that is why we're putting the signs up at these neighborhoods. We, I believe, designated 70, or we found 73 different neighborhoods within the city. It's a huge amount of neighborhoods. So we talked about the connectability, the identity, feeling part of your community. So all of that was talked about. So that's why some of these categories reflect what they are.
Well, I think also it went with, like the businesses up there, the old businesses had that facial grant going through, the facade grant going through that a couple businesses took advantage of, and it brightened, and it brightened up those areas, but then you had the homes right behind them that were old neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, I got it.
And this may be a point where, remember I talked about with Peter Drucker earlier, things change. Maybe you don't put as much focus in certain areas because those issues aren't the same issues they were 4 or 5 years ago.
Well, that would apply to the entire city, not just, you're talking about the more established neighborhoods, the older ones. But you don't want the newer sections to become blighted and that you're just chasing your tail. And you mentioned identifying neighborhoods. Are you referring to the comp plan actually has names? Right. And yes, and I would like to see that we start, we talked about cohesiveness, people having a sense of neighborhood. Well, it's what neighborhood do I live in?
I'll put a request to the city manager that staff forward to all of the commissioners that map, because there's actually a map that identifies all of those communities with their names.
But that would be one of our
Yeah, you
things
had
to
raised
add
this.
on
I'm
there
just,
so they
I'm
are
really
better.
trying to think of what bucket it best falls under.
Because that would be something we'd like to see it incorporated in there.
Neighborhood kind of got its own category because it was different than development and affordability.
Right, because it's already there.
It's already there, and that's why we had its own.
Keep it from becoming blighted, yeah.
But what's the property owner's responsibility? I guess I'm.
It should be quite a bit for their own
I'm just
property.
kind of struggling with, again, sort of the intention. Is it that the city employees go out and paint a house, or is it securing
where we were
loans or
talking about.
grants,
We
or?
did that. We did that years ago. We had the nice guys with, yeah, it was with support services, and it was all city volunteers. And we would get together and, they would go through social services, pick a family, or one of them was a lady in need. And we went out and re-landscaped, repainted her house because she just didn't have the means to do it.
Habitat
And
to help
everything
us
was
with that.
donated. I mean, Home Depot donated, other businesses donated, and we went out and did the physical work.
I'm sorry, and I initiated all of that.
That's all right, but you
But
wanted to
I
go.
was just talking to someone from Habitat, and they're only able to build like half the houses they used to because of supply.
Also a painting program, so they do, and there are nonprofits who go out now and address painting and stuff. Exactly.
So let me go back then. I'm going to bring it back up to the level.
Thank you.
Is
dragged us
blight
down,
and the preservation of your neighborhood still a high focal point of this commission? Or is it kind of, it's doing okay as is? It doesn't necessarily require any higher level focus by the commission?
Well, I think it falls under code enforcement now, when we're looking at that, the deterioration of properties and stuff, they go out there. I mean, it's not, I know it's not 100%, but, when you're talking blight, that's almost to the point of no return.
Let me put some bookends around this. So I'm working with another community on their plan, and in that particular community, they have a major commercial corridor that is their kind of sense of identity, and they've got blight issues. And so it affects the overall halo impression of the community based on your first impression when you're going through this corridor. And so in that community, addressing blight was a significant outcome they wanted to have done because it affected everything else in the perception of the community. So the point I'm asking you to hear, recognizing the conversation you just had about blight in older neighborhoods, at one point that seemed to be a hot button item. My question to you, is it still a hot button item in this community or not? And if it isn't, it may not end up on your, it may just be a service you do, but it's not, doesn't rise to that level of importance like I mentioned in the other community.
Right, I don't personally think so.
I don't either.
It's one of those things, if you don't keep a pulse on it, it will go downhill.
I think it should, I think it should stay in there. But
I'm with you. I think it needs to stay in there because we have to figure out ways to enhance those neighborhoods. I'm not talking about the individual homes, I'm talking about the neighborhoods. And we had talked about putting signs in, and Highland Ridge sign was your big thing when you first came in. And then they put these.
Still took me 5 years, but I decided.
But they put the toppers on top of street signs, and I'm thinking that we could have used better use of the money for that kind of thing.
No, I did not vote for the toppers.
Either.
So,
But
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want to,
I just think if you don't keep some type of a neighborhood enhancement as part of your strategic plan, in 5 years, the commissioners are gonna be going, holy crap, why didn't they address this as it was starting to crumble?
can this be,
I think it needs to be high level. I don't think blight needs to be talked about. I think
preservation and
enhancement,
integrity of neighborhoods.
enhancement and preservation of neighborhoods.
Identity or identify or something, because we're talking about using those names so people can identify, this is my neighborhood. How do they know it's their neighborhood? This is called Northport Gardens or whatever. This is where you are. So that's a different level than what you're talking about, blighted, because that's the older neighborhoods. Okay, so they both need to be in there as far as
We don't have
enhancement.
blighted areas.
And
So,
not
and I don't-
everyone's gonna know where Northport Gardens is. You know,
But-
I'm
but
just
they
saying, I
They
know you
don't-
just
they
brought
don't,
that
because
up.
we don't have anything to
So-
identify. Where is
That
it?
would be a major education project.
Exactly, and that's where we were back then, but then we got derailed with COVID and activities within City Hall.
5 neighborhoods as kind of like a pilot to see how is it going, and I don't even think those toppers are up yet, and that was almost 2 years ago.
So there
are
projects.
I'm not gonna pick on Chuck, but my sign's just been up for about 6 months, and it looks fabulous. They did a great job. You know, good things
At the
come to
top of
those
my
who wait.
list
Yeah.
as far as things.
How about
I think
this?
enhancing, and what was the word that Commissioner McDowell, you said something else, enhancing and preserving, I believe the word was you used.
yeah, I was trying to get, I think what you're saying is protecting character, promotion, the protecting character and enhancement of.
Neighborhoods.
Yeah, but I also want to get what I think you were getting as the promotion of the identity, so that you had some sense of what that is.
And then blight can be taken care of under
it's
that.
all under that
Toppers
bucket.
for
Yep.
signs, all
That'd
of
be a
that
strategy.
can come
Yep.
under that.
Yep, that's kind of what, but the sense was there was some, you wanted to have some statement on neighborhoods, even though it's not necessarily this category.
Correct.
That deals with it. I don't know yet, it could fit potentially under historical, cultural, it could potentially fit under health, it could potentially fit under some other category. So, but what I hear you say is this is an important thing you want to have somewhere
Right.
in the plan, right?
Right.
Yes, you may certainly wait.
I will be completely honest with you. I don't give a rat's patoot about the identity of neighborhoods, all 73 of them.
Okay.
Only because there's 73 of them. And when I tell somebody where I live, I just use the intersection Cranberry and Price. And then if they go, oh, really, whereabouts? I live in that area too. And then we drill it down between us.
Okay.
To say I live in, I don't know, Northport Gardens, I don't even know where that is, and most people don't. So why would we spend time, money, resources, staff, everything about identity of neighborhoods when people really don't even know about activity centers?
I was just thinking that.
Well,
You can't handle 8 activity centers.
We're working towards, and it doesn't mean that tomorrow
So,
we're
Okay,
talking
all right.
about cohesiveness, though, we mentioned that in some of our previous things. How are you going to build that cohesiveness if all you say is, I live at the corner of Cranberry and whatever? That's not really giving you an identity. You're just giving a location.
So here's how I think you can land there with a broader statement of the effort. In various communities I've managed, I will tell you neighborhood identity is very big. They want to be in Gladys Leggett neighborhood, or they want to be in this neighborhood, or whatever, and they wear that with pride. And in many cases, they have come to us and worked through our CRAs in different cities I've been to say, we want a sign. So when we come into our neighborhood, we know where we're at. Not all the neighborhoods feel that way. I get that. That's fine. It's all right. But so a statement that's kind of broad enough to get you to say, do you have a system that if you have a neighborhood that really wants to be known as its, it may not be high on your priority, but it may be very high on their priority. And if you've got something broad enough to say, all right, we appreciate that not all of us are going to see the same thing the same way, but if there's a way, then maybe we can get you there.
But a lot of the neighborhoods, the subdivisions, like Heron Creek, they have their entry sign. Well, I understand. I'm saying that there is an identity already established based on the subdivision that people live in, or the area, especially in the older parts of town, Country Club Ridge, Highland Ridge.
They have it.
But the other ones don't have it. And that's why most rely on the cross streets that are close to them, Atwater and Price. Everybody knows where that's at. That's the neighborhood.
Those developments. And Highland, I'm sorry, I have such a block with that name.
No, that's fine.
It was there. Their name was there. That's why they identify, I'm in the Jockey Club. Because the name was always there.
And it might not mean anything to somebody who doesn't live in that neighborhood, and they may not be able to remember 73 different names or where it's located. But to that nucleus of people who live there, I heard comments from people after we put that map out. Oh my goodness, I live in this neighborhood. That is really cool. I like, and they're starting to tell people they live in that neighborhood. So, but this is something for the future. It's not anything that we have to handle right now, but it is on there. It's something that we have addressed in the past and we can continue to work on in the future if the priority behooves us.
Sure.
If it doesn't, it sits there and we just follow along what that consultant did.
And to your point, Debbie, at the end, when we talk about after the plan is ready to come back to you, you're going to start to prioritize things. Something like this may not be at the top of your priority. I suspect it isn't. It doesn't mean that it's not important. It just, when push comes to shove, when the resources are tight, things like that, you're there. But it's a sense of your vision. And as an elected official, if there's a sense of there's a vision to respect that and enhance those neighborhoods, then it's appropriate that be identified. Where it falls in your priority is going to be, up to you.
We had in the past put $50,000 toward doing those signs and stuff yearly until we could get, to complete that goal that we had from that study that was done or that.
And there's other ways to do that, and the reason why I bring this up too is about 10 years ago, I applied for one of those NEST grants from the county, NEST, and because, we're not an HOA, you have to have an ad hoc, and I would have to go get all these people together, but part of that was to get the name of the neighborhood I live in and make that part of the entranceway. So people can do that on their own, like you said. If somebody says, hey, this is our neighborhood and we want to have a sign, well, now, they have that name and they can start working towards that goal. We don't have to do everything, but this gives them the opportunity to say, hey, okay, let's get it done a different way. So
I want to go on, if you don't mind. Okay. Where it says improve city gateway entries features. That is very important. 41 definitely needs enhanced. And I think the way that it is worded there, improve city gateway entry features, is probably good enough.
Both of them, Sumter and Toledo Blade, are starting to look a little rough where you come into the city.
Well, it includes all of them, 41, 75, any way you're coming into the city.
Yeah.
Probably been a couple of years.
Probably.
Well, with development too going on out there, that may change up things.
Okay, I know this, we're moving a lot of this stuff around to different areas, but is there anything kind of under this umbrella that we've been discussing that we haven't captured here yet?
Get them.
Okay.
Go get them, Vanna.
All right, we're getting there. Okay,
Not
economic
yet.
development, job creation. I suspect this will generate some conversations. Your statements support a vibrant and diversified economy to create local jobs and attract private investments. Not sitting well with you. If not, let's talk about what you want to do.
Yep.
missing for me.
Okay.
We have so much opportunity to.
Where would you put it?
Well, you could
Is it
put,
in the label or the description
well, you
or?
could put,
Don't get hung up on what we are. I'm just looking for the themes right now. Yeah.
Opportunities.
You know,
Yep.
what concepts
You
and
got
themes
it.
that you want to have.
well, I would have just put private investment opportunities.
I don't know why you would need to have, say,
So when you think about economic development, this is where it's going to cross over a lot of paths. It's going to create wealth. It's going to create employment opportunities. It's going to create spin-off development opportunities because more rooftops mean more retail, more housing, more other stuff as well. This stuff all. So when you think about that bigger umbrella of economic development, what does that, what does that mean to you? And that's what the statement ought to reflect. And then we'll talk about, what you're specifically looking for as outcomes next. So getting a sense that this one isn't cutting it the way it's written, maybe, maybe not. Other themes, other adjectives?
I really don't mind it. I don't mind it if it just even ends with create local jobs,
Okay.
because that is broad. But neither do I mind that, that the diversity of the economy for the city and its residents also. Don't mind that being in there either, but
Okay. So the impact on the people,
yeah.
impact on residents, okay.
Economic development definitely impacts the community.
Okay. Let's talk about your outcomes, and that may come back to your statement then.
But one of the outcomes, this is an outcome. It's more of a tactic, but we need to revisit or rethink our activity center strategy. So what would be an outcome?
So you have one on those.
Create more, more distinguishable, create more distinctive activity centers. Right now, with a couple of exceptions, they all kind of look the same.
Right, so you're
Okay.
looking for something that this section, for this, yeah.
If you want B, you go here. And so more diversity or uniqueness in our activity centers. Now, for some of them, the opportunity is probably closed at this point, but I think there are opportunities in other activity centers to do something really unique.
Okay. So more distinct, more diverse.
That's still on the private investor though, coming in. We've opened up the doors for different businesses out there and you could have multiple businesses of the same thing in different activity centers.
Yeah, but I think part of what we can do is think about the activity centers, and this is more of a visioning. What do we want to see there? So it's more than permitted and prohibited uses. It's what do we really want to see there? And that gives us a rationale for providing incentives for private development if we really know what kind of things we want in what area of the city. Otherwise, there's no focus to that or no way of Mel figuring out, where would she say we should offer this kind of an incentive or not?
So what you're saying is that you would like to influence, I'm just talking out loud, this may not be the
Yeah.
right word, but your desired outcome in different activity centers as opposed to saying anything in B3 fits into B3.
Right.
But we really want
right.
to have these types of things in this particular center and there may be an incentivization policy to do that.
Might be a type of business coming into the city and they want to locate here, but we'd rather have them there because we're trying to build an entertainment center. I'm making this up. And so we might say to them, oh, that's a very nice location. But if you would consider these properties over here, we have this nice package of incentives.
Do you want each activity center to have its own identity?
Yes.
They currently do.
Based on the zoning
And they.
Same thing, huh?
Pretty much.
There is to various activities that they would like to see within the activity centers.
But I think that's one of our disconnects. That's not the way they've developed, with some
Well,
exceptions.
that's part of the problem why we don't have business here. And that's why we were trying.
It wasn't, having activity centers handcuffs the businesses that want to build here, and the city says, well, no, we don't want you to build here, we want you to build here, and the business is saying, well, I want to build here, so then they don't come at all.
That's never been the conversation.
Well, that's why we were talking about hubs in that first bullet point.
Central hub?
Central hubs, building, a hub within the activity center. So if you have a hub, then other businesses come to support that hub.
I think what the issue has more been is we sort of had a look and design kind of concept with the activity centers. And I'm thinking of the Roadhouse, and we would say, we want you to look like this. Well, a lot of those businesses have a very strong brand. And they said, no, I don't want to look like that. I want to look like me. And that's where things would fall apart.
I think Mel has something to say at the microphone.
She has fire in her eyes.
Eager to talk. Mel, could you tell us about how you are currently either receiving offers or selling the actual activity centers, and your view on identities versus one versus the other, or how we are receiving inquiries on them separately, even though they may all be zoned somewhat similarly?
And why we should stay in our own lane? I mean, go ahead, Mel.
Reality to the conversation.
Whose lane are you in if you're not in the right lane?
Well, if we're interfering in yours, we should be backing off.
This is not my lane, this is your lane.
This is the city's.
Yes, exactly right. This is Mel Thomas, Economic Development. That was not part of what you told me to prepare for today. First of all, I have to say, it's still very hard to hear back there. So we hear bits and pieces, but not all of it. So I'm
This
going to.
mic doesn't pick up all the time, like what I had just said, it hasn't picked me up yet.
Okay.
You want me to tell you what you're looking for?
Please, would you do it one more time?
So
Thank you.
Commissioner Langdon is proposing that we actually establish maybe an identity for each activity center. So if you were looking for a particular business to come, we would not promote or push, but encourage them to go to one activity center versus another. But if they came here, like Commissioner McDowell said, and they liked a certain activity center and did not want to go to another activity center, then have we lost business because of that sort of guidance towards one area versus another? Take your time.
Well, you have to let me not ramble.
Take your time.
Okay. Let's just start by saying that we are very dependent on our direction by the Camoin study. You adopted that plan, and we, along with our current strategic plan, and that one moving forward to next year, which is already determined by budget, right? We're working in tandem between two plans. And because we have established activity centers that were identified as such, and because Camoin picked up on that, a lot of our forward-thinking capability is couched in that way, if that makes sense to you. So, for instance, we all agreed, and when I say we, I mean that back row back there, almost of everybody, agreed that we needed a downtown presence that was not Welland Park. So Camoy went looking for that. We identified those places, right? So as we speak, one of the opportunity profiles that's being presented to us is that of looking at Midway or Heron Creek as being one of those potential entertainment centers downtown, for lack of a better term. In the same way, the land use and comprehensive plans, which have not been touched, we've left them in total, no change whatsoever. Consequently, Toledo Blade and Activity Centers 6 and 5, help me, 4, which one? 4 and well, whatever. Yorkshire, which is yet to be contemplated, but where we think a good bit of it will go, that's Yorkshire. And then Toledo Blade and what used to be Panacea, now we're terming Innovation Park. Those are very specifically slated for industrial use, okay? We discovered too, in one of your last meetings, that at Sumter Road, you've agreed that some light industrial can go on the northeast and northwest quadrants at that intersection as well. So when you've already focused in that way and you've made determinations in that way, I would think it unwise, I would think it inefficient, I would think it non-productive to back that out. Does that help you at all? I don't know whether I got to your point or not. I'm not.
That was perfect.
Thank you so very much. Can I come back to my seat?
This is the element where staff and subject matter expertise meet policy to help you get there in the process. So.
Share the lane, my golly.
Well, you got some bonus points.
So, and what I just heard Mel say, activity center isn't just commercial and activity, it can also be industrial and heavier type function as well. I don't think what you're saying is have them distinct. It sounds like what I just heard Mel say is that you have some of that established, which provides the roadmap for your development community to say, if you want to come into Northport, here's where you're likely to land. And so I don't think what you're saying here is inconsistent with what you're doing. It's just a matter of understanding everybody's got the same sheet of music in front of them.
Well, it's areas of focus, so I totally get it.
Right. Okay.
Back on the path.
Okay. Now, out of this and identified, I know when I spoke to several of you, you talked about this more downtown, the lack of a current downtown sense of identity. And which sectors were those, Mel? Or
and Midway.
Heron Creek and Midway. Okay, gotcha. Midway. And to be consistent, how do you refer to that in the Camoin study? A center. What do you call that? The outcome. Okay, entertainment district. Okay.
Definitely prefer the entertainment district instead of downtown. I don't see them being one and the same.
Okay. The reason I wrote it down here is because several of you told me about this, which led it to me that it was top of your mind, that this was a priority in your mind. It's obviously part of the Camoin study that you've adopted. So I don't have the working knowledge of that study. I looked at it briefly when I was doing the city manager search, so I've got some general familiarity, but we probably are going to want something in this to make sure that that remains a priority. Only in the sense that I heard you, a number of you tell me that was an outcome that you wanted to see.
I think to tag along with that, not only but the incentive type programming.
Okay.
The incentive programming can help to enhance the activity centers.
Okay,
But
so
definitely something needs to be in there about
high level, and Mel, don't stray very far because I may need you back here again as well. All right, so I don't know, does the city presently have kind of a bag of tools in their toolbox
Not yet.
to do incentives? Yes, no, maybe? No? In process.
Camoin.
So does the city currently, in its toolbox, does it have a list of incentives that it can offer to encourage targeted development?
That is in process.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right, so that's an outcome. Right now, you don't have it, which gets hard to target because you can't throw money or things to encourage investment. So I'm assuming it's an outcome.
Yeah.
Sound right?
Yeah.
All right, so you want to have a series of incentives to encourage targeted development.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you're at?
Sounds
Well,
good.
there's- The 6th bullet point talks about business retention, expansion, and attraction program. We're also kind of concerned about keeping the businesses that we have here.
Excellent point.
Here.
Well,
Not just.
And retaining.
Yeah.
Retaining businesses. Okay, good
And
point.
if that retention requires.
Yep, it's
some
called
expansion.
BRE, business retention and expansion is what it's referred to. Yep, absolutely. And to your point, most of your businesses are going to be the ones that grow. You're going to get new stuff as an emerging area, but most of your development will occur from the businesses that are here.
We don't want to
And to
leave.
that point, if you don't do it, then it's always the new guys getting all the money and the old guys don't get anything. So, yeah, so
Yeah.
your point is well taken. Yep. Okay, so that ought to be a goal that you are, it's in progress, but it's not there today. Right? So we'll put that as an outcome. Okay.
I think we need to support economic development through partnerships, whether that's the P3, whether it's the federal, state, county, or even higher education. Any type of partnership in those areas, I think, would be beneficial.
Okay. I know I can speak on Mel's behalf. It is definitely a bigger game than you do by yourself. You need a lot of friends at the table.
Encourage workforce employment also.
Yep, remember I told you earlier, talent is an issue. You have the right talent, are they trained? And if not, then how do they produce the widgets or whatever the case would be? And that would often involve workforce development programs, training programs. And you don't do that as a city typically. You're going to have to partner with somebody to do it if you're going to be successful landing that particular business.
Is this where we can also possibly say about the internships and those kind of partnerships with the schools and the tech school to gain that kind of workforce? If you don't have the workforce and you don't have a way to encourage them to come to the city, work for the city, or work for those businesses.
That was part of my thinking in that, especially including higher education in it. So that could definitely be one of the
Absolutely.
projects
And
underneath that category.
there are a number of communities that, because if they're trying to, you rarely can be something that you have no foundation in. You have to incrementally get there with economic development. So one development gets something to the next level that gets you to the next level, and then hopefully you start to get some clusters around there. But to your question on workforce development, if you don't have the right people that are trained, you're swimming upstream. So to some extent, if I don't know enough about your coin study and the targeted industries that you may be, if they're warehousing or whatever that may look and feel like, but it's at some point you got to have people to do the jobs, and if you don't have great training. So what some communities have done as a goal and an outcome in their economic development is that they work with their either their partners, or they do it with the school systems, they do it with a technical college or whatever. They actually establish, I've seen places that have established labs. I've seen places that actually in high schools where there's training tracks, where people don't want to go on to college, but they do want to have a meaningful employment. So those, once again, is an outcome, and it gets back to this integration of where you want to go in economic development. What type of businesses, what are you attracting, what are your clusters that you are likely to hit? And then what are your moonshots, the ones you want to get to that you aren't there today on, and how do you get there? So what I hear you say is partnership.
Meeting last night.
Partnerships and the development of your workforce is an outcome that, you may not do it. It may be something you have to partner with other people. Don't assume that the outcome is something you actually have full ownership on, but you can maybe be a convener as a public body. Okay?
One thing that's not done that we've been working towards is the master plan for Activity Center 6, which is the Shire. I know it's kind of in progress. We hired the consultant for the Camoines to do Activity Center 6, but it's not done. It needs to get done. Probably should have already been done, but it's in progress.
Okay. Is it, I don't know enough. I've heard a couple of you reference the Shire, and I don't know enough about it to get my arms around it. So can somebody give
It's
me
the
kind of an
wild,
elevator
wild
speech?
west, and it's,
That doesn't help me yet, Barbara.
well, no, just, there's nothing out there.
Okay, it's just an
Okay.
open area. It's just referred to as the Shire.
Not even in the urban boundary
Okay.
of the city, but it is in the city. So
Okay.
there's comp plan changes have to be done.
All right, so the Shire is about 90 acres. There's a vision for what it,
Oh, no, it's a
300.
lot bigger.
I was going to say, that
yeah.
doesn't sound big. Okay.
There's no vision yet.
All right.
I mean.
So it's just referred to as this kind of nebulous area.
This is how the Shire is referred to. We have to have in our zoning a place for adult entertainment.
That's where it is.
It's where it is.
Okay.
Only because it can never go there at any time.
There's
in the
nothing else
future.
out there. You're out there in the woods by
Exactly.
yourself. Okay. All right. So,
Consulting plan for that, for the Camoin to do it. Right, exactly. But it's not done, and it will be done by January? Oh, okay.
all right.
Okay.
Okay. So it's
So we
an
still have to
element
do
of
the
it's an
master.
element of the second phase of the Camoin study.
We still have to do the
There's no
master.
utilities. There's nothing out there at all right now. It's basically just open space, as you said, the
Yep.
Wild Wild West.
Bunch of ATV.
The wild, wild east.
The east, I'm sorry, yeah.
Accurate.
The area. All right, I'm struggling with how to characterize this. I'm just going to put down the Shire and let me work with your staff to figure out what that looks and feels like or how it lands. But okay, I don't want to get lost on that one literally in the woods.
Well, that's where your Yorkshire exchange is, correct?
I
That's why it's
assumed
called
that was the
Yeah.
case, but I didn't want to make that and make the
Assumption,
wrong
but that's
assumption
why
there.
it's
When I
called the
heard York,
Shire.
That's
Yeah.
sort of the area we're looking for relatively intense industrial development.
which would make sense of why you're looking for an interchange there.
Right.
Okay, I get you. I get it. All right, connecting the dots. All right.
And not at Raintree.
Not at Raintree.
Okay. Second part of economic development. This is the BRE attraction program. Do you have a BRE program? Wait, you do have a program. You do have a business retention expansion program. All right, so that's maintaining it. And then the other element is support the workforce development programs and partnerships, which we talked about earlier. So, and I'm assuming that's on a case-by-case basis right now. If you have a business or an industry that they need it, you need to work with somebody to do training or program, but there's not an established like training center. You do, okay, all right. We work with staff on that to get, Jerome's looking at the same thing. I didn't know that, right? Yeah. Okay, good.
No, I have something, which is definitely a vision, but some people have talked to me about this over the years about, talk about hubs, and these are, of course, established official hubs, they're activity centers, but somebody was talking about, creating something, such as when some places revitalized a certain area and they completely rezoned it, like in Sarasota, they did the Rosemary District up there, or out in California, Cannery Road, just made it this whole different thing. They made restaurants and artists, galleries, and somebody was saying that little access road that goes from like where the library is, that access road, like turning that into a pedestrian mall and slowly buy up those older houses there and turning them into galleries or, up in Sarasota, they have the garden club that has a house and you can go there and tour it with that somehow.
It's already in the plan.
It's already got it so that it's zoned residential with the ability to become a little mom and pop place, like a commercial.
That whole little strip there?
Yeah. I think it's almost to the Myakkahatchee Creek to the Shell gas station right there by where old South Biscayne Church is. I think that whole access road, that whole thing.
Yeah.
Has already been.
Okay.
Designated for that.
Rezoned. I don't know if that's the
Okay,
correct word,
rezoned
but
it.
they can.
But
I'm sure
can,
they can
can we
explain it much
put
better
something in there so maybe it starts, because I don't think people know about it. I mean, would they?
because people are still living in the homes.
Well, yeah.
But they can put a commercial business in there that is like a low intensity kind of business.
What's the area?
But
referring to?
that's
How do
on
you-
Tamiami.
It's 41.
Okay.
Isn't that where we want to have really intense retail development? I think mom and pop and some of the internal intersections.
If somebody, go ahead.
Oh,
Let's, can
Another-
Allison
You might
speak
want to
to
go
this?
ahead
and do it.
Please do.
She looks like she has something to say.
Because this was put into the plan, and at first I was a little hesitant because it means these residential people can no longer keep residential. It will be turned into commercial. But Ms. Allison.
Yes, it was not rezoned, but it's CRL, which is commercial redevelopment.
Overlay.
Yes, so it does allow for lower intensity businesses and commercial uses like hair salon, lawyer's office, things like that. Yes. Mhm.
What's the corridor? It's basically Tamiami Trail.
Trail.
Okay.
There's a
Okay.
service
So
road.
the
A small
entirety of
portion,
it,
no.
or sections of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You call them CROs?
CRL.
What I was thinking
CRL.
about.
Mhm.
But I guess maybe it could go that way. I was thinking, somebody opens up a little, if I lived there, I would have my little pie, I would have a pie shop there, right? And have an outdoor, but it would have to be a pedestrian, walkway, so people, that's what I was thinking of. And the lights overhead, Cleveland did this. They made some streets close off to traffic, and now it's just all, so you can have the tables out there and.
Largely a redevelopment concept then. Some of your older, more established areas that you're trying to transition to higher.
It's one specific area.
It's one area, okay, not multiple areas, okay, in a certain area, gotcha, okay. All right, and so that's already in a plan?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the action of encouraging it as an outcome is done, the actual implementation of the businesses that may step in is in process, right? But from the city's action, have you done everything you need to do this? But
I
for
didn't
maybe
know that. I didn't know
incentivizing and
that.
things of
I
that
didn't even
nature,
know
in
that
terms
she
of,
was on that.
from a regulatory aspect.
I think regulatory, we have, I know one individual who wanted to sell the one right beside the library. Another gentleman wanted to come in with insurance, but there was some kind of a hiccup where he did not come.
Can't expand the building.
He wasn't going to expand or anything, but I can't remember right now what the hiccup was to it, but we did not allow him the green light as quickly as we should have, and we lost it.
Okay. What I think I'm hearing you say in this, without getting into the actual aspect of this CRL, is that you're trying to revitalize certain portions of your commercial corridors, which was the outcome. This was one of the tools that you used. Whether it's going to be successful remains to be seen.
And Mel reminded me too, it was the use, and we have gone into our activity centers in order to change some of those usage.
Okay.
But at that point in time, it was not done yet, so we lost him.
Well, I was thinking more in terms of this would be your cultural experience area. To go there and somebody would be playing guitar one night. Let's go down there and listen to some music, have some wine or a piece of pie.
Selling her business.
There we go. That's what I was thinking
pie
of.
and the glass of wine.
I wasn't thinking of an
What's that?
insurance,
Welcome to Allison's
agent or something like that, but it could be these little
I know
areas.
your vision. I've seen that in other places. As we go through this process, let me talk to staff and see if I can better paint the picture and see how it differs from the Tamiami vision.
What they have.
Okay. I think there's two different things.
We didn't do it, it was existing before we got it.
Exactly right. Yeah, this has been.
Long time, and I'm saying, have no idea that happened.
But nobody sells their property, they stay
They
there.
stay in it or they
And
give it to
you
the
can't
former
kick them, well, I guess you could, but we're not going to kick them out of their resident. So it's kind of when that generation dies off, and I hate to say it that way, before we see it transform into
Right.
what the vision was that staff had back then.
If we were going to redevelop that area, people could sell those properties at a real premium. I mean, that's a different approach
I
to.
would love to see 4 or 5 of those lots sold to one person.
We have really talented artisans in this city that I think if they even knew, that would be a possibility.
Let me get back to what I think is the outcome, and I suspect, just knowing, is the outcome is your older commercial corridors. In
Right.
some cases, you're trying to revitalize.
Yes.
And is it largely Tamiami Trail?
It is.
Okay, that's what I was going to say, because that's kind of, that used to be the north-south connector, and, that's going to be, that's just going to go through an evolutionary area. So your goal is to try to, as an outcome, improve, enhance, redevelop where appropriate, kind of, they've gone past their useful life in terms of economic development. Now you need to come to the next
Right.
generation is what you're trying to get.
Yeah.
So this, I don't want to get hung up in the tool.
Right.
The goal is we're trying to redevelop our commercial corridors to be relevant in today's marketplace.
That would fit into your gateway.
Exactly.
Yes.
People drive through and it's something like they say, hey, what is that? Let's stop. I mean, that's what you want to
Okay,
do.
gotcha. All right, anything else in economic development?
Mallory, are we forgetting anything?
Are we forgetting?
Well, covered that with
Um,
parks and stuff, the Warm Mineral Springs area.
Warm Meadow
Uh,
Springs is an activity center as well as a historical place also. But there is an opportunity zone there at, in
Oh,
that
that's right, the
location.
opportunity
Right.
zone. I forgot about that.
Right.
So I think maybe we probably need to address
Opportunity zone.
opportunity zones and maximize the economic goal of our activity centers.
So right now, you've got an established economic development zone in and around the Warm
Warm
Mineral
Mineral
Springs area?
Springs.
Yeah.
Opportunity zone.
Well,
Yeah,
we
okay.
actually have staff coming back early next year with sort of a plan for that
I
area.
think that's what you and I talked about, the stuff that goes on around it.
Around
Yeah,
it,
that you can
yeah.
maybe capture in the process.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not reflected anywhere in your plan. It may very well be, but I mean, it's going to be another corridor for development is what you're looking for.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
It's the only opportunity zone that lies within our city.
Gotcha. All right, so obviously you want to see something happen there, right?
Yes.
And what is there a planning?
I do.
Is it just,
I
it's been
do.
designated, so you've got the geographic boundary of it. Is there any entity that you've contracted to do a master plan, a study, or?
We have a light footprint of master plan of our acreage of 82 acres.
Okay.
62 acres is to be developed. The 20 acres is preserved for the historical aspect.
That's the
So
spring
you-
part.
Exactly.
Okay, so the
spring
20
part-
acres is the spring.
Spring
Okay.
part is the historical, it's preserved that direction. The 62 acres, there is a master plan that has been done, it's a light footprint. But that is where your economic development.
Gotcha.
can go.
And the 62 acres is the opportunity zone. Okay.
There's also, I don't hear people talking about the area directly outside of the city's ownership of the springs that is across the street, that is open and ready for development.
Okay.
And that has not been looked at as far as a master plan, like what we have to do for the Activity Center 6. I think Warm Mineral Springs, I think is Activity Center 7. Thank you. We haven't done anything with that yet, but it does have uses and prohibited uses already established. But there is an area outside of the city's ownership that's still within the city limits.
Mhm.
Does that make sense? And I don't know how
Is
much
it
acreage that
outside?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Is it outside of the formal designation of the opportunity zone too? Or is that's outside? Because I understand you're dealing with 82 acres, 62 of which is developable.
I think, no, the 62 acres is not developable commercially. It's the light.
I understand, yeah, but what I mean is, it's available for some level of development.
Yes.
You're
yes.
talking about something that's outside of the 62 acres, though, is I think what I'm hearing you say. Okay.
I mean, I would say that there's Ortiz
Private, there you go.
goes all the way down from the Springs
Mhm.
to Tamiami,
But that's not
and
the
that's
city
in the
limits.
county. But we are bringing water and sewer all the way down to
Because you're bringing it-
Tamiami.
Okay, gotcha.
So
Okay.
there is a future opportunity to annex
For them to
and
annex,
rezone
yeah.
that area to be a destination
So there,
and to develop it in a complementary way to the
Gotcha. I'm with you.
Springs.
Could be.
I have something
There is 19 acres that has been annexed already that is across the street from one. Yes, Dr. P had that property. So he had a plan, health spa type of plan for that.
So it's in the unincorporated borders of the county, not within the city limits.
The 19 acres is within the city, he annexed in.
It is or is not? It is.
That chunk of land is in.
There's another.
Oh, okay, so it is,
chunk
all right,
that is not.
okay.
We're talking two different streets.
Gotcha, all right, okay.
No, because there's something I wanted to talk about that I really think we need to start having that conversation. And it's not just Ortiz. It is along Tamiami Trail from Grove Street all the way to River Road.
Yep,
Yeah.
that
And
too.
seeing about
Yep.
annexing, I don't know if the mobile home parks will want to be annexed in, but at least the north side of Tamiami Trail as part of the city of Northport. If we're gonna start having a conversation, that's one I want definitely added. I don't know how you put it at your 500,000 level, I'll let you do that.
Okay. All right, once again, this may be urban land assembly, it may be strategy, it may be
Right.
annexation. I don't know what that looks like yet. I'm just trying to get the concept that there's more in this area that you want to do. We're gonna have to figure out what that looks and feels like.
And a lot
But you
of-
view it as ripe for redevelopment.
A lot of it is also sensitive land.
Mhm.
There's a county park on there, there's the Mayaca River is on there. But even if you go east of the Mayaca River, if we start out in chunks and, start it small and just start from Grove Street to east of the Mayaca, that's developable land. And then you have an area that, it's not so developable because it's sensitive. And then you have the other side, closer to River Road.
Okay.
That could be developable.
Okay, all right, so there's some development potential.
Said it 3 times with no problems.
Okay. All right, figure that out. All right. Anything else in economic development we haven't talked about?
Your thing.
These are the big ones. We have
Okay.
many large opportunities.
A lot can fit underneath.
Okay.
You can't go anywhere anytime soon.
Cruising back to 10,000 feet.
Literally.
All right.
Not changing seats, I'm talking big picture.
Okay. The last of the current, we're going to have a chance to talk if you want to add some others yet. Last one we have is efficient and effective government. Writing that, you can look at that and see if that's capturing what you think you want to have under this umbrella.
I think that title should actually be governance.
Okay.
And it encompass the internal aspects.
So this is a big bucket. It can be externally, what you do as a commission. It can be your outward facing, the quality, the efficiencies of the services. But it also, to the mayor's comment, it can be inward facing, because if you don't do the things well to support your departments doing the external facing, things don't work well. So I think that's what she's getting at there.
I think one of the things, Jill, that you had mentioned earlier was ensuring that there are effective internal processes for things. I would also say that I'd like to see some existing processes streamlined and/or automated. Now, we're working on some of that. Yep.
Yeah, can you
But I'm kind of
unpack that a little bit more? So I realize I'm down into the outcomes here, but that's okay. I'll move it back and forth.
Oh, that's right. I was down
That's all
on
right.
outcomes. I'm sorry.
I don't want to lose your thought, though. If
Yeah.
you're ready to roll with that, I'll capture it.
I would just say to streamline.
Are there particular, so is it across the board? Is it planning? Is it zoning? Is it
I think
permitting? Is it
permitting
everything?
is probably the biggest pain point.
Okay.
We've already put tools in place in the budget.
Okay.
That software staff, we've already done that.
Okay. All right. So there'll be some action steps and plans and resources applying to
Those
that.
internal controls touch not only internal operation, but it touches the citizens through permitting and the various things such as that.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Earlier today, we were also talking about sort of being transparent on one end of the continuum, but we really want to be friendly and open and engaging. And I think this might be where that fits. For me, I'm all about efficiency. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't apologize for that. But you can be efficient with a smile and a warmth. And I think some of it is cultural, some of it is that so many of our processes are manual. It can be a challenge.
So
Just
how you
thoughts.
deliver the services, how efficient they may be, how transparent you are in the way that you got to do it, the point of
Yeah.
software development, website development, whatever that looks like.
Right.
Um,
And again, we do a lot of things right. I mean, we
Yeah,
we
I
have
understand.
really good staff that engage with people really, really well. But then there are just sort of those areas where we could really improve.
So what I hear you say in this area, getting back, is that you want to, number one, you want feedback from your constituents that are
Right.
engaging in those services to figure out. So that's kind of in the
Right.
statement that we need to incorporate in some
Right.
fashion. That you're transparent about what that looks like
Right.
in the umbrella. As it relates to it, the outcomes are the control mechanisms, the streamlining. I know we talked about, website access and things of that nature. Outcomes. Like tools,
Yeah.
forms.
with the title and the statement, I mean, I would switch it around. I would call it city governance,
Mhm.
and then put your effective and efficient in your statement.
Okay. Okay.
The last part where it says philosophies to facilitate effective and efficient city services. I don't know why provision of all city service, those words, provision of all, sounds kind of.
Delivery might be a better word. But I don't want to wordsmith.
I just
Okay.
facilitate effective and efficient city services.
Okay. All right. Any other themes or concepts?
Engage. This is
Education.
another community engagement opportunity. Yeah,
Education.
I think that would be an outcome, right?
it could be.
But if you can't have an efficient and effective government if you don't educate and communicate.
That's what I'm saying. I think it would be an outcome.
Shift to the outcomes that you have in this area. So once again, what you're looking to enhance that engagement. A number of you all talked about that. How do you get people plugged into the
Right.
processes of what you do here? How do you get them to serve on your boards and commissions? How do you,
Right.
that next generation that's going to be part of your leadership of the community? Through communication processes for quality decision-making for elected and appointed officials.
That one,
That still ring true?
well, of course, because when this was done, we were working on a handbook for incoming commissioners. Some kind of a onboarding for incoming commissioners. They can, when we came on, there was zero. I think when you came on, it was starting a little bit. When you guys came
I
on,
had a
that was
handbook.
supposed to be implemented, and there was an onboarding entire process. We came in, here's your badge, here's your office, have a good day. Literally, that's what it was.
That's what I got, you know.
Although nothing prepares you for that.
How much you get briefed on, right?
Process of the book.
Correct.
Okay.
So now we have a handbook, now we have an onboarding where you go for your tours and you.
Tours were great.
That was
great.
non-existent for us.
Yeah, that was great.
So we have made great strides, and I think that is something, I don't know if you take off now that we have it implemented, or if it gets improved upon.
It needs to be improved. I think the onboarding all over the city.
Oh, absolutely.
Our
Absolutely.
advisory boards.
Even our new employees. I mean, how many employees really understand the commission's role, and how many employees understand all the different departments and where they are, and where do they fit in with what their job is? This goes back to that teamwork part and getting those departments to talk to each other instead of just, you know, I am this department and this is all I focus on. No, you have to kind of, you know, all the other ones you talk.
So it sounds like you've got some of it, but some other efforts about how you onboard employees, education of your employees, education as elected officials, education of roles and responsibilities of your appointed officials on boards and commissions, things like that. That's what I think I'm hearing.
You know, and I'm not going to steal Commissioner White's thunder, because this was her brainchild many, 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 many years ago, was the welcome wagon. And I am not going to that extent, because that was so unique in itself. But there's a way with today's technology that we could say, hey, welcome to the city of Northport. Here's all the important numbers you need to have. Here's you know, like kind of a welcome little packet, including who are your elected officials, how to go about getting registered to vote, where's the DMV, where's this, sending that to them, having them all made up, slap the label on for the new incoming home property owners, and welcoming them to their new home. Obviously, we can't do something like that with the rentals, because those turn over yearly, and I understand a lot of homes may also, but home ownership is a little bit more long-term. You know, some kind of a welcome wagon.
Welcome to Northport, that's what it was called.
That's from the chamber.
What a lot.
It's from us. They give it to us for us to distribute.
Nothing about that.
Well, I have spoken to Director Christine, and we've talked about, you know, bringing back the live onboarding experience for the employees. So there's going to be a change in that process. It's already underway.
I'm talking about welcoming new citizens.
But yeah, we've
You're saying
covered a
there's
lot.
already a process? I didn't know anything about that. Who's in charge of that?
I know it through the chamber because they deliver it to the city. You know who hands out the welcome packet?
Probably given out at the new resident events.
Madison Hyde Communications Coordinator. So there was more of a streamlined process of the welcome packets. I wasn't in charge, or our corner wasn't in charge of stuffing them or anything, but I think they usually lived in the utilities area. The ladies there some would hand them out when they would come, you know, to hook up or, you know, things like that. I think it has unfortunately kind of fallen by the wayside recently, but there may be other options we can take, maybe a virtual one for some of them if that's easier than getting all the paper printed and stuffed and all that stuff. But it's something we can certainly work on bringing back, but it seems to have fallen by the wayside in recent years. So.
Sell a lot of
packages because it goes out to all these new people in the city, so.
So what I hear you say, once again, we're into implementation of how it's done, whether
Right,
it's on the
right.
website or whether it's done through utilities or otherwise. The sense is there something that you want to do as a city to encourage as people move into your community to say this is what it is, whether that's a link, whether that's an email, whether that's a document, a package, I don't know. That's what I think I'm hearing you say you're thinking.
Yeah, because you know what, if it was even from the website or an app or something, you know, just for new residents, they need very specific information because they're new. After that, they don't need to know what side of the street do I put my, or when's garbage pickup. They're going to know those things. So maybe if it was just something just for new residents, so they know more about where they live.
That's what I think I'm hearing, and I think
Yeah.
I'm putting it under the nomenclature of your citizen engagement.
Exactly. That's
You
where I
just
think it needs
you
to
just
go.
landed in Northport. You know, what's that? You remember I told you before, your first impression of community is the first contact with your employee. This is an opportunity to have a touch point to give a sense of place, a sense of identity, or what have you.
Right.
It really is your engagement. So I think I get what you're getting at there.
Okay.
Once again, strategies of how you do it's a whole different discussion. So okay. Anything else under effective and efficient, or efficient and effective government, or governance, or whatever?
I think something for a catch-all for communication.
Okay.
I know we need the processes within the city so that we communicate better, but I believe that communication externally needs to be improved too. And the reason I'm saying that is because I believe we need a full call center for the entire city. And I want to see us work toward that. So I think improved communications internally and externally would be a good catch-all. It just really frustrated me the very same day that we had ribbon cutting for the call center. I tried to call them, and I couldn't reach anybody.
You're talking like a 411 system, right?
Eventually,
Yeah, something like that.
a
311.
311.
Or 311, not 411, excuse me,
311
thank
type
you.
of system, but the county's implementing one that I think we will be able to copycat.
I don't see the education. I'm
No, it's
sorry,
okay.
I am all about educating citizens,
Mhm.
and I don't see that on here. It was on the last time. I know it's up in your.
I had it under the
statement.
statement, but you're looking as an outcome, is what I think
Yeah.
you're saying. Okay, so unpack that a little bit more for me.
Educating the system, educating the citizens, engaging them, town halls, how, I don't know, I'm not trying
Oh,
to
just
get
about kind of
weeds.
city business as a whole.
City business,
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
how the city operates, because where they come from is totally different than how we do things here. All I have to do is say sunshine, and they go, what?
It can be an educational piece on the website so they can go to it at their leisure. But when we had these strategic plannings in the past, we've always talked about town halls.
Mhm.
Whether it was over the internet, you know, the Zoom type, internet type stuff, or whether it was in person. And I think maybe we've done one or two
Well,
in the
we've only-
4 years that I've been here.
The only big town halls that I remember are the ones that we focused on West Coast. And, you know, it's gotta be citywide.
Okay.
And my education part is more of a,
I do the Northport Government U classes myself, but it can be something like a civic 101. I don't know.
Mhm.
I
No,
came
gotcha.
up with my own little name and what y'all call it, and I will continue to advocate for this for the next 3 years, and then you guys will have to either pick up the torch or just let it burn out.
You have a Citizens Academy here, out of curiosity?
The police department and fire
The
department does.
the police and fire,
But
but as a
it's-
general city about where they learn the entirety of that?
I would love to see the police and fire maybe expand to include some of the governmental aspects of it. I don't know.
A lot
They've got a lot to cover in those 6 to 8 weeks that they do theirs.
a lot of people, a lot of communities do what they call a Citizens Academy. where they do it once or twice a year, and you got to sign up for it, and there's only so many seats available, and they learn entirety about your operation. And many of those folks then will become, they'll become so engaged, they want to become, they're, number one, they're ambassadors, but they'll also want to be on your boards and commissions, they'll learn about things, they'll get the sense of what's going on. And that's getting to your point of engagement. You know, how do you do that? Now, it's a strategy, I'm just curious of what was done, so you've got a start of that, so you've got some foundational work there, maybe that's something you consider going further, so.
Hint, if you're listening and can hear me.
Okay, anything else under outcomes for this category?
Oh, no.
You're good?
No, no.
You're good?
I'm-
All right, you're good? All right.
I'm good.
Okay. I promised you that we'd also have an opportunity to talk if there's, you had 8, that we probably aren't going to end up with 8, at least the same 8 that you've got, but I want to give you an opportunity to say, is there another category that we haven't thought about?
I love sustainability. And that can affect all of it. Several of the categories are that. There's so many things that fall under sustainability.
Okay. So what does that, talk amongst yourself, environmental sustainability, what does that look, that feel right? That's something that really isn't specifically addressed in your current goals?
It's a catch-all for environmental issues. We do not have a sustainability manager, but it really relates to natural resource, and we're trying to head toward having a natural resource department here with a sustainability manager. And they are just so beneficial in every area capacity, not just the environment, but housing, and they help with economic development. I mean, when you go over to Sarasota, the city, pretty much that sustainability manager is the right-hand person to the city manager. They dive into everything and research everything. They are a huge asset, but it encompasses so much. The FEMA, water rise, quality of water, a lot of things can fit under sustainability.
Power utilization strategies for government facilities. I mean, it's.
And then your whole
I heard you
green
talk earlier
building.
about tree canopies, right?
And I think the county did workshops for a long time.
To a sustainability conference a few years ago in Sarasota.
And they had like, I remember they had Kimmel Lumber was there. I don't know. You know, it was all about, because they were part of the green building. So they were talking about building, sustainable building. And then once you build, so that it doesn't become such a burden. So but it's all aspects.
Alice, I think you and I talked about like encouraging the recycling and even at city events. And I know you've got some in city facilities. But
Right.
Just talk a little bit about that.
Right. Yeah, and I know I think I've mentioned this, but I don't remember where. Where or when, that's a song. Yes, to encourage more recycling in the city at our parks. You know, I notice on our city, Center Green, there's no recycling bins out there. There's trash bins, but that's it. But to have that, like have us be like the role models for recycling when there's events, and then maybe even a pilot program, I don't know, with the gas stations that we have, because those places are, I mean, you go in there, get gas, and you have bottles, cans, and everything gets thrown away in the trash, and it's just, I see that, and it's bothersome. So just for us, again, if you're talking about sustainability, that's it's all part of that to really.
These are some language I've thrown out. I'm asking for kind of a litmus test, a role model, leader in the area, things like that. Is that kind of where you're trying to head? So
Right,
that when
yeah.
you think of it, that Northport comes to mind?
Right. Again, we're seeking an identity, and that would be a great identity to be known for. That we are putting our.
Actually, we already are. Because we are the only ones that do dual stream in this whole area. We're the only.
Well, that's residential. I'm talking about getting out of, not getting out of, but furthering
that,
that.
beyond
Yeah,
that,
beyond
yeah.
that, parks and events, when there's events here. And also, like I said, gas stations, and then eventually even our fast food restaurants. It's just incredible, the plastic that gets just thrown away. They don't recycle, they don't have to recycle.
We are
Except for
very,
cardboard.
very blessed to have Frankie
Mhm.
with us. He is so into all of these agendas. And I mean, we are known in our city for being environmentally friendly a lot because of Frank. But he has tried, we have tried since I've been on the board to implement different things such as the plastic bag, the straws, the styrofoam. Every time we work toward doing something like that, here comes the state, bam, and preempts us. And I mean, months of work can go into it, and then all of a sudden, it's just, yeah, it's just slammed. But those types of things, COVID.
Recycling is something that's out there. That's not anything that they're going to say you can't recycle. I mean, we can recycle. Just take it a step further with the recycling.
Yes, good, thank you.
During COVID, there was an issue with it. As you guys know, I'm a Mountain Dew drinker, and I could no longer take my cup into the store to fill. I had to use styrofoam cups. So there was a hindrance, and that got people out of the habit of using their own cups. Now we can take our own cups back in and stuff.
Right.
So it is that education that we were really in full swing until COVID came, and it's something that we can pick back up.
So what other outcomes do you see with regards to environmental sustainability? Is that, for an example, as you're about to build a new training center, is that going to be a LEED? Diamond, gold, level? I don't know. I'm asking. I'm not trying to impose upon you. I'm trying to get you thinking about what are outcomes. If you typically, if you want to be the leader and be the one setting the bar, then you're kind of on that cutting edge, not necessarily bleeding edge, would say that our new facilities will be LEED at this level or something of that nature would be a potential outcome. Now, there's a cost to that. I don't want to say that's not the case, but it's short-term versus long-term. But that's what I want you to be thinking about. What types of outcomes as it relates to, if you want to be an environmentally sustainable community, what things do you want to see happen to allow you to become that community? What are those outcomes?
Energy conscious.
Okay.
Definitely. Environmentally, energy conscious. All of those types of areas come underneath that.
If you're not willing to put your money where your mouth is as a city, how can you impose
Parameters on outsiders if we don't have the means.
You don't, you put it on yourself, and you become that leader that encourages.
This is what, now, there's two different levels. I've worked with some communities where they say, this is what we're going to do as a community. Every building we're going to build in the future is going to be at this level, at LEED. There are other communities that said, it's not just everything we do. We're going to tell you, if you're going to build in our community, we want you to develop the standard as well. And so there's two different levels of this and where you want to go. I'm not saying, that's a policy decision of where you might want to go. My question to you is that I recognize environmental sustainability as a goal area. I'm trying to get to what does success look like to you? So I can get, and your staff has some direction rather than just saying we want to be sustainable. What are the things that you want to make sure are outcomes in that goal?
And, and years ago, there were some builders that, I guess this was the last boom. They became certified green builders, and they really promoted it. I don't see that going on anymore. Well, yeah, but at least you even have it out there. So the idea, the people know that it's even an option or something I could be looking at. But like you said, we should be the role models for that.
They still do. I mean, Habitat for Humanity, that's one of the things when you go to a dedication, they brag about,
I remember reading that.
And green, and so they do all houses that they build.
I've had one community, a South Florida community, I've done the strategic planning effort, and they don't allow these things in their city buildings. So everybody gets their water bottle, but it's a sustainable effort. And if you walk in with one of those, they'll say that we're not accepting them. So
Mhm.
that's a standard that they have put into, it's a seafaring community. But that's walking the talk and an outcome of saying,
Yeah.
that's where we're going to be. Now,
Mhm.
that may not be for everybody. I'm not suggesting that's your goal. I'm just trying to give you a sense that this is how some communities have grabbed
Right.
around that and become.
And that's why I'd like to say the recycling, just really have us step up to the plate and really, so that it becomes ingrained in people that it's so easy to do. Because when I pick up trash, I
Mhm.
do trash pickup, my own trash pickups. Most of it is bottles and cans. That's what I'm picking off the side of the road.
We were at that point, that discussion within this building. There were not all the commissioners on board with it, so it didn't really fly at that point. But Frankie picked up on it, and he had some initiatives that he wanted to possibly put in place and encourage programs, and then COVID came.
Okay. All right, so I don't have as much in this as I would like. What that means is I'm going to work with your staff, and maybe we'll fill in the gaps, and you'll tell us of whether we pushed it too far or not enough.
Take from the others,
Yep.
put it under there.
Gotcha, okay. Are there any other, now we've got, as I said, we've morphed. We started with 8, assuming we're adding this, and we're going to morph a few. But are there any other kind of high-level areas that we haven't talked about that you want to make sure we address? And if you can't think of an area, if you think of an outcome that we just haven't touched in some way, shape, or form, we'll figure out where it fits. But so are there anything, I'm going to go back to your, if you go back to the strengths, the opportunities, the weaknesses that are put into play, and then think about, go back to the beginning of this stuff here that we wanted to address in your feedback.
If I may, I don't know if this is discussed now or never, I don't know.
Go ahead.
But during the budget, I had asked about a CIP project for Canal and Creek Master Plan Phase 2. And I was told to discuss this during strategic planning, so I'm bringing it forward to discuss during strategic planning. And it's the master plan for the Canal and Creek Phase 2. And this thing has been kicked down the road for probably 10 years or so. And we have no money in it until 2025. So we're looking at probably 15 to 20 years. And I was looking to see about just saying we're done with it, because we had a huge discussion about our canals not having the oils and gasolines being floated in them because they're our water supply. A lot of the weirs and stuff make them unnavigable. So I don't know if this is something we still want to do. And I don't know if that's a discussion for today. I just was told to bring it back during strategic
I
planning.
think we set that up for January. No, I'm just kidding. No, I know you were told to bring it back.
I'm not understanding what it's involving.
Canals or the linear park thing?
No,
What?
It's a CIP project. Here, I'll pass it on.
I remember talking.
Yeah, I said, why do we have this in our CIP? You know, this is something we keep kicking the can down the road. We keep pushing the money out, We can't do anything really with Phase 2. And I was told to bring it back for strategic planning. And so I stuck it in my folder, and here we are.
There's this thing blocking the wording of what the project is for. The master plan was adopted in May of 2010.
And this is for Phase 2.
So this is a stormwater management project? No, it's not a stormwater.
It's to, I guess, have kayaks, or I don't know. We probably need to have maybe staff come down. I just.
Oh, I see someone coming
Well,
down.
that's what I was going to say is, with this being brought back at strategic planning right now, staff is hearing what we're saying. They can have that discussion and then,
Maybe there's an
during the
update.
planning. And then let us know whether they think it's viable.
It sounds like there's at least an update in the making here.
Sandy Funheller, Parks and Recreation Director. The
Canal and Creek Master Plan has several phases. We've done one, which connected the initial parks. It's not for motorized boat access. I know that that already exists on some waterways, but it's really for recreation and access points for canoe and kayaks. It's not to expand that to motorized boats. So it's out there. It has multiple phases that go along many different waterways. Like I said, we only did the first phase.
Which was from McKibben?
Blue Ridge, McKibben, Dallas White, Butler, which can eventually get you to Marina.
We've got one out here too.
And we also have the one behind City Hall. That was not part of the original plan, but that was done as an add-on.
So maybe what I'm hearing is it's not necessarily strategic planning, but maybe an agenda item to have a further discussion as to what do we want to do with phase 2.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
what I'm.
if they even wanna
If
broaden
we
it up.
even
Right.
want to give them money sooner, or just say, kill this whole thing.
Right, and figure out where their next plans were for more of those docks and stuff, you know, if they wanted to.
I just brought it up at budget, said they bring it during strategic planning, here we are, so that's why I brought it up.
Well, we have, don't we, Doug, something that
Yeah.
talks about, under the recreational aspect, that talked about enhancement of recreation?
Yeah, we've got improvement, enhanced recreational opportunities,
Yeah.
available to Northport community and its visitors. And so it sounds like this is a waterborne recreational system. Part of it's been developed, what the future would be. So that may be on the radar screen of staff to bring that back and say, as part of this element, here's what we've got. This is where ultimately you get some say in this as that work plan comes back into your level. And if you say, no, I don't want to do that in 5 years out from now, we'd like to do that in year 2, that's when you start to provide the priorities of the things that you want to accomplish, and then ultimately provide the funding to do that sort of stuff. So appropriate, it's just where it fits into the equation, we need to clarify as well. What I want to do quickly, does that address your question? So it sounds like we're going to have to come back to that, but it'll fall under that, bucket, if you will. Gotcha. So I want to go back to some things to make sure we've kind of covered the basis, to make sure you've gotten the high-level goals that you're trying to get. So a couple of these slides were things that you wanted to address. What are the strategic questions? So let me run through, so you can all see this again. We've talked about public participation. We've talked about education. We've talked about community engagement. We've talked about adding environmental sustainability. We've discussed the concept of internal governance, so that we've covered that. We've had conversations at various levels about different neighborhoods and neighborhood enhancements and recognition of what neighborhood you've got at a high level, once again. Some other areas that you wanted to be known for, these should be reflected in your plan. We've talked about infrastructure development at interchange areas. We've talked in a general way about connectivity and infrastructure development on your east-west and Price Boulevard, but we haven't specifically mentioned Price Boulevard, but we've got a bucket that we can incorporate that under. We've talked about internal and staffing and hiring, and we've even addressed some onboarding. A lot of conversations about the perceptions of Northport. Haven't really talked about the fiscal health, but that certainly is a budgetary component, but that, I don't know that we've necessarily addressed that in anything that we've talked about here, other than conceivably effective and efficient government services, which would imply that, but there's no...
Rear its head at the next conversation.
So that may be an issue of, we want to think about that, whether we incorporate something in there as a financial goal. I don't know, for an example, I don't know where where's my finance? What's your bond ratings, for an example? And I know that varies based on revenue or general obligation. AA, okay. Sometimes you'll see goals to be, I want to be at, X AAA, whatever that would be. So that may be something we might want to talk about.
We will have that. We will have that in what we bring back to the board in December.
Okay. So I'm just going to put that as a placeholder, bond ratings. Ratings and fiscal, okay.
I think it definitely needs to be in there.
Gotcha,
I mean,
gotcha. I realize that, that's why I want to come back to this, because these are things you all said you wanted to be known for. We've talked about economic development, talked about the interchanges. You think we've covered the cohesiveness and the overall, I think we've covered those bases. We talked about tree canopies as far as preservation. Talked about process improvements, public perception, the vision of the community, empowering staff to implement the vision, mixture of business and residential, and we've discussed the issue about private group events and public group events. We've got all those things kind of checked off the list. Things that you wanted to retain. I think we got those things covered as well in the discussion today. Well, that's the goal. Why? There's a symmetry to this, Mayor, that I'm trying to get at the end to bring you back to the beginning. Back here to where we were. Okay. All right. So.
Surprised that's not a yellow brick road.
It's a good point. I have to think about that slide the next time as well. So I want to talk that, as I say, this is a journey that you've started on today. It doesn't happen in one step. It doesn't happen in one meeting. It's going to take some time. And staff now, when you look around at all the stuff we've got on the boards here, there's a lot of work to unpack on staff's perspective as well. But let me tell you kind of what's next and what to expect. So I want to first tell you that this doesn't, you're in this effort that is a continual process. You are never entirely done with strategic visioning and strategic planning. It is an ongoing effort as well. And so what I mean by that is you're at the front of this effort. We're up in the city commission and visions. We're going to get to the staff plans, and we're going to bring it back to you, and you're going to say, yay, no, I'm going to adjust, I agree, I disagree. But you're going to eventually bless something to go forward, which will be your strategic plan. From there, your staff's going to start forth and executing those efforts. And then you're going to get regular updates about how are we coming? Are we making progress? Are we measuring those processes as well? And you're also going to encounter stuff that nobody ever thought about. COVID, economy, whatever that looks and be. So you're going to have to make those adjustments like that GPS that I mentioned earlier. And at some point, you're also going to want to make sure your citizens are on the same page as you. I mean, you're elected, so certainly this is a representative form of government, so you're representing your community, but in the same token, you're going to want to talk about this. You're going to want their thoughts and input and whether or not they're on board, or there's things that they may want to do. That's more of a community visioning process that at some point needs to probably happen. But given where you're at today, you're trying to execute a plan that's in place and modify that plan, and then at some point you're going to do that visioning. And that will likely change some of the thoughts and perceptions you have. And based on that, staff's going to come back and say, okay, if we're going to do that, then we're going to tweak these things, and then the process kind of continues on. So this is an ongoing effort. So you're never kind of entirely done with this process of strategic visioning and planning. But specifically, what's going to happen next is we're going to take the material that we've captured today, and we'll start drafting notes and perceptions and putting things in the right buckets and start to wordsmith some of the items and vision and values and the strategic goals and the outcomes that are there. And we'll take a stab at that, and then we'll provide that back to the staff, and then they're going to have their thoughts and opinions on it. We'll just work collaboratively with them as well. And so between now and towards the end of this month, going into the beginning of November, we're going to provide that initial work, and then from the beginning of November towards the end of November, right before Thanksgiving, we're going to have some feedback on the staff, and we'll kind of get this kind of more narrowed down in place. And from that point, from November 20th going into December the 7th and 8th, we're going to be back in a 2-day session with you that are on your calendar on the 7th and 8th. And the goal here is to present kind of a revision of where we were from all this preliminary work that we've done, you've done today, we've wordsmithed, staff's wordsmithed, it's been put together, and then they're going to start to come back with action plans and key success indicators and metrics be able to say, here's how we're going to do and implement the vision that you've outlined in the process. So there's going to be a lot of staff feedback, and that's a 2-day effort for you to go through. And that's when you'll start to get a feel for whether or not, you're, number one, if we hit the mark, we may be making adjustments in your goal areas, your goal statements, and your outcomes based on what you've done. And you may say, crap, I didn't think it was going to take all that. Maybe we don't want to do that at all. That's okay as well. This is the iterative part of this effort. And then during that process, I encourage communities, we can do it then, or if need be, depending on time, we can always do it after the fact. I encourage you to start to prioritize wherever we land on this stuff, to give some sense of direction of where your priorities are as elected officials, because you can't do everything. You've got it on the list, and you're going to do as best as you can, but there are certain things I joke about, for those who are familiar with George Orwell and Animal Farm. All animals are equal, or some are more equal than others. And you're going to find certain things that are more equal than others. And it's helpful to let the staff know that, because I'm going back to Drucker. It's not organized abandonment solely, but when push comes to shove, if these things are more important, that's what we're going to put more time and energy towards. And that's a conversation that collectively the 5 of you have to have as well from there. So after that process takes place, the next thing will happen is we'll do a report, bring it all back towards the end of December, and staff will look over that and make sure it's all ready to go. And then at some point post-New Year in January, the plan, the vision and the plan will come back to you for a formal adoption. And guess what? That leads you right into your budgeting process as you get into the effort. And that's why we're under this kind of tight constraint, and that's why you're not doing community visioning right now, because you hit this in midstream. You got to pick up the pieces, but that doesn't mean you can't come back and circle that together, circle the bridges as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We got a clarity on what we're trying to do, how we're trying to get there. A lot of work to be done. I'm sorry, you can go back to the. So. Pretty good, 5 to 5. Pete, I knew you were going to be the doubting Thomas. You didn't think we were going to get there today.
I look at a good job as by how many minutes early we get done.
Well, I'm done talking now, but I don't know what. My goal was to get you out at 5. I wasn't sure we were going to do that as well at the beginning.
Well,
so
then you get 5 bonus points.
I get 5 bonus points in the time as well. So, all right. So I know we've been doing a lot of work today. I know it's been hard work as well. Questions? Everybody clear on what we tried to do today and where we're going next? There?
Good.
Good. Good.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Any takeaways? Anything that kind of caught you that you just want to highlight or share with the group?
I'm loving that we're at the same place doing it properly. Love that.
I've been talking about the GPS all day long. Finally, somebody had it kicked in. I couldn't have timed that one any better.
I would just say that we're not as far off as I thought we might be. You know, I think it's good taking a fresh look. We did identify some new things, combinations, new areas, but it seems like most of what was in the plan, except for the things that have been accomplished already, are still somewhere on one of these sheets as being important.
I found that good to see too, that there were some things that were accomplished. That just, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know that they were even, goals. Now I know that there is a plan and that we can start checking them off and knowing. Again, the goal is, where are we with this? Yeah, so.
You two are going to be so amazed. The other 3 of us, we've been here for a few years. It's just jaw-dropping to learn things, to know what's there, what has been done. It's just, you're constantly learning something about the city that just you didn't know.
The one piece we didn't really get a chance to hear some of the success stories, so I apologize to staff, but I know they probably weren't disappointed they didn't have to do all their presentations. But I guarantee they will play a bigger role in your next meeting because they're going to be talking this stuff through. Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So they'll go through that as well.
But it is quite rewarding when you do have something that you can cross off and say,
Yes.
yes,
Yep.
we did that.
Mhm.
And it is rewarding when you realize it may have taken a while, but it's done, yay, we did it. And sometimes those little wins of just crossing something off gets kind of lost in the shuffle of everything that we're trying to do.
Right.
It's nice to remind the citizens that
We are accomplishing things. Small wins are still wins.
I'll open it up to both you as the mayor and also to Jerome.
I think this was very effective. I know it was a 180-degree turn from what has been done in the past, and we had to kind of go think in reverse to start with. But by the time we got to the end, everybody was thinking in the same direction of that level and then what you can place under it in a plan. So thank you to them. Thank you to staff again. It's been a long time sitting in seats without being able to do your actual work and just sitting physically still. So thank you for enduring.
Well, I was going to thank the board as well and thank the staff as well. I think that a lot of good information was exchanged today. Thank you, Doug. We appreciate you for leading us today. It was awesome, a lot of good information. I think it's going to be exciting, sort of creating these action plans and then getting some things done. I think these people who are here today are going to shine really bright, and I can't wait to see it.
Excellent, great. Well,
Thank
as
you.
I said, I think you're in the right path. That was the goal, and we'll keep that process moving, getting you more towards that 10 level versus at the front end of the strategic efforts from there. So we're pleased to be part of it. Look forward to working with you going forward. Certainly look forward to working with your staff as well. And Pete, I'm down to like 1 minute, so that's the best I got for you, man.
So you got one
I got 1 minute out of it. Yeah, definitely. And to your point, I think I saw this when I talked with you all collectively ahead of time, that there was more symmetry than opposing thoughts. There may be shades of gray, that's fine, but you're there. You're as a good group. So great job today. Appreciate it.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure. Yep.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Sure.